to provide capital strategically to reduce interruptions of different kinds, prevent the unemployment rate from exploding as much as it would without some incentive for small businesses to keep people on, et cetera. This is the largest stimulus package in American history. Now, a stimulus package, the concept of a stimulus package is it's a Keynesian idea, the idea being government spending can lessen the severity of a recession, stimulate the economy, boost employment, boost spending. That's the framework. It's a Keynesian framework we're talking about. This deal was reached just hours ago, around 1:30 a.m. Eastern time, very early this morning. Here is Republican Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell announcing it.
At last, we have a deal. After days of intense discussions, the Senate has reached a bipartisan agreement on a historic relief package for this pandemic. It will rush new resources onto the front lines of our nation's healthcare fight, and it will inject trillions of dollars of cash into the economy as fast as possible.
As you can tell there, Mitch McConnell just overwhelmed with emotion over this historic deal. So what's in it? Some of the details are still being worked out. Some of the language is still being written as of this second. But here's what we have so far. It'll be a $2 trillion stimulus package. People, individuals earning up to $75,000 in income will get a $1,200 one-time check. Couples, double the money for double the income limit, $2,400 if as a couple you earn up to $150,000. You get an additional $500 per child based on what we saw an hour ago. Again, some of the final details may change. The $1,200 check starts to phase out as you approach $99,000 in income as an individual or $198,000 as a couple. And once you get to that level, $99K per person, you lose you lose all the money. You get zero after that point. Unemployment insurance will be expanded to include people that are furloughed, gig workers, freelancers, right? People that would not normally qualify for unemployment insurance. They will also be adding, and this is one of the things that's a probably, but we don't know for sure yet. It looks like they're going to increase the unemployment payments by $600 a week for 4 months above the state base. Different states, unemployment insurance is state-based. So the benefit in Massachusetts may be different from the benefit in Florida or in California. That'll be upped by $600 a week by the federal government. There will be an employee retention tax credit for businesses to keep people on. So we've seen two versions, between $25 and $50 billion for passenger airlines, between $4 and $8 billion for cargo airlines, $17 billion for companies determined to be important to national security. The details, of course, still remain to be determined there. Roughly $500 billion in a corporate liquidity program. These would be loans to businesses through banks. Very important to understand. That would be through banks. And then another $367 billion, roughly, through a small business loan program through the Small Business Association. $30 billion in education funding, $25 billion in transit funding. So this is the bulk of it. Now, there's a question about the income limit on the $1,200 check is $75K. What's the process and verification of that? If it's based on 2019 income, a lot of people haven't filed their 2019 tax return. So what happens there? We don't know. There's the idea that you would use 2018 income if you've not yet filed your 2019 tax return. Excuse me. Could that be gamed in some way? We don't know. But this is part of the detail that still needs to be worked out. Another question is, how does this impact self-employed people? There are some other specifics that need to be sorted out, but it's finally happening. It's happening far too late. It's happening after a lot of personal financial damage has already happened to people who have been laid off for 1 week, 2 weeks, even longer in some cases. Chuck Schumer, Senate Minority Leader, says that Trump's businesses will not be eligible for any of this stuff. That's an assertion from Chuck Schumer. I've not yet seen any language that makes that clear. This is the framework we have so far. In the background of all this, Donald Trump increasingly wants to reopen everything or close to everything on Easter Sunday, April 12th. I want to talk about that next, and we'll be doing a sort of deeper dive into that a little bit later in the program. So we are now really getting down to the core of the argument that is becoming the argument for Donald Trump and for the people that back him up and many Republicans, which is we've got to open up the economy soon. We've got to stop the physical distancing in a lot of places. We've got to reopen business. And for lack of a better term, this is what Dr. Anthony Fauci calls letting it rip. When this was mentioned a week ago or so, feels like months ago, Fauci referred to ending all of the provisions and distancing and just letting the virus do what it's going to do. He referred to it as letting it rip. More people will get the virus, more people will die, but the economy, or really what is in Trump's mind is the stock market, right? But he's talking about the economy. It might improve, but a lot more people are going to die. So fundamentally, when you boil this down, especially when you look at who is mostly dying from the virus, the question is, how many grandmas, someone's grandmas, how many of them are worth allowing to die in order to save the stock market? It's about older folks dying, mostly older folks, to save Wall Street and the stock market. What is each life worth to different people is essentially the question here. How much economic downturn is justified based on how many additional people will likely die if we stop distancing and we reopen stuff? For days now, Trump and people around him have expressed an interest in ramping back up because they don't want the cure to be worse than the disease, as Donald Trump and Larry Kudlow and others have started to say. Yesterday, Donald Trump tweeted, quote, "Our people want to return to work. They will practice social distancing and all else, and seniors will be watched over protectively and lovingly. We can do two things together. The cure cannot be worse by far than the problem. Congress must act now. We will come back strong." Then yesterday, during a Fox News town hall, Trump floated for the first time a specific date, which is Easter Sunday, April 12th.
Have to do that. I'd love to have it open by Easter. Okay, I would love to have it open by Easter. I will tell you that right now. I would love to have that. It's such an important day for other reasons, but I'll make it an important day for this too. I would love to have the country opened up and just raring to go by Easter.
Now, this is insanely soon to even be thinking about this. Now, if you put a gun to my head and you say Trump's doing this on April 12th, no matter what, how would you suggest that it be done? In that scenario, if I were Trump, I would say, listen, I want to do this on April 12th, but in order to do it, I need your help. I need all 50 governors, not 18 plus 2 more doing partial stuff. I need all 50 governors to shut down, stay-at-home order, shelter in place until April 12th. Everybody's got to do it because remember, 30 states aren't doing a damn thing yet. If Trump did that, then maybe you could partially reopen on April 12th outside of hotspots with older folks still staying home. And again, this is like if you put a gun to my head and you say Trump's doing it April 12th, how would you say he does it? But this reminded me of a video of a young guy who confronts economist Milton Friedman decades ago on this issue of what's a life worth. How much should we spend or fail to earn, forego in earnings in exchange for each life? It's a very utilitarian argument, almost psychopathically so. So let's look at this. Here's a guy asking Milton Friedman about the Ford Pinto. The Ford Pinto is a vehicle that was very poorly designed. Many deadly fires related to gas tanks that ruptured during accidents. And Ford knew about it, and they could have prevented it with a $13 part on each car. Let's look at this video clip.
I have just one more. This has to do with the Ford Pinto. I'm not sure if you're aware of the recent revelations that have come out about the production of that car. Ford produced it knowing full well that in any rear-end collision, the gas tank would blow up because they had failed to install a $13 plastic block in front of the gas tank. And Ford estimated in an internal memo that that would cost about 200 lives a year. And they estimated further that the cost of each life would be $200,000. They multiplied and they found that the cost of installing those blocks in each of the cars would be more than the cost of saving those 200 lives. And over the past 7 years, the car has been produced and over 1,000 lives have been lost. It seems to me that Ford did what would be the right thing according to your policy. And yet that seems to me to be very wrong.
So the kid lays it out there, and here is how Milton Friedman responds, which is essentially the calculation that Trump and others are now starting to make, a very utilitarian calculation.
Well, let me ask you, let's suppose it would have cost $1 billion per person. Should Ford have put them in nonetheless? You
But
see,
it
you're
wasn't
really
a
only,
question of
you know that
It was
you're
a
really
question
only
of
arguing about
$13
price.
each.
You're not arguing about principle. No. Because you
Principles
cannot, nobody can take the principle. Nobody can accept the principle that an infinite value should be put on an individual life. Because in order to get the money involved, in order to get the resources involved, it's not money. In order to get the resources, they have to come from somewhere.
So the kid says this cheap part could have prevented all of these deaths. And Friedman says, well, at what point would it not be logical for Ford to spend the money? Like, in other words, if it wasn't $13 per car, but if it was $1 million per car, do you still force Ford to fix the car at $1 million per car? And the conversation continues, and here we are skipping ahead a little bit.
Right, and therefore you're not arguing anything about principle. You're just arguing whether Ford used $200,000 was the right number or not.
No, I'm not arguing
Suppose
that
it were
at all.
$200 million.
No.
Suppose it were $200 million. What should Ford have done?
$200 million for what?
Suppose it would have cost $200 million per life saved. Should Ford still have spent that $200 million?
You mean per...
That's not the question.
That's not really the question.
Yes, it is a question.
Yes,
that's the principle of the question. That's the only principle involved. I don't know whether Ford came to the right answer or not. That's a question of whether these numbers are valid numbers for the relative costs of different things.
So this kid wants to focus on the question, which is here we know $13 per car would have prevented all of this death. Milton Friedman says, what's the principle, though? Where is the line where we say this level of expense to save a life makes sense, this level of expense to save a life does not? And unfortunately, this entire framing is logically fallacious, and it's what Republicans and Trump are doing. How many additional lives do we lose if we reopen the economy versus the economic cost? Are they mostly older people? Are they mostly younger people? How much is the life of an 80-year-old worth in economic terms versus the life of a 20-year-old with many work years ahead of them? And that's the implicit question, but it's not this simple. The question of what is a life worth to the economy is a very different question than are we willing to essentially sacrifice people in their lives because on some calculation made in Washington, D.C. or to wherever Donald Trump is doing these meetings, it's worth more to the economy. But the reality is the argument Friedman makes is a fallacious argument. Very often, economists whose views are those of Milton Friedman will take these situations to infinity to be able to defeat them. The reality is that this is never the case. Think about the Ford situation. The idea of if it was to cost Ford $1 million per car to fix the Pinto, should they still do it? It's bogus because the Pinto cost $3,500 at the time. That's the retail cost back in the 70s. If the cost to fix the Pinto was $1 million, they wouldn't produce the car. And that's why we shouldn't fall for these to infinity nonsense arguments. The kid isn't arguing human life has an infinite value. The kid's arguing the life has a value that is more than the $13 that it would cost Ford to fix the Pinto. In the same way, Trump is calculating that grandma's life is not worth what he believes the economy will lose if he keeps the economy closed. And people are bringing this to infinity. It's not viable, that we can't do this forever and we can't do it, period, to infinity. But what we're talking about is a temporary economic slowdown to save so many people. The curves are the difference between a few thousand dying, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, and millions of people. This is one of the oldest economic arguments, the pushing to infinity. Trump is quickly getting his way on this, and a lot of people are going to die. Now, I hope you're staying home, and if you are, and if you're looking for something to do, tonight, 8 p.m. Eastern is the David Pakman Show viewer chess tournament. I am the 2019 champion because we had one game. I beat Pat at the end of 2019. We now have a proper chess tournament. We'll be playing tonight. Follow me on social media for info. I'll be streaming 8 p.m. tonight. Join us. Don't miss it.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
The David Pakman Show depends on your support, and the easiest way is through membership, which includes the world-famous bonus show, as well as commercial-free audio and video streams of the show just for members. Sign up today at joinpakman.com. Coupon code saves you 40%. Vote soon 18.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
Today's new members of the day are Chris Hunter and Andrew Tuttle. Thanks, guys. I really appreciate that folks have been stepping up and signing up when a lot of people are understandably, tightening their belts and eliminating subscriptions and that type of thing. Makes total sense. Really appreciate the folks who have been able to step up and support us at this important time. Also want to say thanks to Santiago Serrano, who is today's longtime sustaining member of the day. Santiago's been a member almost 5 years. Grab a membership at joinpakman.com. Okay, we were speaking earlier about killing grandma to save the stock market, essentially the calculation that Donald Trump seems increasingly comfortable making and erring on the side of the stock market instead of grandma. Texas Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick says that many grandparents like him are willing to die to save the economy for their grandchildren. And if nothing else, this pandemic has really exposed how incompetent and immoral or amoral so many people in positions of power are. So now I bring you a segment from Fox News propagandist Tucker Carlson's program where Dan Patrick makes, is this a patriotic argument? Is that what he's calling it? That it's a patriotic case for letting it rip?
Living in fear of is what's happening to this country. And, Tucker, no one reached out to me and said, as a senior citizen, are you willing to take a chance on your survival in exchange for keeping the America that all America loves for your children and grandchildren? And if that's the exchange, I'm all in. And that doesn't make me noble or brave or anything like that. I just think there are lots of grandparents out there in this country, like me, I have 6 grandchildren, that what we all care about and what we love more than anything are those children. And I want to, live smart and see through this, but I don't want the whole country to be sacrificed. And that's what I see. I've talked to hundreds of people, Tucker, and just in the last week, and making calls all the time. And everyone says pretty much the same thing, that we can't lose our whole country. We're having an economic collapse. I'm also a small businessman. I understand it. And I talk with business people all the time, Tucker. And my heart is lifted tonight by what I heard the president say, because we can do more than, one thing at a time. We can do 2 things. So, my message is that let's get back to work. Let's get back to living. Let's be smart about it. And those of us who are 70 plus, we'll take care of ourselves.
That's a so-called pro-life Republican saying, let's let the grandparents die so that we don't sacrifice the economy, by which they really don't mean the economy. They mean the stock market. And the funniest or the craziest or sort of the most tragic thing about all of this is that he and Trump, they're all talking about, let's go back to doing stuff. 30 of 50 states, roughly, have done nothing or almost nothing. In other words, they want 30 states to go from having done nothing anyway to continuing to do nothing, while the other 20 states, including places that are significant hotspots, would have to choose a path that would lead to significantly more death. It's only been like a week. I'm like 8 days in now to the self-isolation, and we've already got Trump and others saying, let's let more old folks die in order for the stock market to recover, in order to not take as big of a GDP hit as what we are undoubtedly going to take, in order to prevent as big of an unemployment increase as we clearly are going to see on April 3rd when the March unemployment numbers are announced. It's essentially a death panel. Remember back when Sarah Palin and other Republicans, when Obamacare was being negotiated, they said Obamacare has death panels where politicians get to decide if you live or die, if what you need does or doesn't get paid for. Now, at the time, we pointed out this is absurd. We already have death panels, which are called insurance companies. Insurance companies already decide, is this treatment or that treatment considered medically necessary? does this treatment or that treatment get covered by insurance? We already had what is and continue to have what is essentially a death panel. But the more absurd part of this is they're essentially saying, we've decided some old people have to die. It's a death panel to save the economy, by which they mean the stock market. How is this going to play, by the way, with Fox News's own disproportionately older audience? I mean, in all seriousness, I'm wondering about that. And then moreover, Lieutenant Governor of Texas, Dan Patrick, if he wants to sacrifice himself, maybe there's something to talk about. But he's deciding for other people. He's deciding we should sacrifice lots of grandparents for the sake of the economy and the economy for our grandchildren, as he says. It's actually almost cultist. Surrender your life to the Trump stock market, which now, by the way, is a net decline. Donald Trump's major accomplishment, as he claimed for the first 3 years of his presidency, was the stock market. Now, all along, we knew that stock market growth under Obama had actually been better, stronger, bigger than under Donald Trump. Now he doesn't have that. And you've got people like Dan Patrick saying, I would sacrifice myself, and many grandparents would, volunteering essentially unknown and faceless grandparents, as he knows them or doesn't know them, in order to save the economy, meaning pump the stock market so Trump can claim that he did something for the country while he was president. It sounds very much like the opposite of small government, deciding to sacrifice grandma for the stock market. But of course, it seems that that is no longer the priority of small government conservatives. Okay, so let's now continue digging into the Easter thing. Slowly but surely, we've learned that Donald Trump wants to let her rip very, very soon and get the country opened back up. He wants to do it on Easter. Now, the absurdity of talking about opening up a country where 30 states have not closed anything down is ludicrous and incredibly dangerous. I'm getting emails from people in Amsterdam, where there are some provisions in place until June 1 in the Netherlands, hearing from people in Italy, Spain, so many places. They are horrified by what Donald Trump now wants to do. So they want to open it back up before 30 states have even done anything. But they also are talking about opening it back up when the death toll is exploding. It's growing exponentially. We have case numbers growing like crazy. And of course, the more we test, the more cases we will find because we've been under testing. But Donald Trump is being very clear now. He wants churches packed by Easter, Sunday, April 12th. So look at the evolution of this. Sunday night, Trump tweets, we can't have the cure be worse than the disease. We've already covered that with you. Monday, he tweets, people want to work and we've got to get them back to work. Showed you that tweet earlier. Tuesday, Fox News town hall. Trump floats for the first time. I'm looking at Easter, April 12th. And then after yesterday's town hall on Fox News, Trump was interviewed also on Fox News by Bill Hemmer. And he said, I want churches packed on Easter. Here's the video. And you'll notice also Trump has adopted a new voice, which I call Corona voice. It's a very unusual delivery which he uses when talking about coronavirus related stuff. That makes no sense. Usually he uses a voice that I think he thinks sounds empathetic. It sounds very, very fake. But when he's delivering news that equates to people are going to die, Trump has adopted what I call Corona voice. Take a look, take a listen.
In our town hall today, you threw out a date where you think America can be working again. And that's Easter Sunday. Yeah. That's 19 days from now. How did you come up with that day?
Well, it's 19 days, but add another 7 because we've been doing this now for 7. So that's from the time we heard about it.
7 to 9.
From the time so from the time we close it up. So you could add 7 to 9. Look, Easter's a very special day for me. And I see it's sort of in that timeline that I'm thinking about. And I say, wouldn't it be great to have all of the churches full? You know, the churches aren't allowed, essentially, to have much of a congregation there. And most of them, I watched on Sunday online. And he was terrific, by the way. But online is never going to be like being there. So I think Easter Sunday, and you'll have packed churches all over our country. I think it would be a beautiful time. And it's just about the timeline that I think is right. It gives us more chance to work on what we're doing. And I'm not sure that's going to be the day, but I would love to aim it right at Easter Sunday. So we're open for church service and services generally on Easter Sunday. That would be a beautiful thing.
My instinct is that if indeed churches are packed on Easter, it'll be funerals, not for Easter service. And I asked yesterday on my Twitter account, is there any metric or data point that anyone can point me to that indicates Trump is right, that we've turned the corner and are now on the tail end of the, as he calls it, war against the invisible scourge, or scourge, as he has referred to it? I was hoping someone would point me to something. Like even if it's a weak case for having turned the corner, I was hoping someone would respond to me on Twitter and say, look at these numbers, look at those numbers. We have turned the corner. But nobody could. And I looked at the numbers again this morning. Cases are rising every day. The death toll is exploding. Every day we have more new cases than the day before. Yesterday we had 11,000 new confirmed cases, which probably means somewhere between 4 and 10 times that in actual cases, because we're really only testing symptomatic people, unless you're rich or famous. The death toll is exploding. More death every day. Deaths nearly doubling from Monday to Tuesday. Monday, we had 141 deaths. Tuesday, we had 225. There is no responsible metric by which we are even remotely ready to talk about packing churches on Easter. And again, if I said this before, if Trump said, listen, I really want to open up some parts of the country to younger people on Easter, not older folks, not the hot spots. We got to get some young people back to work. I would say if you want a shot at that, you need every governor, all 50 governors, to shut it down. From today until April 12, work with me, Trump should say, in all 50 states, stay home order, shut down non-essential businesses, take out only at restaurants, spacing people out at grocery stores, all that stuff. That's what I need you to do to give me a shot at giving you some good news on April 12th. It would still be very risky, but it might be defensible in some way. Trump saying, with 30 states still doing nothing, I want churches packed on Easter, is as insane as it is dangerous, as it is irresponsible. And this is the calculation that they've made. And what it seems to me is going on is that they are all skipping all of the headlines that will happen for weeks and months if they do this, of the death toll exploding, of people dying at unprecedented rates, and that they'll just see the stock market going up, and they'll see an unemployment number that's not as bad as it otherwise would be. They'll see a GDP decline that's not as bad as it otherwise would be. And they're envisioning getting to the other side of this scot-free and being able to claim some kind of heroic victory. I don't know. Maybe he's right. I mean, as tragic as it will be, is it true that many people in the country would accept a higher death toll to feel as though the economy is doing better and people are working? Like, maybe my perspective is wrong. And when you look at the approval polls of Trump, which we'll talk about on the bonus show today, his approval rating is higher than it's been in a long time. More than half the country believes Trump is doing a good job handling this. Like, maybe I'm the odd man out. Am I the one who says, am I the one who is the outlier by saying this doesn't make sense? The economic situation that would eventually recover anyway is not worth killing so many additional people. Maybe I'm the crazy person. Let me know. We're covering this on our Instagram page at David Pakman Show. While you're there, if you want to see my behind the scenes video of my home studio setup, that's on my personal Instagram, david.pakman. Quick break, right back after this.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
The David Pakman Show depends on the support of our viewers and listeners, and one way to keep us going is through Patreon, where you can pledge as little as $1 per month or as much as you want at patreon.com/David Pakman Show. Great perks and benefits as well. Read about them.
Welcome back to the David Pakman Show.
It's great to welcome today John Tai to the program, a former NSA whistleblower and a lawyer who back in 2017 founded Whistleblower Aid, which has provided support to the anonymous Ukraine whistleblower, among many other things. John, great to have you on today.
Thank you so much, David.
So let's start with your path. Executive Order 12333. What is it, and how did that turn you into a whistleblower?
Thanks. I was at the State Department. I worked in the Human Rights Bureau from 2011 to 2014 on internet freedom. And in that role, I had a top secret clearance. So I was reading intelligence from various countries around the world. And in June of 2013, the Snowden disclosures became very public news. And I was part of the diplomatic response to those disclosures, both with Germany, Brazil, other countries, the United Nations, the Human Rights Council in Geneva. And during that period, in the 9 months following that, I got a couple of briefings from the NSA on the scope of U.S. signals intelligence collection. And what I learned was, for that whole year following the Snowden leaks, there hadn't been a single story, despite front page stories almost every day, hadn't been a single story on the main legal authority that the NSA is using to collect Americans' data, which is, as you said, Executive Order 12333. I was concerned about this. I was interested. I obviously care very deeply about human rights and Americans' privacy. And so basically, this is a legal loophole where the NSA is using an authority originally intended to collect foreigners' data to actually sweep up most of what we do online, including U.S. persons, American citizens. This concerned me. It wasn't being addressed in the policy responses to the Snowden disclosures. And during that period, I became a whistleblower. I did not want to go to prison. I did not want to flee the country. And so I hired a couple of lawyers. I paid them $13,000. This would have been in 2014, probably March, April 2014, and went through the lawful disclosure process. So I met with the State Department Inspector General, the NSA Inspector General, House and Senate Intelligence Committees, and others, and eventually went through the pre-publication review process and published an op-ed in the Washington Post about this problem.
So essentially, you believe that Order 12333 was being misused in order to surveil Americans when, as it was written, you believe it was not meant to apply to Americans.
Yeah, that's right. It was originally, before the internet, there were two legal regimes, a statutory regime for intelligence agency operations inside the United States, which is under FISA, the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act. And then 12333 was meant to cover all the operations outside of our borders. With the internet, that distinction between inside our borders and outside our borders became almost irrelevant, or much less relevant. And a whole bunch of Americans' data is stored in data centers around the world, and it's treated as foreign persons' data and collected as such by the NSA.
When we think about the government's treatment of prominent, and again, even the use of the term whistleblower versus leaker, it's the subject of debate and controversy. So I'm not trying to sort of like prime the discussion in any particular way. But when we think about the treatment of folks like Edward Snowden, Chelsea Manning, et cetera, you have a very wide range of opinion as to how these individuals should be treated. On one side, you have the idea that strictly speaking, if information was released in violation of how that information is classified, or if the information was obtained in a way that violates the law or whatever, that's essentially all that matters, that the content really doesn't, and individuals should be punished as such. On the other side, you have those who believe that these are merely heroic acts that should be celebrated and acted upon to change what is the misbehavior of the government, including, as you say, the misuse of an executive order in the case that you discussed. What is your general approach as to how individuals should be treated by the government and by the justice system?
Well, our motto at Whistleblower Aid is report government and corporate lawbreaking without breaking the law. So we are a legal organization. We would never help anyone to leak classified information. With that said, these are very difficult questions. There aren't easy answers. And I think reasonable people can disagree on some of this stuff. we created this organization so that people wouldn't have to choose between, following their conscience and, avoiding harm to themselves. So we try to help people follow the available lawful disclosure process. There are often more options available than many people realize, and open up more options so that people can keep their careers, don't have to go to prison, and still try to inform the public about what's going wrong. With those cases you mentioned, those people didn't feel like they had other options, and we are here to try to help people not have to put their career or their freedom in jeopardy.
Not to be overly conspiratorial or dystopian or whatever, but one can imagine situations where one would believe that the information they are trying to disclose or what they are trying to blow the whistle on is so damaging to the government that going through the process you describe might put them in jeopardy, might put them in danger, might allow them maybe to be silenced. So is it at least theoretically conceivable that people could be in a position where they want to go the route that you help people go, but they believe that starting that process actually puts them at risk or may prevent the information from going public?
Yeah, absolutely. It's a risk. There's no easy things here. And the more important the disclosure, the more significant it is, the more risky it is for the individual. And there's no way around that. We're doing everything we can to minimize those risks. But the very first thing I tell people when they come to me is, look, the safest thing you can do is go home and never talk to anyone about this again. So, most people, by the time they get to me, they've crossed that bridge and they want to explore their options for going forward. But, it's risky, and I would never say otherwise.
Can you talk a little bit for folks in our audience who might be thinking about WikiLeaks and the way that WikiLeaks has been an intermediary with much information that have been released? Can you talk about how what you do is completely different than what WikiLeaks does?
Absolutely. We are not WikiLeaks. We do not help people leak classified information. We would never, help someone. Julian Assange has been accused of attempting to help someone to hack a government database. We would never help anyone try to do that. Look, that organization has been credibly accused of, working wittingly or unwittingly with Russian intelligence. We would never do anything like that. I swore an oath to the U.S. Constitution when I was at the State Department. I'm still bound by that oath and take that very seriously. So we are very different from that approach. With that said, I'll say I don't agree with all of the charges against Assange in the sense that, if the allegations are true, and I don't know the facts, it certainly would be illegal to try to help someone hack a government database. I think publishing things received from someone else is not illegal and should not be illegal. So it's a complicated legal matter.
When it comes to the Ukraine whistleblower, can you talk a little bit about, do you believe that, this is an individual who became the target of so many prominent people in the public eye in the lead up to Donald Trump's eventual impeachment, et cetera. From your perspective, what did they go through this process in the correct way?
Absolutely. So they immediately sought legal counsel. My colleague Andrew Buckeye and Mark Zaid were the lawyers for that, who are a part of our team here at Whistleblower Aid. From the very beginning, they were planning how to do this in a lawful way that would not expose the client to criminal prosecution or even dismissal from their job inside a U.S. intelligence agency. That person is still employed. They did follow all the rules. They are entitled to legal protections. I think they're an example of how the system, of how people do sometimes have more options than they know about. The legal processes here are very obscure. Some of these statutes haven't been tested very often, and so we saw that with the attempts to get this disclosure to Congress. It was bumpy. The White House did try to block Congress from receiving this in violation of the laws. but ultimately the lawyers, Andrew and Mark, were able to get it to Congress. So I certainly wouldn't say that our system is flawless, but there are often more options than people understand. And in this case, the client did an amazing job and is a true hero.
Were you able to, or let me phrase it a different way, before the attempts to out and create backlash against the whistleblower started, had you already anticipated that it would reach the degree that it did? And how did you advise the client to be prepared for that in terms of security, in terms of practical things?
Well, I have to be a little circumspect here. First of all, I never had any direct contact with the client. Andrew and Mark, my colleagues, were the ones representing the client.
Yeah, you as a firm,
they were in direct
I'm saying,
touch. Yeah, our firm. So I can't confirm or deny any kind of things about that person's identity or anything like that. Broadly speaking, as soon as it was clear that this implicated the president and the 2020 election,
yes,
it was obvious that this was going to be a very high-profile matter, that there were going to be security concerns. From day one, we brought in top-level security people on the digital side, on the physical side. As you may know, Mark Zaid, one of the lawyers, he was getting death threats. We had armed guards on Mark Zaid 24 hours a day for months. And now the Department of Justice is bringing a criminal prosecution against one of the individuals who was threatening to hurt Mark. So it was a very serious situation. We knew that from the beginning. And from the beginning, we were taking steps. That's really all I can say.
Is this, once you understand the scope of what is going on, and again, without revealing anything particular in general terms, do you do extra? I mean, I know that you say, you always say to a lot of the folks that come to you, the easiest thing for you is to go back home and never speak about this again. But are there more conversations than normal of that type, given these particular circumstances?
I was not, I never had a conversation with this client, so I'm not going to speak to that.
Fair enough. When we look going forward, is there anything that you believe took place in or surrounding the Ukraine whistleblower situation that may sort of change the way these things are potentially handled in the future, both by a firm like yours representing someone like this, but also the way that Congress, the House of Representatives, and others worked in receiving the information?
Yeah, clearly threats, intimidation, starting with the President of the United States, the President's family, senior officials, U.S. senators, attempts to identify, intimidate this person are extremely harmful, arguably illegal in some cases. You could make the argument that any kind of presidential effort to intimidate a whistleblower itself constitutes, an offense. And so there were serious problems here. Some of those people should be held accountable for their actions. It is never right to try to identify a whistleblower with the knowledge that some extremists would threaten that person, possibly act violently against that person. There need to be stronger protections in place. Arguably, that kind of behavior should be criminalized, which it's not today, except in certain narrow circumstances. And Congress needs to identify the gaps that were apparent in the system and fill them with legislation. And certainly there need to be reforms. Andrew and Mark published a New York Times op-ed 2 or 3 weeks ago that laid out some of their ideas for that. So clearly there's room for improvement.
Yes, certainly an understatement, I would say. Room for improvement for sure, as in regards to a lot of the elements of how this all went down. John Tye, former NSA whistleblower and attorney, who in 2017 founded Whistleblower Aid. John, so great to speak to you, and I really appreciate your time today.
Thanks, David.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com. The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
So we've been covering the sham treatments and cures for the virus from all sorts of different grifters. We've looked at some well-known Christian televangelist grifters like Jim Bakker. He's been selling a so-called silver solution. We've looked at propagandist and conspiracy theorist Alex Jones. He's selling a coronavirus toothpaste that he claims kills coronavirus. We've also seen people like Kenneth Copeland, who are making money by receiving donations for praying away coronavirus through the television. Today, I have something very, very different. Today, I have video of Okeechobee Commissioner Bryant Culpepper. This is Okeechobee County in Florida. This guy says the virus can't survive high temperatures. So what you can do is you take a hairdryer and you blow hot air down your throat, aspirate the hot air coming out of the blow dryer to kill the virus. Now, this is real, this guy says. He says, I was a paramedic, and this makes sense to him. Take a look.
This might sound kind of silly, but being in the medical field that I was as a paramedic, it started to make a lot of sense. One of the things that was pointed out in this interview with one of the doctors, foremost doctors that has studied the coronavirus, says that the nasal passages and the nasal membranes are the coolest part of the body. That's why the virus tends to go there until it then becomes healthy enough to go into the lungs. This sounds really goofy, and it did to me too, but it works. Once the temperature reaches 136 degrees Fahrenheit, the virus falls apart and just it disintegrates, okay? And I said, well, how would you get the temperature up to 132 degrees? The answer was you use a blow dryer because it's capable of doing that. So you hold a blow dryer in front of your face and you inhale with your nose, and it kills all the viruses in your nose.
Okay.
There's an idea, right? Now, another person in the room immediately warned people about disinformation that is spreading quickly. This is not just dumb. It's incredibly dangerous and irresponsible to say. And here's the key part, okay? So he talks about this so-called cure or treatment. Someone else in the room says, you've got to be really careful about nonsense you hear on social media. And he says, no. I didn't get it from social media. I got it from OAN, One America News. That's that insane right-wing propaganda channel, which Donald Trump increasingly has been promoting. Take a look at this.
Social media, I would not even have brought that up. This was on OAN and One America News Network, which is the fastest growing national network on cable. And it's the new Fox News, if you want to know the truth. And it was a doctor, and it did have his credentials that he has been one of the foremost doctors in studying, how this is transmitted. And that's where that came from. And I agree with you. There's a lot of baloney out there on social media. You've got to be very careful.
Proudly saying, I got this from OAN. Culpepper was ultimately shamed into apologizing for this. He posted to his personal Facebook page, I am sorry for comments I made. I was only trying to give comfort to those in Okeechobee who have no insurance to treat their families, THERE. I should have ignored the comments that I perceived as hateful and the embarrassment I caused to my fellow commissioners and our administrator and her staff. I will not offer any more suggestions unless they are tried, are proven. I ask all of you for forgiveness for anything offensive I've uttered during these exchanges. Now, I looked at this guy's Facebook page. It may not shock you that this guy's Facebook page is riddled with insane pro-Trump propaganda. For example, a few days before his apology, he posted absolutely when he tried to stop Chinese from coming into America, the left called him racist, capital L on left. When he tried to build a wall to protect Americans, the left called him racist, capital R on racist. His posts look just like Trump's tweets. Racist is the left's favorite word to destroy a Republican, when they, in fact, are the true racist. They didn't call Obama a racist when he locked up little kids in cages and separated them from their parents, and he deported more Mexicans, the Trump. And then once more, I mean, it's just like the capitalization, the grammar, the spelling, it's all like Trump's tweets. Just to give you a little more context about the guy tweeting, suggesting rather that you inhale hot air from a blow dryer to treat coronavirus, he posted about an MSNBC dolt, as he called them, saying, does this talk from a liberal surprise anyone? Let's charge Obama for the deaths occurring in his tenure like Zika, H1N1, Ebola, and swine flu, in which he did nothing. So that's Bryant Culpepper. Now, serious question. Why is it that lunatic Trumpists are disproportionately the ones spreading these insane cure ideas? Is it political? Like, in other words, they're so desperate to defend Trump no matter what that they'll tweet, hey, we've got a simple cure for this. This isn't really as serious as some people are telling you. Is it that if you're gullible enough to vote for Trump, you're gullible enough to fall for some of these sham cures? Like, what is it that is making this nonsense spread disproportionately and overwhelmingly from Trump supporters than from the left? I want to hear from you. Why is coronavirus killing more men than women at a higher rate, killing men than women? Early, we had just the case numbers and death numbers from China, and we immediately saw a much higher rate of death for men than for women. And the suggestion was that in China, culturally, men smoke more than women. Men are much more likely to be smoking cigarettes. And we know cigarettes weaken your respiratory system. They can depress your immune system. And because coronavirus seems to vary a lot depending on the underlying health condition of the person infected, men were more likely to die in China because men are much more likely to be smokers. It seemed plausible in any case. The trend, though, is continuing in a lot of different countries. And we are now seeing that in Italy, men are 60% of the cases, but 70% of the deaths. In South Korea, more women have tested positive, but yet the deaths are 54% men. The U.S. so far is not releasing this detailed level of information, so we don't know what's going on here. The U.S. should start releasing that data. But in total, for all countries where we have data, men are about 50% more likely than women to die after being diagnosed. Now, remember, 50% can mean if women have a 2% death rate, men have a 3% death rate. That's 50% more. I don't want people to misunderstand the numbers around that. So what's at play here? The smoking issue does seem to be a factor, and possibly alcohol consumption as well. We have world data from 5 years ago. And as of 5 years ago, 36% of men over age 15 smoke, where only 7% of women over age 15 smoke. That's a big difference. And if indeed smoking is essentially a comorbidity with coronavirus, that is important. Meanwhile, alcohol consumption for men is 11 liters, where it's 2 liters for women. That may be a factor. We saw that SARS and MERS also had higher death rates for men than women. So it seems not unique to COVID-19. And there's also a general evolutionary idea that maybe women have stronger immune responses to viruses in general because of pregnancy essentially being living 9 months of your life with a foreign body inside of you. It may confer some kind of survival advantage. There could be a hormonal element to this. And then also actual pre-existing conditions appear to be a factor. We know that pre-existing conditions increase mortality for COVID patients. Check out some of the gender differences. Men more likely to have heart disease than women, stroke than women, COPD, a lung disease, and slightly more likely to have high blood pressure. All of these conditions are known to increase the death rate from coronavirus. So the takeaways are the death rate is remaining higher for men than women in all of the countries providing data. We initially heard this out of China. Other countries providing us this data seem to be confirming the same thing. Number two, the U.S. is not providing data of this type, and the U.S. really should start. So that's the second takeaway. We're going to continue following this and see sort of where we come up as we get more data. We have a voicemail number. That number is 219-2-DAVID-P. We are trying to keep the voicemails non-virus focused. Here's a Biden voter saying she liked Bernie better, but voted Biden because she does not believe Bernie can win. Take a look.
My name's Mary O'Brien. I'm living in a large facility, and I'm voting for Biden. I wanted to vote for Bernie, but I didn't think he could win. I like him better, but I want Trump defeated. Thank you.
So I am hearing this from a fair number of people. The latest polls suggest either that Biden and Bernie are doing equally well against Donald Trump in hypothetical matchups, or that Biden's doing a little better than Bernie. But I'll tell you, with everything going on with the virus, I believe that the polling is going to be thrown completely out of whack. Joe Biden, his press conferences about the virus have not been great. His interviews about the virus have not been great. Bernie's been doing live streams and talking about solutions. I have no idea whether this will reopen the window of opportunity for Bernie. But there is one person explaining their vote for Biden despite liking Bernie more. Tonight, chess tournament, 8 p.m. Eastern. I'll be streaming it. It'll be on leechess.org. I invite you to join me. Otherwise, I will speak to you on the bonus show in mere minutes or tomorrow back on the program.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
We're going to call this to order. I didn't realize we were past time.
Oh, right. Thank you.
So we'll call this to order at 6:32. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. See Mr. Dunkley coming in here.
Wow, skiing? I wish.
So, given everything that's going on, there's going to be some alterations to the agenda. I do have a couple of additions, a couple of things that we had asked the people that had requested to be on the agenda, whether they felt it was pertinent tonight. So we will table the town picnic discussion. We will also table the town and select board policies under old business. Additions to the agenda, I have 1, 2, 3. First will be to make appointments. I'm sorry, that one's actually already on there. So we have the other one, discussion about a direct mailer to identify vulnerable adults. The other one is going to have to do with some town employees and potential pay during these closures. I don't feel that that needs to be an executive session. Would you agree with that?
I think that's okay.
Okay.
No names are going to be said, right?
Yeah, we can do that without that, sure. And that's all that I have.
Oh, and Maddie Arns, we appointed her as our representative to handicap, but we also need to state that she's also our liaison, so that it carries through.
Yeah, okay.
I'm sorry.
Where would you like to?
I missed that.
Maddie Arms is our representative to handicap, but we need to state she's also our liaison.
Okay. Thank you.
All right.
So moved. That's all of them.
Can I get a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right. So we will continue. Chair remarks. I have to be honest that I all day had tried to figure out how to address any of this stuff that's going on. Certainly I have children that are seeing it as well, dealing with the schools, and this is nothing but a learning curve, and each day we are figuring new things out, and just as we feel we have them figured out, things change. So we're doing the best that we can. The one thing that I can assure the town of Vernon is that your elected officials, your town employees, everybody has certainly come together and worked tirelessly to get through this. The EOC has been unbelievable in keeping us updated with things. Just reaching out, Sarah Coffey, who's here with us this evening, she has been in touch with us to make sure that Vernon is okay, just seeing what we might need. So given that, I think that we are headed in the right direction, and we'll get through this as a team here. So with that being said, I would ask that David Emery and Mark Snow join us for a committee report.
Good evening, everyone. I'll just give you a brief update where things are going, because I'm confident that after we leave, it'll be different. That's how rapidly things are changing. I sent out some reports this morning, and as of this evening, they've already changed. However, let me give you some of the things where we are. I'm going to talk a little bit about what the state has done and ordered and changed, and then I'll go into what we did in Vernon. As of right now, you know, the governor ordered all restaurants and bars closed as of 2 o'clock this afternoon. However, takeout orders, or as they call takeaway orders, are still an option for restaurants to do. And some are electing to do that and some are not. So that's still open. Grocery stores are still open and operating. However, that will be determined by employees as they go along. If enough employees can't man the store, then that will be a complicator for them, as for everyone throughout the country. The state of Vermont is ramping up labs. There's the opportunity for not only the state lab, but for outsourcing for that to take place. And as of this evening, there are 12 positive cases in Vermont. They tested 421 negatives. 474 are being monitored as of right now, and 143 have completed the monitoring. There's a lot of information out there, and probably the biggest thing is sharing information. And probably the most important thing is use some credible websites. Go to the CDC, and they've all been posted many, many times. However, I caution you and urge you, what you read on Facebook may not be 100% accurate. So I would tell you to use the accurate websites of the CDC and the state of Vermont Emergency Management, etc. We are suggesting any Vernon residents that have routine doctor's appointments or visits that they contact that physician to see if they still want them to come in. And some doctors are stopping for a couple of weeks. However, anything that's an emergent or emergency, that's still on the table, that you please don't hesitate to activate your 911 system. If you do, you're going to be asked a number of questions about how you're feeling and what's going on and the particular emergency that's happening. The appropriate agencies will respond. Vernon Fire will respond as a medical team. However, depending on the case, they may or may not enter the house or the building. If in fact when Rescue Inc., the ambulance arrives, they are going to be geared up to take care of that. The nursing homes, let me come backwards. So that's where we are with doctors in emergencies. We feel extremely well prepared that that's going to be handled no matter what the emergency is. Last evening, we met with the emergency management group, as well as we invited a number of other people with us, and I forgot to mention that Mark and I are teamed up as a team. Mark is the health officer, as you know. So between the two of us, we seem to get a lot of information. Some of it's the same, and we forward it out to our team, and a lot of it's redundant. But it's better to have it more than once and know it than say you never got it. So what I'm going to pass out, and for your reading enjoyment, is a document that Mark prepared for us to consider, and then there's minutes from our meeting last night. So that I will pass those out together. I'm sorry.
I have that electronically. So, well, Mr. Snow, I need yours electronically. I can send it to you.
You don't think
That's the only one. Then I have it, okay.
Okay. Did I get
Some of this one might have been updated today.
So what I'm going to look at first is the one that's Vernon Emergency Management 316. And I'm just going to run down through that briefly, and we'll answer questions that you have. Again, I'm sure it's nothing that you don't already know. But some of the things that are happening, Vernon Green is one of the targeted areas that we have to be extremely considerable to help them. They have, unfortunate, the age group that's being looked at. They have some great stuff already in place. Visitors and stuff are stopped at the door. If there is any reason for people to enter there, such as rescues, or they will go through not only a questionnaire, but the temperatures will be taken before they enter the building. So they are pretty much on top of that. I talked with Vermont Yankee, and because they're not operating, the crisis is considerably lower than what it would have been. And at their point, if in fact their employees, North Star's employees and their workers end up, the only thing that would do is extend some of their deadlines and their target dates. The other part is the security part, and you can sleep well to know that they have a good handle on the security side. The fire chief, as I mentioned, is feeling comfortable where he is with the response. Mutual aid is now and has been a product and is still in effect for fire. The Vernon School, as you know, has been closed. Today, as of today, all the schools in the state of Vermont, there were some options where they could run Monday and Tuesday, but now the state of Vermont is completely closed. And one of the things is that they're continuing to do their meals, and it's set up so that meals for kids that typically get that will still be able to get the meals. Part of the plan is to, the buses will run the bus routes and utilize the bus routes for dropping off meals as necessary.
In addition to that, the Vernon Green did indicate last night that they handle the Meals on Wheels program for Vernon, and that they do have the capabilities of providing some additional meals. Any referrals should be directed to Chris McAvoy at the Brattleboro Senior Meals, and he'll make arrangements with Vernon Green to make that happen.
Okay, good. The Sheriff's Department is on board as far as responding to emergencies. They will respond to the emergency, the medical emergency, but they probably won't participate unless it's needed. One of the things that you're going to talk about later is identifying who in our town has a special need, and we have a list of people that Tom has been on today and has done an extremely good job of identifying that. So we may be ahead of that game. However, I'm not so sure that sending postcards might be a good idea anyway.
Mr. Chairman, just because of your lead on that, but in a lot of the agencies I've spoken to today, we are ahead of most communities in doing the making sure that our vulnerable populations are going to have communication back and forth from these agencies, either through the town hall or through the EMD. Or two of the agencies said no one's doing this yet, but you guys. So,
and also I think important to extend that, saying that yes, but that's also the only the people that are in those systems are accounted for. Mm-hmm. So we are missing a large group here.
And that's been part of the questioning, but I'll let
Right. Well, I'm hoping we're not missing a large part.
Well, sure.
I'm hoping that we're going to get that number. However, I'm confident there are numbers of people out there in our town that aren't receiving some of those services that hopefully we can identify. So having that said, as Mark mentioned, the Meals on Wheels for Vernon is done through the Vernon Hall. And they have indicated, or Mr. Sleeper indicated, that we're encouraging people to go through Chris McAvoy. However, if we know of people that haven't, we're still going to feed them. We're still going to make sure that works. One of the things that we would shout out to all our Vernon residents and saying that if you're willing to be a volunteer, to go on a volunteer list for different tasks that may come up, send Tim Arsenal email or a phone call, and we'll get your information and put you on that list and maybe task you for help as things goes on. As of right now, we are in pretty good shape. I'm not sure that any of us will ever be ahead of the curve, but we're keeping our wheels on the ground. The road commissioner who's here, and he can speak to it, but he's all set with his mutual aid systems and whoever. We're somewhat fortunate. We don't expect more than 10 feet of snow the rest of the year, but we're fortunate that maybe the time of the year might be helpful to us. Bruce Burks at the Vernon Church does the food shelf, and they get their food and stuff through Vermont Food Bank, and they are comfortable with how they're handling it and with what's happening, and they're going to continue that, and people will still be able to go there. However, the process may change where they'll bring the food out to them versus them going in and shopping.
And I do believe that if, and speaking with Bruce, that should delivery need to happen, I believe that there's volunteers in that church that would be willing to help with that.
And that's correct. Looking down through, we had Deputy Whittle with us last night, and as you know, the Sheriff's Department had created a long time ago a program called Are You Okay? And that's still up and running, and if people want to use that, did you get forms today?
I did.
Okay.
Yep. And
So
that was also posted to the Facebook page from Tim today as well.
Okay. And I know Tim's gonna update Vernon's webpage, unofficial webpage.
Yes.
He's gonna do all of that and get that done. The Vernon store, at this point, is gonna stay open, and they are operable. And in a nutshell, and it truly is a nutshell, anything that
No, I would just repeat what you said in regards to people gathering information. Use reputable websites such as CDC, the Vermont Department of Public Health. The Dial 211 is also an informational number. Vermont Emergency
We do have to be
Management.
careful with 211, and I found this out the other day, that with our border of New Hampshire sometimes will pick that call up. They will give you an 800 number to call Vermont's 211, but if we are on the Mass border or close enough to the New Hampshire border, it'll kick us off to a different tower.
That's the first time I'd heard that.
Yeah.
Good to know. So there's numerous respectable and websites out there that you can get information from. We do not recommend using social media for that, such as Facebook. I believe that's pretty much it in a nutshell, with the exception of, remember, we all have a role in this during this pandemic. And what the Vermont Department of Public Health is sending out as a message to everyone is to be prepared, but don't panic. Stay informed. Take everyday preventive measures. Social distancing. Avoid large gatherings. Avoid close contact and direct contact. And wash your hands frequently. Those are the basic messages that are being sent out by government agencies today. I guess moving forward, in addition to volunteers, if there's anyone out there that knows of a neighbor or someone that may need some assistance, they are certainly welcome to give myself or Dave Emery a phone call or an email, and we are making that available, and Tim will be posting that on the website in the near future as well.
Michael?
Questions?
Jeff?
Yeah, I had a question about testing. So let's say, for example, that you have a fever and a dry cough, you do not have a general physician or health provider, don't go to the ER, right? But what do you do at that point?
Well, if you call 211, they will actually try to hook you up with one of the clinics. However, if you can't do that, you can call the hospital directly, and the hospital will say, come up here, stay in your car, we will come out and we will meet you outside. And so people that don't have physicians aren't going to just be brushed away, but one of the opportunities is to call 211 and see if they can hook you up with a clinic. If that doesn't happen, then call the hospital direct. And
so if you end up going to the hospital, is that where you're tested?
that's correct, yeah.
Okay.
Right now, for our area, the testing is being done at the hospital. However, they're looking at alternative sites that may be done. All depends on how they can keep up with it or whether they can't keep up with it. And alternative sites may be posted and for that. And I'm not a physician, so I don't know what the cases are, but some cases will be admitted and some cases will be sent home for monitoring. The hospital in Brattleboro and the hospital associations have a whole group where they can put people in different spots for different things. So right now, the surge capacity hasn't been met. So, however, we could. So again, it's all dependent on how many times people wash their hands and keep distance and do everything that you're supposed to do. And we may help not spread that any more than we have to. But as we've seen in other countries, we're not out of the woods. And what it looks like is, it was a 2-week, 4-week, 5 months, and now there's even rumblings about June and July. But today we need to get through today and see what tomorrow brings. So I don't know if that answers your question.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Go ahead, Mary.
Just so you know, Dave and I did attend a meeting last week at the Brattleboro Fire Station. There was Brattleboro Memorial Hospital and Vermont Department of Public Health personnel there. And at that time, staff from BMH indicated that they feel very comfortable at the level that they're at for staffing and supplies. Of course, that could change, quickly, but as of last week, they felt very comfortable where they were, the position they were in.
And correct me if I'm wrong, we had representation from our fire and EMS at that meeting as well?
We did.
Okay.
We did. Yeah. Yes.
In urgent care, I'm just throwing that out there because that's kind of becoming more popular. Are they playing any role in this, or are they saying, don't come to us?
No, that is still on the same tack that it was, same track. Urgent care is connected with the medical field, and they are getting all of that information that everyone else is getting. And so, yeah, you're okay with that at this point.
Okay. Sandy? Gene? Tom?
No, I'm good, thank you.
Okay, well, thank you. And it truly, my cell phone will be posted here shortly. VernonEMD@gmail.com. Call the phone, it'll forward to my phone, so whatever Vernon residents need, we'll make sure that we take care of it.
Okay. I'm going to ask Sarah to speak, if you guys could hang out in case there's anything that we may need.
We might need Sarah.
All right, perfect.
You want to come?
Yeah, come on up.
Yes. I will, Sarah, thank you.
Hi, everyone. So I touched base with Tim and Chris, and I'm happy to be here tonight. It's, as your state representative, just want you to know that we are all in the legislature taking things pretty seriously. And I think you probably all know that the State House we're not convening this week, but we're working remotely. But before we left, we passed a package of bills in the House that the Senate is taking up this week remotely, so to help with a number of things. And I shared some of that information with you by email. But I think what I just want to say is, I'm here to be of help. I'm helping. I get a lot of updates similar to what your emergency management team I've been hearing a lot about people concerned about work and employment and small businesses and what can be done. So I've been sharing information with Tim, but folks should go to the Department of Labor. There's folks about unemployment insurance. There's a lot of good information there, and there's a lot of emergency measures being put in place because of what's going on. We're concerned about, of course, Vermont's like the most vulnerable Vermonters, about folks who have to work, who work in emergency services, and how they might need childcare. The governor, I was on 2 calls today with both the Brattleboro Downtown Development Corporation, DCC, and they're having weekly calls starting this Friday. I'll send all of this to Tim so he can include it on the website, but weekly calls, resiliency webinars for small businesses and freelancers, to kind of give them, it's a confusing and complicated time right now, so they can help folks navigate. There are emergency loans that can be available through the Agency of Commerce and Community Development. So all these kinds of things are available to folks. And I want to reiterate, the message about relying on using reliable websites, because there are a few schemes that we've been hearing about. There's Johns Hopkins University has a very good site, but there's like a mock site of theirs, and it's being used to, send out viruses. So folks should be careful about the websites that they use. Today we were on a call, the Joint Rules Committee, which is made up of Senate and House leadership. We had the commissioner of Department of Children and Families talking about what the governor was going to be announcing around child care centers, that some of them were going to be directed to close unless they were serving families who were emergency workers and their children. And believe me, there's a lot of details that everyone's still figuring out, like how this is going to land on people, because we know just as much as our nurses, we need those folks in the grocery store to be working there, as well, and they're kind of essential operations. And there was a conversation that we had with the secretary, it was the Department of Labor, about supply chain and food and groceries and everything. And it was very reassuring to hear that there are enough supplies out there. Probably what folks have been experiencing is a mad rush. I know toilet paper is a hot commodity, as Purell, right? Mm-hmm. So
I bought some today.
Yeah.
I was able to score 20 rolls.
Yeah, you can resell that for a lot.
Yeah, I use it.
So I think, the idea is, if we, there will be more coming in, and there's reassurance that the supply chain, for groceries in our country is here, and just to also encourage people to maybe not hoard, to really, buy what you need, so that your neighbors can, when they go to the store, that they have what they need, that we can look out, for each other. So those are the kind of, that's what I'm sharing with you, what I'm hearing, but I'm also here to be a resource for you. We're working, I'm regularly working remotely, and we'll be kind of, the IT department within the legislature is figuring out how we can do our work remotely while still having, public access to our work. So it's all in process, as we say. But I'm, here to, I hope people will feel comfortable to reach out to me, and I can answer any questions if people have questions, and I'll do my best. There were some questions that came up in Guilford about a few town processes that they needed me to ask about. So I don't know if folks here have any concerns legislatively or otherwise.
Tom?
I'm sorry, I was, one of the things that I'm hearing is for citizens who may be told to stay home from work and they don't have remote access, it's more service or retail and they're restaurant. How will the state coordinate with whenever the bill from the House gets pushed over to the Senate in Washington? How is that going to be, do you know how that's going to be handed down to the states for implementation at this point? Is there any, even though it hasn't been passed and signed, is there any?
You're talking at the federal level, right?
Yeah.
So it was interesting that you should ask that, because today on one of the calls I was on, we had folks from our congressional delegation from Welsh's office and Leahy's office on the call. And there are 4 key bills that are moving between the two bodies, and there is still a lot in play. Yeah. So but we do have we have pretty smooth communication with those folks, and those folks are also participating in the Joint Rules Committee meetings, which happen daily. Good. So it's really, and the legislature is working very closely with the administration. We're a team on this, you know. So, and some of the things that we passed in the House, we passed without knowing exactly what was going to be done on the federal level, but there were things like, for example, retired doctors and nurses, to give them the flexibility and ability to help join in the case of an emergency. Amendment to expand paid sick days to businesses with 5 or more employees, all sorts of things like that. So if the federal government doesn't take care of it, we hope we will. And we have to do this all the time, to coordinate with what's going on at the federal level. But so far the communication has been good.
And the 5 or more, if I could, Mr. Chairman, seems to be a good filling the gap, because what I'm reading about the federal legislation right now, it's 50 or more, or 500. 50 to 500, and those above 500 may be exempted, and those below 50 may be exempted. So your thought of knowing that some of these businesses in the state are really
scale
small.
Of Vermont, right? We're a small scale.
Yeah.
So
thank you.
So thank you. And I know one of the questions that came up in Guilford yesterday at their special select board meeting was a concern around deadlines with developing the town plan in Guilford. Because of the public, they made the decision yesterday to postpone and cancel many of the public meetings. And as you all know, with a town plan, you need that public hearing process. So we're looking. I'm going to be looking and finding out what kinds of deadlines are going to potentially be extended, and that might come up for you in your work too, that you realize that you might need that. So please just don't hesitate to reach out, any of you. So
thank you.
Thank you for your work. I think with emergencies, we really do see the best of Vermonters, and I really do think that you all are an example, and you have some great, really well organized here, and please let me know how I can be of help.
Jean?
All set. Thank you.
Sandy?
Thank you.
The only question that I would have is if anything over Entergy had to be with North Star, if any of that had to be extended deadlines, is that going to, and maybe Michael can help with his experience from Endicap, is any of that going to affect any deadlines? Is there anything at the state level, if that?
Well, I also sit on Endicap as well, so Michael and I sat on. I think a lot of that, it's all in an MOU, and I think we should just probably reach out to them. I think it's probably a question of workforce, right? If something happens with workforce, most of that stuff it's all dictated by through the MOU at the state and the federal level. So I think I would hope that if there needs to be a conversation about that I think there's a lot of openness about what needs to happen. So
perfect. Jeff?
Yeah.
Any questions? Thanks.
Yeah.
Michael?
Thanks for coming.
Yeah.
I have one more.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Could you check with the federal folk, Peter or the senators, on whether the VA center in Bratt could be also used as a clearinghouse for testing?
They're doing no in-person business.
Right. But they could perhaps set up a parking lot test situation just to add one more venue.
One more venue.
Yeah.
Drive-through.
Yeah.
Do you know more about that, Michael?
I just know that they're not taking any patients in the office right now. I called the other day.
They're closed.
Only for telephone.
Only for
consults.
telephone.
But-
Yeah, and that is Congressman Welsh is one of his areas,
Right.
so I could definitely reach out
I have
to
a
them.
call, but they're, everybody's busy right now too, so.
Sure, yeah.
Um,
Well, I'll shoot them an email. Sometimes nice having the new email address that I have. So,
Yes, exactly.
yeah. Well, I'm going to stick around for a while, so if other things come up, and if I slip out, it's just because I have to feed some kids at home. So.
Well, if you do slip out, we appreciate it. The fact that you called the other day just to touch base, I think that Vernon and Guilford is very fortunate to have you. So thank you.
Thanks. All right.
Gordy?
Yes, sir. Good evening. And I did want to say congratulations, welcome aboard, Mr. Root. Thank you for serving our town. And as a fellow resident, I just wanted to say thank you to all of you for your service, for all that you're doing. And Tom, welcome aboard. As Thomas Paine, the political activist of the 1700s, said, these are the times that test men's souls. And your job is not an easy one. And as a financial advisor with Edward Jones, going through these volatile times in the market, I feel some of your pain, okay? But Angela Mayu said it best. She said, every storm runs out of rain. And I tell my clients regularly, this too shall pass. So again, thank you for what you're doing. And every day we get closer to the end of this very unique situation in our country's present situation. The reason that I'm here tonight, though, I just wanted to bring to your attention that two $100,000 bonds have been called in the last 2 months. One was a bond from the Royal Bank of Canada, and the other one was a Federal Home Loan Mortgage Corporation bond. I checked with Cindy Turnley, the town treasurer, and she is not in need of any of that cash at this point and feels comfortable reinvesting that into another bond. And so what I'd like to propose is that we reinvest that into a federal agency bond. It is the Federal Farm Credit Bank bond. And just for your clarification and understanding of what that is, I'll just give you a brief description. This is a Federal Farm Credit Bank bond as part of the Farm Credit System. It is a cooperatively owned nationwide system of banks and associations that provide services to farmers, ranchers, and producers or harvesters of aquatic products, rural homeowners, and agricultural and rural cooperatives. This bond is a AA+ rated bond, so it is a highly rated bond. Its coupon rate or interest rate is 2.78%. And at this point, I would just entertain the motion for you to grant us permission to reinvest the $200,000 that is available to put into this bond. And again, sticking with our conservative nature in our portfolio and our bonds, it has been a benefit for the town to be investing as conservatively as we have been, as you can tell by the past month or two. So I'd entertain any questions that you might have.
Michael? Good.
Good, thanks.
Good.
I move that we authorize the investment of two $100,000 bonds with Federal Farm Credit Bank.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? You're all set, sir.
Okay, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Mr. Walker, come on down.
See you guys.
I'm actually going to change this to 2, Chris, for the state.
Whatever you want, man.
Well, they've changed everything on us, the rule of everything. The first one is for a signature for certification of compliance for the town road and bridge standards, which has been in place. It's just a yearly thing. We'll go by what we have in place with the state.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve and sign a certificate of compliance for town and road bridge.
Motion.
Second.
Second, moved and seconded to sign the certification of compliance for town road and bridge standards. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? All right. Is that for all all of us?
So,
All right. Number 2, sir.
Annual financial plan for the state for class 2 and 3 roads. Normally, they go over it and send it back, but they're not working. They wanna know if I could do it. What we've done every year, it's filled out, it's actually on the back. And I will send it off to them, and if things have to change, they will let us know.
No class 4s on that, huh?
Nope.
Just checking.
Entertain a motion to sign this, please.
so moved.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Did you second?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Opposed? Perfect. There it is.
And I'll make a copy before I can get it to you, Tom and Tim.
In light of everything else that's going on, is there anything that we should be aware of? Anything that everything's good?
Everything's going
Happy
good.
down there? Life is good? Employees
Yep.
are feeling good?
Yeah, you get my message today?
Yes, I did. Yes,
okay.
yeah, and I'm sorry, and I sent that over to Tim,
Okay.
because he's making the volunteer list, so he'll have that information, should we need it.
All right.
So I appreciate your help on that.
The other thing, I asked Tom, we missed it.
Yeah, we did.
Truck bid, to put it out, I'm wondering, will the board let us put it out to bid instead of going to trade it in, to actually sell it outright from the garage and try to get what the dealer would get?
Do you have a number on that yet?
We can probably almost double it. I know what they offered us is 12,
Which truck are we talking here?
the 03 dump truck, full-size truck.
Sounds good to me.
Is that a 10-wheeler, dude?
No, single axle.
Single axle?
Gene, any thoughts on that?
Sounds like it'd be worth a try.
I agree.
Yeah.
All right, then I'll take that out that we're not trading it in, just so I know.
Should we vote on that, or?
Okay.
I'm asking you because I don't know what I'm doing over here, so.
It's a good idea, because we're waiting back.
Okay, so I would entertain a motion.
I move that we allow David to try to sell the 03 dump truck outright.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? All right, go for it, sir.
And this is just an FYI for you guys, it's brought up the last 2 years at town meeting, because of the time of year, I figured I'd do it. So, it comes up at budget time again, and everybody will be on the same page. And that's it.
All right, thank you, sir.
Yep.
All right, we are into the approval of minutes from, what is that, March 3rd? Thank you, guys.
I move that we accept the minutes of our reorganization meeting, March 3rd, as written.
Can I get a second? Moved and seconded. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And we are all set with that. Bills and warrants.
Okay. I move that we approve payment of the following warrant. 19T accounts payable, $85,273.19. 7S payroll, $7,776.29. 8S payroll, $7,800.23. 9S payroll, $7,075.98. And 10S payroll, $7,869.52. And ratify 18T accounts payable, $15,402.62.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? all set. We will move on to new business. Michael, welcome to the select board. Thank you for volunteering in the absence and being willing to fill that role for the next year. It's appreciated and we're happy to have you here. If I may, I would like to skip down to new business number 3 and invite Seth up here. And Seth is going to join us for 2 things that we have on here. So as long as nobody is opposed to it, I'd like to bounce around a little. The recreation's old lawnmower was brought into question at town meeting. Actually asked if we would entertain either an offer to buy that or to accept bids on that. I did ask Seth about it. I did go over to the North School today. There's 2 attachments. One is a parking lot brush broom thing. There's a snow blower and the enclosed cab that goes with that. I mean, it's doing us no good. It's sitting there. So I think, I guess my thought was that we put that out to the town for bids with a starting bid of $500. And unless, I don't know what anybody else's thoughts are, that was my thought. And Jean?
There's 3 accessories there?
2 accessories and then yeah.
Maybe what the value is.
Yeah, maybe we should find out what's wrong with it first here.
I would just say it's an as-is
sure
sale. I mean, if you looking at it sitting next to the new one, it looks like an old lawnmower. It runs, well, we don't use it in the winter, so we haven't used it for a blower. We haven't used the attachments. It's I haven't used any of those since we've had it. My understanding is when we received the new one, that the dealer that delivered it felt like if their mechanics went through and fixed it all up, there was a chance they might get $2,000 for it, potentially, with all the things. And of course, that's after somebody's gone through it all and made it look pretty. So I would be comfortable with the $500, starting bid. I think is reasonable. And it's not doing us any good. We're just storing it at this point.
Gene?
And to be clear, the money would go back into the capital plan. My department doesn't receive any revenue for it. It just goes into the capital plan.
So hopefully it could go for less than 500.
Right. Yeah.
I guess if it seems like that's the best we could do.
We may get more than that. I don't know. There may be somebody
Right.
that comes in and says, "Oh, we'll give you $1,500, $1,000." I'm not sure.
Okay.
But
It's kind of a reserve, right?
right.
Sandy?
Okay.
Jeff?
I think it's a good idea.
Michael?
Yeah, I think it's sad. The lines are no good anymore and stuff, so I think it's fine.
Yeah, it's pretty worn out. I will definitely say that. But
What's the process? Do you put an ad in the paper? Do you, to make it, if you're gonna take bids on it, do you make it public so when
I'm looking directly at you for the answer on this one.
Yeah, you can put it in the paper, you're just doing it to the tent, it should be
in the paper.
Well, do you wanna put it in the least expensive paper of general
Yeah.
circulation, like the Commons or something like that? Could you get me some specs on that, please, and I can get the ad written up, so you don't have to worry about that, but I need to know the year and the model and stuff that goes with it, and as is, of course,
Yep, I can do that. I didn't bring a pen.
So
with
we'll
me
miss
today,
the
but-
deadline, it won't go in this week's.
That's
comment.
already out.
I don't mean this, it won't go in next week's comment, it'll be the week thereafter.
Okay.
So,
And then when you have that information, it can easily get posted on some of Vernon's
Oh, yeah.
media.
yeah, I'll give it, Tim is like the wizard of getting stuff where it
Right.
belongs, so I really do lean with his expertise, so.
Sure.
So I would entertain a motion to put that lawnmower out to bid with a starting bid of $500 listed in the Commons, as well as our Vernon pages.
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? All right. This next one, we're gonna jump down to one of the additions, which was the payroll question. And I think, Sarah, I'm certainly glad that you're still here to weigh in on this. I'm going to get into my phone and read a message that I received today. No names. All right, gotcha. The Vernon Preschool, as you know, follows the WSESU schedule, so we will be closed until Vernon School reopens, which per the governor at this point, I believe, April 6th, Sarah?
Yes.
Is the tentative reopen date. The Vernon Preschool staff consists of 4 staff members. They are named here. 2 of them are full-time, 2 of them are part-time. One of the part-time is 15 hours weekly. The second part-time is 10 hours weekly. These hours are regularly throughout the school year, and our staff relies on this income. Vernon Preschool staff is dedicated and committed to our class success. They work around 6 students. Tough days, busy schedules throughout the year. They volunteer additional time by preparing and planning at home, communicating with preschool families, and running errands for the classroom. The role our staff plays is far more than the time spent in the classroom. They deserve to feel appreciated during this scary time. The school closure is out of our control, and during these unknown times, our staff deserves to receive their weekly pay. Though school is closed, we all still have bills to pay for, food to buy, and other expenses. I am very appreciative of our staff and feel that Vernon is very fortunate to have such a dedicated group of preschool staff. I think that this speaks directly to what Sarah was saying, that even in Montpelier, they're feeling that, what are we going to do? We've got residents that depend solely on their paychecks from here. I will just come right out and say that my opinion on this is that this is a voted on budget. It has passed, and this is out of their control. And I would say that these people should be paid until April 6th, when we can reevaluate the situation and see what would happen at that point. And now I would, Jean?
These people in,
What
does that mean?
This is just our
The town-
preschool
just the
staff.
preschool?
And if we had other departments that were forced into shutting down, I would feel exactly the same way, that we would have to look at that. And certainly, this is no fault of their own. This is not a snow day that they can use a personal day to make up for. This is not, these people, in my opinion, should not be forced to use up all of their sick days to make their ends meet through this. And then we go back to school on the 6th, and they have no time that they can use for the rest of the year.
And I think at this point, all the rest of the town employees are still able to work. Because we don't want to leave anybody out.
Yeah.
So, absolutely, I support that.
We've budgeted for this. It's not costing us a cent, and they certainly deserve it.
Jim?
Yeah, I have no problem with it. I do have a question. Are teachers still being paid?
Teachers are different because they're contracted. The preschool are our town employees. The other ones are through the SU. So I know, and I will only speak to my district, our teachers are still being paid. I am still being paid because I'm contracted. We do run into a situation where the paras, again, they are not our town employees. These are the SU employees. Paras, they fall into a different category where they're not contracted. So in my district, again, that's Wyndham Central, so I'm not speaking for Wyndham Southeast. They have the opportunity to come in and work with teachers. They have the opportunity to come in and work with custodial staff. Really anywhere that we can find some hours for them, those are available to them. That same opportunity is not allotted to the preschool staff.
Yeah, I realize there's some teachers, trying to educate remotely. So, yeah, they are being paid. I guess I would again, I'd support this, and I'd like to be consistent with the educational system.
Michael?
I agree, it's already budgeted.
I would entertain a motion to continue paying our preschool staff until April 6th. Actually, why don't we put it on our next agenda for the select, because that should be the 7th, I believe, April 7th. and then we could reevaluate, and at that time, we should have some insight from Montpelier at that point where we're headed. Perfect, so I would entertain a motion for that.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed? Perfect, Seth, you are all set, sir, thank you.
Appreciate it very much.
If you would be kind enough to reach out to her, that would be appreciated.
Absolutely will do.
Thank you.
Take care.
All right. So we are done with 1, 3, and one of the add-ons there. Update of town official contact information sheet. Did you have one of those with you, Tom, or?
No, but I did not bring it. Tim is working on updating it, and you're working on updating it.
Yeah. See all the
Okay.
red?
Yeah. Let me send to you what we have. Tim did some work on it. And you folks mark it up as you see, and there may be some duplications, and then we can get a final draft off to you for the next meeting. You'll have it.
Works for me.
Thank you.
We need to amend resolution for municipal planning grant. Tom?
I'm not sure. I don't think I brought that with me this evening either. I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to take a pass because I don't have it in front of me, Chris. I apologize. I didn't bring it down.
Is that deadline sensitive or?
No, they've actually, we got notice today that they were putting the grant requirements out another 30 days. Till the ones due in April are now due in May, so I'm not too concerned about that.
Okay.
If there is an issue with it, I'll get a hold of you.
All right, so we will table that until the 7th. We need to appoint Vernon representation to the Wyndham Regional Commission. Is that usually Tim? Isn't that seat?
Tim is our representative now, right?
So I would entertain a motion to keep him there.
So moved.
Second? Moved and seconded from Michael to appoint Tim as our representative to the Wyndham Regional Commission. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? All set. We are tabling the discussion about the town picnic. Obviously, we don't even know if we're gonna be able to have a town picnic in June as of now, so kind of a moot point. Maddie Arms, if you would speak to that, Sandy?
Okay, we just need to reiterate that Maddie Arms, while she is our representative, she also serves as our liaison, and she will keep in contact with us as a board on what's going on in handicap.
Okay.
I thought I had put the appointments of, so our solid waste committee has nobody on it. Do we need a vote on that? I'm sorry.
No, we just needed to state that.
Okay. So our solid waste committee has Bob Spencer on it, who is a non-voting member. I put something out, just letting the residents know that we needed to refill that committee, and I was blown away by the response that we got. So I will read some names here, and as long as there is no, everybody is in favor of it, I would just entertain a motion that we appoint to the Solid Waste Committee Don Rosinski, Debs Lockwood Tyson, June Turner, Bob, I will kill this last name, Uccello, Munson Hicks, and Carol Campbell.
Is that 1 R or 2 R's in that, Carol?
That's a great question.
Okay.
And those are the names that I have, and I did pass that on to Bob Spencer. He was on board with all of those names, and I think that given how that committee has run recently, where it's been next to no people, that if we start with this number, I think that that's a great place to start, and let them get to work on the pay-as-you-throw issues, and hopefully we can get back on top of that. So I would entertain a motion for those names.
So moved. Second.
Moved and seconded to appoint the names listed to the Solid Waste Committee. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, all set. The last edition that we had at the EOC last night, we were talking about how do we find out our vulnerable residents? How do we get them so that we have that information on hand, so that in events like this, we can be asking Deputy Whittle to, hey, just check on these people. Tim can give them a call. We can certainly look into this. We bounced some ideas around, obviously recognizing that we live in Vermont and we are a bunch of stubborn backwoods people that don't want help. So the thought was, and the suggestion was, that we do a direct mailer of postcards. And the reason for that would be that that would give us the opportunity for, I will use my family, that my grandfather would never ever fill this out, but he has 2 kids and some grandkids in town that would get that could certainly fill that out for him on his behalf, so that it's there. And that would certainly anger my grandfather, but it was in a case like this where we don't want them leaving, we don't want them going out and about. But again, I mean, it wasn't that long ago that we dealt with Irene and all of these other things. So Tim says it's about $200-ish to mail them out, somewhere thereabouts, the same to have it printed. So the thought was it would be about $500, would be more than enough to cover that. And I was just curious the board's thoughts on this.
So what is it gonna ask? I mean, there's gonna be questions for people to answer. This is what it's gonna have.
Yeah, so it's pretty much,
do you know someone?
Do you know somebody? Is there somebody in your family? Is there a loved one that lives in town that we should be aware of in these cases? Tim and I have not gone much farther than just a quick note on what the board's thoughts were on this, but it would certainly be spelled out that, you know, we're not coming knocking on doors, we're not giving you phone calls this is just in these cases, so that we know that our EMS can check on these people, or just kind of a way that we can start to rebuild that community strength and support of helping each other, looking out for each other.
You can start keeping a record too of those "Are you okay?" forms if you start making the calls that came through today from the sheriff's office. Those, you know, you can start getting a data bank, if you will, of that type of thing. If I could, just one other, all of these human service agencies that I've been contacting through last night's meeting as well, one of the things I'm asking them, you know, the people you are dealing with, we're not asking them who they are, because they're HIPAA issues related to that, but people that you're working with, that you may only work with them a little bit for perhaps physical therapy, and they get out and they go out and get their own food and their meals and so forth. Maybe now they can't if they're concerned about getting out in the social distancing issue and all of those types of things. If you know of those folks, you can let us know, or you can have them call us directly, because you can't tell us who they are. Have them call us directly, or you might be able to hypothetically say so-and-so on X street may be someone you want to get a hold of, and we can build a data bank from that as well.
Thoughts? Jean, Sandy?
Are you going to include those at the nursing home and Union Hall? And because those are pretty well, you know, you've got to have a bus there to get them out of there.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Birches and I think the Huckle Hill House are different.
Right.
I'm not sure, I mean, the hall is staffed 24/7, so I'm not sure that one's as important, but.
Right. So would you ask for their phone numbers or just their 911 address?
What do you think? This is a quick note at an EOC meeting that we were trying to come up with ways to make sure that we did not overlook anybody in this.
Maybe if they put down their name, like if Michael was answering for his mother, who probably kill me for saying this, she's not old enough yet. But if he was, he could put his name down and they could contact him personally for the address and the phone number if they don't want it printed.
Sure.
I don't know.
Jeff?
Yeah, I think it's a good investment in our community. It's probably something that's gonna have to be done every so often though.
Mm-hmm.
You know, as people come and go.
It's not just elderly either. You know, it could be people with disabilities otherwise.
Certainly, yeah, I mean, I think the wording would be vulnerable.
Right.
But,
Jeff right now.
Would you like us to contact you? Check yes, please, you know, give us a number, there, your contact number or email, we can reach you.
check yes just for the free meal delivery.
Could have used the delivery a few weeks ago.
Michael?
I'm not gonna speak on the mailing because it has to do with my job, but you could reach out to the post office because rural carriers see people every day that most people don't.
That's right.
I can't do that, but somebody should.
Can they do that as rural carriers? Can they let us know?
Refer you to the postmaster of Vernon.
So what do we want to do?
I would do it. We'll have to work on tweaking it to be sure we can touch on everybody.
Yeah, I think it's something you should pursue. When it's a little more concrete, the details, and we can talk about it again.
So if we, if Tim was able to have that ready for our next meeting, we could make a decision on that.
Or if he had it ready beforehand, he could let us know and we could ratify it. Something that important could be done that way, I think.
Okay. Motion on this?
I move that we allow up to $500 for preparation and mailing of postcards for vulnerable Vernon residents.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Abstain or whatever.
Yep. We are gonna table the select board policies. Despite everything that's going on, I think that we still need to have a discussion about the town administrator recruitment and what our thoughts are on that. It's kind of, with town meeting and with everything else, it's kind of gone stagnant for a little bit, and I think that we need to open that back up. And I truthfully am not even sure where we left off with that, because there was some follow-up with VLCT and then everything went away. So
that was what primarily just to try to locate an interim.
Is that what that, okay.
Yeah, I believe so.
Because I thought last time they were part of, but there was gonna be a fee and to have them help us with that hiring process.
Wasn't that 6,000? Wasn't that the number?
Yeah, it was somewhere thereabout.
But first, we need to get that job description under control.
Mhm.
You know, because we've kind of started maneuvering things a little bit with that. And then I think from there, you could approach VLCT to advertise, right?
We were talking about Indeed as well.
Mm-hmm.
I think,
Start with just that.
I think part of it is gonna come down to what's left in that job description too. If we go through that, is that still a full-on town admin position, or have we gone to more of a administrative assistant role, or and if we start to head in that direction, do we need VLCT to be the ones that are leading that hiring process, or could we do that internally to save the 6,500? Or I mean, these are things that we're gonna have to figure out here.
The board's gotta decide what it wants out of the position. But if you are going to look for someone that has grant writing acumen, which is not always a town administrator acumen. But a lot of town administrators can. If you bring it down to an admin assistant or an executive assistant type level, however you might want to call it, you probably may not, that is a better term, may not have the same level of expertise relative to grant ability when you bring the level.
Do they have people, grant writers, that do it like on a,
Freelance?
yeah,
I can give you 3 or 4 different people that do that, and the Wyndham Regional Commission should be able to help you with some grant writing as well.
you pay them.
Okay, and I don't know the breadth of, but I know in past lives, both in Vermont and otherwhere, the regional planning commissions were very helpful in that type of thing. They were also helpful in grant administration. But I think the board, just because of what I've heard from different members, need to really decide what in fact you want this person to be and to do. There are a number of position descriptions in the area, small towns. Guilford, Putney has a town manager that's a little different. Northfield has a town administrator position. They're a little bit bigger, not a lot bigger, but they're a little bit bigger. Different state, different laws, that type of thing, but a lot of same issues, same about number of employees, that type of thing. You need to really just figure out, if you don't want this person to have strong personnel oversight, then you have to work the job description to be very clear of that too. So it really is something that this board, and maybe you wanna do a facilitated meeting on that, and I'd be more than happy to facilitate that meeting for you, so you can, don't worry about taking notes, don't worry, just, have a free flow of the board, and make that, figure out exactly what it is you want out of someone that you're paying fairly good for Vernon, good salary for, and decide what you want that person to do.
Sandy?
That's a good idea.
Jeff?
Yeah, I like the idea of the facilitated meeting.
Okay.
Probably for Michael's benefit. If you can locate the very last copy of a job description.
For here.
Yeah,
Mhm.
for here. I mean, Michael's gonna need a copy. I've lost my copy. I've got an old one, but an old job description.
I have one that was done in anticipation of advertising. So it basically had all the same information that the past town administrator that was her job description. It was just maybe rearranged
This
a little
was from
bit.
years ago? Or current?
Current, I guess. I mean, it was just done like in January or something.
Well, that
It just got reorganized a little, but it had in it at least the latest job description that I had. It had everything in it.
So, Tom, could we task you with getting the most recent one out to the board as a whole?
Yep.
And if you could include a description from Guilford, Northfield, and pick one more. I don't care.
I don't go north, I generally go south, so going north, Newfane has someone, I think.
Do they have I don't think they have a town administrator, do they?
Dover. Wilmington has a town manager.
Just pick one, send us 3 of them.
Sunderland's a town, it's a
I
little
don't
bigger.
really want another Massachusetts.
Yeah, I
town.
understand, I'm just thinking of smaller, Warwick has somebody.
Yeah, those are mass.
Yeah.
Stick to Wyndham County.
Okay. I'll find somebody, I'll find.
And if you could get that to us, and then we could try and figure out when we wanted to meet for that.
And if you look at the VLCT book that
Yeah.
has all the people in it that tell you.
Yeah, I've had some.
Compensation and stuff.
It would certainly be nice to have this rolling before the new fiscal year.
Yeah, any money to advertise doesn't start till July 1st. That was in the budget we just passed. Because right now we don't have money for that.
I thought originally we had talked about using some of the remaining salary there.
Will there be remaining salary?
I'm trying really hard.
Oh, I'm not faulting you, but.
I mean, there will be remaining salary if we hire somebody soon enough. I mean, that's.
Well, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't really remember that.
But I mean, I don't think
I
that.
think we threw that out there, but we,
if we push
kinda
this
like
off
not a
until,
vacant position.
If you push it off till July, you
Wow.
won't have anybody on until September, or end of August.
and then we're already touching
Well, I
that
know.
salary so.
If we can put off, getting billed till July 1st, we'll be all good.
But I think part of that is gonna come down to what that job description looks like and whether we need VLCT's help and those things. So I think that is the place to start. Let's look at 3 surrounding towns that are similar size, similar infrastructure, those types of things. Plus whatever the current job description was, and then we can spend a couple of weeks looking that over and making the changes and come back together and have that discussion.
Yeah, because you gotta look at your labor market, where you're competing against as well. What you're, for where you're drawing for candidates. There's a lot of things to look at. It's, but let's get the job descriptions out. The current one, and see what I can pick up from the other towns. Let's, spend an hour and a half throwing stuff up against the wall and seeing where it prioritizes out. And see what the board, determines that they wanna do for the town.
Everybody all right with that?
Sounds great.
Yeah, all right. So after we get that, we could, do we wanna do that at the next select board meeting, or?
I would suggest you separate it so you're not pushing up against other business.
Due to the facilitation meeting?
Yeah, because we're not.
We've got 3 weeks off.
3 weeks off, don't
Yeah.
we? Yeah, that's.
So do we wanna do it the last week in March?
Yeah.
Meet on that Tuesday, and then we'll have our select board meeting the following.
So that would be the 6th is on, the 7th is on a Tuesday, so it would be.
So that's our first meeting.
The 31st?
Yes.
Yes, I think it is.
Yep.
If you see my sister, wish her happy birthday that day.
All right, we'll do that. So we can set that March 31st at 6:30. Does that work for everybody?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I will send out some, if I can find them in my pile at home, I'll send out some basic facilitation rules and guidelines on how we may want to run this.
We do this in executive session, right?
No.
You don't?
We can, but I don't see why that would be executive session. I'm just figuring out what you want.
I don't know, I'm asking.
Right, as long as we're not gonna be saying, Chris said this and Chris said that, and it's Chris's fault.
It is Chris's.
Well, I mean.
Maybe we need executive session.
No matter what, it's all gonna be my fault, so I'm fine with
Oh, no,
this.
no, it's Michael's, remember?
Oh, that's right, yeah. He's the new dog to kick around here, right? All right, so we will do that. I think that was Oh, I think you missed this one, Sandy. So other than that, I do need to announce that April 18th at the Vernon School, we were supposed to have a fundraiser for Kelly Wunsch. That has been postponed indefinitely, given everything that is going on. I have been in touch with Mary Ross. As soon as we have some idea, direction on this, we will get back with the organizers of that and allow them to continue that. Public participation, we have none. Correspondence? Admin report?
Mr. Chairman, if I could take a few minutes, just to, been around 3-4 weeks now. Thought I'd give you a little heads up as to what I'm doing. Not in great detail, but a couple of things. When I first came on, the task was to get ready for town meeting and get things ready and put together for that town meeting. I'm sorry. I hope that presentation went well and the board was pleased with that. I want to thank the treasurer.
I have to say that was probably the best town meeting. Everybody was friendly, everybody was respectful, and our town achieved some pretty cool things that night. I was super excited.
I really thought it was important. Sandra, as chair at the time, and I talked about putting things right out there at the beginning, letting people know, not hiding what had gone on, that you've gone through some transitions, and put it right out, and that you were getting ready to move forward, and things I hope were forward leaning. That's what we wanted to have happen. One of the other things that was put to me immediately was there was some concern that we were falling behind on some grant reporting. Not the one tonight, but other grant reporting. One had to do from the Vermont Community Foundation. It was a smaller grant. And one had to do with the safety provisions that were being put on at the Recreation Department on Pond Road. The Vermont Community Foundation grant, and I can't even get into the details of what it was. I just wanted to see where we were in the reporting. That was taken care of and completed. So there's nothing more that needs to be done with that small grant. I spoke to the Vermont Community Foundation directly, the staffer that was in charge of our particular program. The recreation grant, we're putting in various safety provisions up there. That is open until 2021. So I had a conversation with the director. They're starting, they have some other things they have to do on that particular grant to put things in. It's a reimbursable, so we're collecting. We have quite a few of the receipts. They were real good about record keeping on that. And when he finishes up what he has to do up there with the swing gates and some other things that are going on, then we'll get those receipts, we'll submit. It's up to, it's an up to grant, so you may not spend the full amount that was budgeted. You may be able to do it for a little less, so the reimbursement will be less. But that is everything that needed to be done up to this date has been done. I attended the Northern Borders Council meeting that they had up in Londonderry about a week and a half ago. It'll be 2 weeks ago this week, because the Northern Borders Commission now extends throughout the whole state of Vermont. It was for a while just the upper 4 counties or 5 counties. It's a Vermont, New Hampshire, Maine, and part of New York State. Really in large part due to the work of our congressional and the other congressional delegations and senatorial delegations to put this together with the lead of the governor. The governor sits on that board. There is $4.5 million available in grant funding for each of the states in that part of New York. They are looking for actual projects. We're not ready to apply for a grant. They like bigger grants. Water and sewer are things they really like to do because it's, you can spend that money really quickly doing water and sewer projects. but broadband is something that they're looking at. One of the things that may be eligible, maybe a year out, maybe not this particular year, would be the Friends of the Governor Hunt group there, as they're working on a downtown type plan and what for a village center and those types of things. If they get some planning done, there may be some implementation money that may be available a year or so down the road. The application, they may have extended it because of this COVID-19, but as of a week and a half ago, there's no way we're gonna be able to make anything on that anyways. In Windham County, in the southern counties, there's a 50% match. And it can be some in-kind. They don't really like in-kind. We were pretty much told about that. But you can use other federal or state grants as a match. You know, where in a lot of programs you can't do that. So if you were to get a community development grant from the Department of Commerce and Community Development for, let's say, downtown work, you could use that money as a match toward anything you were applying for at the commission. And you also have a 2-year window to be able to get that match. So they could give you they could grant the grant contingent on finding the match. So it's flexible in that way, but it is not flexible in non-implemented, not planning grants. They're not looking for planning. They're not looking for fixing the town hall. They're not looking for that type of thing. But if you were to create a community center that was going to have an impact on the economic development of the town of Vernon, that may be something they look at. It was a pretty interesting meeting. There's a lot more to learn. We're working, I know that you have $15,000 to do a capital assessment. That's in your plan. And you have, I know, at least one company that I think the town of Guilford used. I've seen that email. There are other groups out there that do this as well. And I've been scouting around to see, given our square footage, you know, of the buildings, and Chris and I sat down, we kind of brainstormed the buildings too. I'm not sure if the school's involved or not, and they still have to.
We were talking about that the other day, and I don't remember if the school was one of those buildings we were looking at or not in that assessment.
I don't think so.
I don't believe it was either.
Okay, so that brings the square footage down, and it will bring the cost down for any firm that's looking at this. But we did go through a number of the buildings, trying to laundry list them out, and I'm gonna talk to Dude Solutions as well. And there are a couple other companies, they're nationals, but they're good at what they do. I don't know if $15,000 will cover that enough, but the square footage is gonna be close, because you have the highway garage, the salt shed, the building across the
Well, we
street.
got to that number based off from the information that we were given from the
The other
company that
company?
worked with Guilford.
Yeah.
So if you're saying that the other company's 15 grand's not gonna be
I don't
enough,
know that
then-
yet.
Then we're just gonna stick with where we're at.
Right, but you should get more than one quote. Whenever, I think if you're spending $15,000-$20,000, if it was something else, you'd put it out to bid. You'd put it out for RFP. So I just wanna get, if they're too high, then they're too high, and you go with what you got, and that's good. But, so I'm just doing some follow-up on that, that's all. We have spent a lot of time on this COVID-19, you know, at least in the last week. In addition, the White House had a call-in conference call. There were about 3,800 people on the call, and it was really to hear what the federal agencies, HHS and others, were planning to do. That has changed almost 100% in the last week as to what was going on in the original call. But we've been trying to stay up on that, both on a state, regional, and federal level. Talked to you about that earlier. You have a copy tonight of the current budget as to where we are to date. I had a number of questions. I want to just indicate to you that any question, or as silly as they may have sounded for someone who hasn't been working with your budget, The town treasurer and her assistant have been nothing short of outstanding in their assistance to me. I just think you folks need to know that. As has the clerk's office. I am looking for funding opportunities via grant or other gifts as it relates to the generator for this building to move the Emergency Operations Center.
You're working on that with David?
I am working on that right now just to see what's out there. Then I'm gonna talk to David about the size we need.
David's already done the legwork on that.
Okay.
So I mean, anything that's involving the EOC,
I
certainly.
was just following up with what you had asked me to take a look at for grant funding a week ago.
Right, but I put in that
Yeah.
email that you work with David
Right.
on that
Yeah, and I
because
will
he's
be.
already done all of that.
David Emery.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
So we're looking at that as well. And I think that gives you a little bit of an idea of what I'm doing, other than I'm doing a lot of file research as well. I've looked at your pay plan, I've looked at some of those types of things, and just to see how it works. I need to know the mechanics of how things work as well. So that's where we are with that. Now on your, I had one other piece of correspondence to set out to you I didn't put on your desk earlier. This is just from the Wyndham Regional Economic Resiliency Team. It came from Adam at BDCC, and I wanted you to take a look at that. And that's just things for you to, because you don't have enough to read, you're not getting enough emails on things, that just give you one more thing. Pre-bed meeting type stuff. The budget, I had a couple of questions on, and the treasurer was really, really good about helping me out with that. But if you just, I'm gonna give you some examples. The Lister's budget, from a salary perspective, is not near where it should be, given this coming up to toward the end of the third quarter, but there's been a vacancy. Okay, so that's what the answer is with that. If you turn 2 more pages over to general government, while there's a lot of the line items there, I won't get into the detail of each of them, that have not spent a lot in the line items, your general office supplies, for whatever reason, and those are shared through the departments, is currently a little upside down. And I'm gonna ask the treasurer for a detail on that so I can see where that has been spent. I just got this yesterday, so. And it's, when we go into the general government, it's about 3 or 4 pages later, when you get to the town van.
Careful now, that one gets touchy.
I'm not suggesting anything bad, I'm just suggesting this is what I've observed.
Where is it?
The gas is over, and that may be the price of gas. I don't know if you get bid gas. You do, okay. So you may be paying, that when that bid came out last year, it may have been a higher price than it is now. That's, but that is something that you just want to keep an eye on. They're gonna need to, we're probably gonna use the van quite a bit too, if we're doing some deliveries.
That would not be coming out of this budget.
Right.
If that happened.
So those are just, and the other one was, on the town garage operation, and I have not spoken to David, this is again just an observation. You can see that it's been a pretty good winter. If you go down by some of those, it's been a pretty good winter. But your fuel oil, which is your, I think, your heating oil there. It's, you shouldn't use much more between now and the end of the year anyways. But that was getting toward the tipping edge on that as well. Most everything else in the budget is pretty much right on schedule. You'll see some of the general government things you're way up for the year being late, but some things I was speaking with Ms. Carr earlier, you pay your county tax, or you pay things up front, your insurances you pay in July. So those are gonna show that a big part of that budget's already gone early in the year, but you pay those as the policies come due. But everything else seems to be right about where it belongs at this point in time. And if you have any questions as you go through the budget line by line, just give me a call and we will get the detail for you.
Do we know if the salt used here for the stairs and stuff, would that come out of that supply line, or is that somewhere else? Is that?
Will it come out of the general supplies?
I'm only asking because I know that the salt that we had was eating away the stairs. They've stopped using it and they had to buy another pallet of that. So I don't know if that would have anything to do with
okay.
Worth looking at.
So if you get a
Yeah, I'm gonna get a
detail
detailed sheet on that, so.
Yeah.
So that's really all I had on that.
All set, Tom?
Yeah, there's still a little feeling around the edges to find out, exactly who does what and how that works, but, overall, I think you're pretty well up to speed as to what we're up to.
Okay. Currently, all VLCT trainings that we had are postponed indefinitely, I believe. Sarah, do you know anything about that? Trainings, I believe everything is indefinite at this point.
Oh, I think if it's over a certain number of people, I think they put a lot, I would recommend calling them.
Okay.
'Cause
So I
I'm
don't
looking
believe
at
there's anything.
I'm looking at an update right now, I don't see anything
Okay.
about them.
We now have a special meeting on the 31st to discuss the town administrator job description. That will be at 6:30, followed by a select board meeting on April 7th at 6:30. I would ask that the board spend the next 3 weeks trying to think of some agenda items, things that we may have overlooked recently or over the last year, whether that's policies or any of that stuff that might warrant being relooked at, so that we could start to head in that direction. And as for everything else, we got a lot of information on the COVID-19. Sarah was here to represent the state, and I think that we are in a great place to carry through this. And I have to say that just watching the Facebook page, as crazy as that is for Vernon, that we have seen a drastic swing in the way that our residents are communicating with each other, the way that they're coming out to help each other. And there is more of a sense of community over the last 2 months than I have seen on that Facebook page or felt walking through our school or even in this building. And it is great to see that and to feel that. And I think that we are in a tremendous spot to move forward. We just have to look out for each other, take care of our neighbors, and see where we go. We are adjourned.
So we're going to start, so this morning we're starting by, let's recap where we've been. Yesterday we were asked by the Speaker's office to try to come up with short-term emergency proposals that would address the health care needs of Vermonters in the midst of the situation within COVID-19, particularly looking at issues of health care around home health, mental health, and related issues. We had the good fortune to be working with a group of stakeholders in the room yesterday who very actively, on our behalf and with the committees, with some conversation with the committee, came back with a list of specific proposals. You haven't seen it, it says all my notes all over it, but I don't know how to reference the document other than it's been posted.
Yesterday.
Yeah, but this issues talking about possible emergency statutory measures, looking how to sustain the care network workforce, and issues around the recommendations for issues also around compliance and insurance or consumer Medicaid recommendations. Our legislative council, who has worked very, very late through the night to try to put this in a form that we could possibly consider it. And that's what we're going to look at now. So Jen's going to walk us through. I should say that I took the liberty, because we don't know what form this may be used in today. One thought was some of this might be amended to something. I took the liberty to ask Jen to include in that amendment our telehealth bill, which we've already sent to the Senate, our workforce bill, which we have not yet reviewed fully in the committee. We talked about it, but we haven't actually approved in the committee, which we will do later today regardless at some point. So understand that that's in that amendment as a preliminary thing that's not been approved by the committee. And the interstate nurse compact, which is coming from the Senate. We were just trying to think, what are some of the essential pieces of statutory work that we're doing that is pertinent to the situation we're in. We're not going to be reviewing those parts this morning. And I didn't want anybody to when you saw that and say, I asked to have that done. But we're looking at all kinds of possibilities. So what we're going to do now is to walk through the pieces that respond to this memo and to a few of the suggestions that Jeff Hockford made around pharmacy. Blue Cross Blue Shield also alerted. I don't know how broadly that was shared, Sarah, but there was.
I sent it to our committee. What you sent.
So about the pharmacy refills being authorized, and we can come back to that. Just but there know that. Would you send that to Jen so she has it?
Which you sent? Which
what came from Sarah? Okay, maybe.
Okay, I'll send it.
Yeah. Okay. We're also.
Well, and just that there are two other pieces that Jen included so that we had it there for discussion that came as a request from inpatient psychiatry. So when you see those, that's the source. You didn't see that stuff before.
Well, I'm going to mention the resolution.
Yes.
One of the other suggestions that came out in our discussion yesterday with Brian Chena on the phone was concern for undocumented Vermonters, folks working in Vermont who are undocumented, and what can we do to protect them from fear of seeking health care services in the midst of this situation. And there are limits to what we can do, but we felt it was imperative to make some type of strong public statement, and we have a recommendation, and Anne is taking the lead on a resolution around that, which would be possibly introduce today. And Ann can say, maybe just.
I can give you a snippet because
Really
we
a snippet.
looked into it. The president has, on a couple of prior occasions in an emergency, declared health facilities as safe zones when it's critical to have folks come in and be tested for the sake of public health. He did it in some hurricane situations and the water crisis with Flint, Michigan. So this would be a request to please consider this such an instance and apply that. And also for the group of people who are legal immigrants but afraid because of the new rule that's about to come out on public health burden. If you burden the system and you're not a citizen, that be delayed implementation so that it doesn't affect getting people to come in and be tested for public health protection. So that would be what it is, and that's being worked on. We'll be able to look at it.
So then, the Joint Rules Committee is meeting as we speak, and that's the leadership of the House and the Senate. I'm told there's probably going to be a chairs meeting called for somewhere between 9 and 9:30. I'm going to leave early to go to that. Lori is going to take the lead on walking us through the review of the amendments. And depending on what might emerge from the Joint Rules Committee, there are announcements from the podium. I'll come back, and then I want to make sure everyone, we were going to work through the first hour of the floor this morning. That was our understanding, our plan. If it's appropriate or necessary for us to be on the floor to hear any announcement from the podium, we'll do that. We also have third reading on price transparency that Representative Rogers has presented yesterday. And as importantly, or more importantly, actually, we have second reading on our emergency services bill, which is also something that would become a component, possibly, of something if we did it. And Mari is presenting that. I looked at the order, and it's kind of late in the orders of the day, so that we may come back and do some more work in committee if we believe that the speaker to be off the floor.
We have our tiny snippet part of the commerce bill that
that's House meeting. So, yeah. No offense to commerce, but that doesn't really require a lot of our attention. So with that, well, first questions, and things are changing as we're doing our work. We're trying to prepare ourselves for different possibilities, and what form or action they take will be unknown until we take next steps. But I think we should be prepared. We should prepare our amendments as best we can, so that if they're to be used, then they're prepared to be used.
So I know no one knows yet. One of the possibilities would be that we would not be in the State House next week, right?
But that's a possibility. I have no idea what the decision is being made.
Yeah, I guess it feels like from everything I've been reading, it seems like there's a lot of evidence that people in leadership roles being proactive about dispersing gatherings could be a really important thing. So I think for whatever it's worth for me to say this here and someone to say it somewhere else, I'm going to say that.
Lots of places, and in room 10, they're making that decision right now.
Okay.
And I don't think there's anything more we can do to influence what decisions get made.
Understood.
So with that, I'm going to turn it over to you, but Jen, would you begin to walk us through? And there are a couple hard copies. If people need a hard copy. Yeah, that would be great. Could we go and just for our purposes Mike, let's start with you and just go around very quickly who's in the room and their affiliation, so we know who we're working with. We invite different people to come, not all of them we're familiar with.
Mike Fisher, healthcare advocate. Wayne Fisher, Orca Media.
Lauren Hibbert, Director of the Office of Professional Regulation. Nissa James, Department of Vermont Health Access.
Sarah Teachout, Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Vermont.
Emily Brown, Department of Financial Regulation.
Corey Gustafson, DIVA.
Susan Gronkowski, MVP.
Stephanie Winters, Vermont Medical Society, also representing pediatricians and family physicians.
David Hurley, I'm Executive Director of Medical Practice and Director of Hospital Liaison.
Keith Gilman, professional regulation.
Becky Lewandowski with DRM, hospitals and healthcare.
Okay, great, thank you. And I don't know, if somehow, maybe it's just me, but there seems to be extra background white noise this morning. So I will ask people on that end of the room to speak up because it's barely could hear someone.
We have guests on the phone, right?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. Thanks for the reminder. I think Brian Chena, State Representative Brian Chena of our committee's on the phone, and Commissioner Squirrel from the Department of Mental Health. Thank you. So I'm going to turn to Lucy or to Lori and have you start.
Great, thanks, Jen. Jennifer Kirby, Legislative Counsel. So this is my attempt to put the ideas that you looked at on a list yesterday into draft language, and I don't think any of them are here, but a lot of the stakeholders who were talking to you yesterday were incredibly helpful to me in coming up with more details for the language.
And I didn't say it, but those various stakeholders are also meeting separately at another meeting. He could not join us at 8:30, but we invited others for whom we were drafting, saying, does this work? So we're going to be looking for input, like, is what we put forward here feasible, viable, et cetera. So we'll be looking for input.
Yes, and I do not have particular pride of ownership. I think there's a lot in here that could probably be improved upon by people who know more about the subject matter.
Can I just, I think we hop around a lot in this, so I don't know if it would be better, Jen, in your perspective, to walk through the emergency pieces once, or stop at each one and talk to the respective groups who might be able to provide feedback. What would you like to do?
I'm not sure, from a time management standpoint, I'm not sure what makes more sense. I mean, I think, maybe to the extent that we can fix up each section as we go through it, that's great, although you are missing a lot of the...
Right. So we'll come back to the ones, but I'm thinking about OPR and medical practice. And we'll watch the time. If it's too much, I at least want you to get through it once.
All right. So we start off with some legislative intent around a state of emergency, and you heard from the stakeholders yesterday, the ones who were here, about some external things that kick in, or some things that are not tied necessarily to the governor's emergency powers that kick in if a state of emergency is declared. And so this is an attempt to get at that, although in researching one of them, I actually don't think it's applicable, so it's not in here. This would say it is the intent of the General Assembly that if the coronavirus disease 2019, which I then refer to as COVID-19, pandemic continues its expected spread in the state of Vermont, the government should exercise the authority granted by 20 VSA Section 9 to declare a state of emergency based on the all hazards event of the COVID-19 disease-related emergency. That's just using some of the language from the emergency powers statute. In addition to the emergency powers granted to the governor by 20 VSA Sections 9 and 11 during a state of emergency, such a declaration may initiate opportunities to expand access to necessary healthcare services. For example, 3 VSA Section 129A10, which is in the Secretary of State Office of Professional Regulation statute, allows certain professional licensing boards to issue temporary licenses during a declared state of emergency to healthcare providers who are licensed in good standing in another state to allow them to practice in Vermont for up to 90 days. These temporary licensees will likely be necessary to help provide critical healthcare services to Vermonters who become afflicted with COVID-19. So the other piece of that you had heard about was federal telehealth, and that Medicare coverage kicks in if there's a state of emergency, so that it waives the site and the rural locations requirements, geographical requirements. I looked into that last night, and based on some recently enacted federal legislation, that seems that it should already be in effect. It's based on a federal declaration of emergency, including declaration of public health emergency, which happened on January 31st. And it doesn't seem to have any connection to whether a state declares a state of emergency. So I did not put that in here, both because it didn't seem applicable based on the state emergency declaration, and also because it seems that it should already be in place. It seems like it was enacted specifically in part to address COVID-19. So it describes the emergency period as kind of being while we're having this emergency and for future emergencies. So do you want to stop there and seek necessary clarifications? If there are any. I mean, mostly I'm thinking if OPR thinks I got that language wrong.
You got it right.
Okay.
We're good.
Great.
Okay, great.
One, I got at least one. All right. Next we have measures. So I kind of grouped these together somewhat the way the stakeholder document had. I called this measures to support healthcare and human service provider sustainability. One thing I should say, up at the very top of the document, it says House Healthcare Committee, parentheses, and House Human Services, proposals regarding COVID-19. House Human Services, some of the members of the committee provided some input while I was next door working with the stakeholders. That has been included in here. I think they're also working on other language. I'm not sure how this is all going to roll out. I just sent it while we were sitting here to the chair and committee assistant there in case they want to take a look since their name is on it. But so you'll see there is some human service provider, also given the sort of blurred lines between what is healthcare, what is human services. So,
Which we talked a little bit about yesterday.
okay, so all of that said, measures to support healthcare and human service provider sustainability. The first one is some temporary provider tax waiver authority for the Secretary of Human Services. This would authorize the Secretary to waive payment of the assessment imposed by 33 VSA Chapter 19, Subchapter 2, what we call the provider tax, for one or more classes of healthcare providers for all or a prorated portion of fiscal year 2021. I'm not sure if that's the direction you want. There's a couple of different pieces in there, but as far as timing goes, it seems like they get imposed at potentially different times depending on provider class. And while I wasn't sure you would want to go back, and the stakeholders were not interested in you going back and recouping anything from during the emergency period, I put the prorated language in there so it didn't necessarily cut off that source of funding for all of FY 2021 if that was not necessary. So that's why the language reads the way it does. It can change. So the provider tax can be waived if the following two conditions are met. First, the governor has declared a state of emergency as a result of COVID-19, and you'll see that language repeated a lot in here. That was my effort to get at this temporary authority and have it linked to something. So it would automatically go away at the end of a state of emergency. So if the governor has declared a state of emergency as a result of COVID-19, and the waiver is necessary to preserve the ability of the providers to continue offering necessary health care services.
How much annually is the provider tax? How much we
Ooh, I'm
collect?
looking at either Nolan or Corey on that.
Like 100 something million. Hospitals alone, it's significant. It's between 1 and 200 million.
What is it? Do you know, Nolan? It's a percent of.
It's there's 6 or 7 provider classes, and they all are assessed at different rates. And some are like nursing homes might be per bed.
Pharmacy is per prescription claim.
Prescription, where hospitals are 6% of patient revenue.
Yeah, 6% net patient.
So they're all different. Hospitals are just. I have this information. I can give it to you.
No, that's fine. Just the ballpark was helpful. Thank you.
Great. Anything more on this?
Eva, any comments right now?
So I do have a clarifying comment. Mrs. James, Department of Vermont Health Access. So under Section 2, we're listening to the Secretary of Human Services. When we break out the separate assessments, it always lists the Commissioner of the Department of Vermont Health Access. And so I just want to make sure that we're not going to run into any issues with the existing statutory language.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, I can certainly change that.
We'll check it.
Okay, I will plan to change it unless I hear otherwise.
I'm sorry.
Mike Fisher. I believe the provider tax represents about a quarter of Medicaid funding, and given that, I wonder if we'd want to give the right person the authority to waive or postpone.
Waive or postpone, make the terminology waive or postpone.
The collection of those monies, give them the authority to do either.
Okay, I mean,
that makes sense. Flexibility, yeah.
Can I clarify something? I'm interpreting this, and just to clarify, would it be correct to interpret this that they could say it's waived for nursing homes, but nobody else, like the one or more classes?
Yes, that's what I was doing with classes.
Yeah.
There are requirements in the federal law about provider taxes being applied uniformly across a class,
Yeah.
and so I was concerned about allowing them to pick among providers.
And is the interpretation of necessary to preserve the ability that without the cash flow, they would have to shut down, cease operations?
I think that gives some discretion to the commissioner to decide. I mean, it may be that their ability to continue long-term would be threatened. It may be that their ability, that they would shut down short-term. I mean, I think it's looking at if that is affecting their cash flow needed to respond to this crisis or to keep the hospital or nursing home or whatever open in the future, that would be sufficient authority for the authority.
Does it also maybe make sense to give the commissioner authority to maybe change the rate instead of completely waive it? Because if we don't collect provider tax at all, then we might have a cash flow issue.
Okay, so what about waive, modify, or postpone?
There
Does
you
that
are.
work for?
Sounds very easy. I don't know how easy that is.
I'm just saying the more.
But it's an option.
I'm not
It's
saying
an
anything
option.
about his comment, whether
Yeah.
it would provide flexibility or not, but a lot of this is one of the ones that the legislature would need to give us authority on. There's a few others I think that we saw were not. So we do need the intent and the flexibility, just not knowing exactly expectation of how easy it
Yeah,
can
I
be.
want to say out loud what I said to Ann a few minutes ago. The Ways and Means Committee will have one to weigh in on this because the revenue, there's serious concerns about revenues for the state as well. So there's going to, I don't know exactly how that works, but they will want to have a word on this.
Okay.
Commissioner, are you good?
I'm okay. I think
For the
that
moment.
I mean, I'm thinking about how for the current fiscal year or the current provider tax year, I would say it this way, that part of the issue is your taxes generally relate to your revenues, but we set them and then they have to pay them.
Right.
And if the revenues drop, but the provider tax level has been set, so how long into the next, it's kind of that current situation, I mean, as we do the calculations going forward, that's a different story than them meeting the obligations that are set for them today if their revenue changes.
So that gets to all be all your fun work if we've given the authority for you to waive, adjust, or defer.
Should it be for FY20 and FY21?
Well, that's what I'm getting at.
Oh, I
mean,
see.
I'm getting at, and you mentioned that there's different timelines for the different,
Yeah, I
that's something I'm
looked
not
at the
clear
statutes
on.
last night, and it seemed like there's a schedule for nursing home ones as opposed to like one date for hospital ones.
Some are quarterly, some are once a year.
Jen, why don't you put that in and it's gonna go to waste and means?
Yep, okay, so I'm gonna put.
I am going to, at the chair's meeting, try to alert Representative Ansel that this is a piece of one of the things we're looking at, that the people with expertise around this in Ways and Means are going to need to help craft if we move forward.
Okay, let's move it.
All right, so I'm making some changes to this one, just to recap, to make it DIVA, to make it waive, modify, or postpone, and to apply it for FY 2020 and 2021. All right. Next is Agency of Human Services provider payment flexibility, and I did make a lot of these Agency of Human Services thinking of them as kind of the umbrella agency, but if that is not, if we need to make it a department within there, we can make that change. So this would say, notwithstanding any provision of law to the contrary, during a declared state of emergency in Vermont as a result of COVID-19, the Agency of Human Services may provide payments to providers of healthcare services, long-term care services and supports, home and community-based services, and child care services in the absence of claims or utilization if a provider's patients or clients are not seeking services due to the COVID-19 pandemic, even if federal matching funds that would otherwise apply are not available, in order to sustain these providers and enable them to continue providing services both during and after the outbreak of COVID-19 in Vermont. So this is this idea of paying them in ways that they wouldn't otherwise get paid in order to keep the doors open and have them exist to serve people when this is over. Okay. It is a may.
And it's a may, so it doesn't affect rank, but it gives authority.
Right. Okay. Okay.
This is Commissioner Squirrel. Can I make a comment?
Yes, please.
Please let me know if you can't hear me.
We can hear
I just wanted to note, just for the committee's understanding, that the Department of Mental Health currently, through payment reform, has a case rate for all of the designated community mental health agencies. So what that means is that they are paid a prospective payment on a monthly basis, and that reconciliation for that happens at the end of the year. So I guess my point is that this model makes CMH really well poised to adjust for substantial decreases in services and utilization across the state already. We can also adjust our valuation model at the end as well to adjust for that, which would mitigate the impacts of decreased utilization due to COVID-19. So I just wanted to make sure that committee members were aware of that.
Great, thank you.
That fits the name.
Yes. Okay, all right. The next, and it's my understanding that there's more language coming. Some had been provided early this morning, but stakeholders are still working on it. This is the idea of DEVA allowing DEVA to provide cash advances to Medicaid participating providers. There was some reference to rules about expected claims payments. That's about all I had. So this is really just a placeholder. That's why there's a question mark.
Okay, we'll come back to that.
And if it makes sense to DEVA and you want to help language, I'm good with that.
I mean, the only comment is that would definitely not be Medicaid match dollars. It would be state only dollars. Again, I don't know that we need legislative authority to do it, but we could not. It's more of a CMS conversation, and it speaks to a point that should be made. Is a lot of this will be colored by what the federal government does in terms of assisting.
I would just say there are times in here where I'm going to suggest that we might put language in, even if it does not appear that it's necessary, because it reflects our intent of that's being reviewed as a possibility.
All right. Section 5, again, may need more, again, a little bit of information last night, but maybe not enough. This is on FQHCs and rural health centers and the Medicaid encounter rate. So again, during a declared state of emergency in Vermont as a result of COVID-19, DEVA shall reimburse FQHCs and rural health centers using the alternative payment flexibility Medicaid encounter rate instead of the standard prospective payment system Medicaid encounter rate.
That's possible.
Can I? What is a rural health or like rural health centers? I am not familiar with.
It's a different federal designation, and beyond that,
I guess I'll specifically like in my county, many of the.
It's not just describing a health center that's in a rural area. It is a specific federal.
Right. So I'm wondering about many of our rural counties depend on independent physicians for their rural services. Does this do anything for them?
No, because I don't believe they have an encounter rate. That's sort of an FQHC and rural health center term of art in the.
So if they were to need different Medicaid reimbursement in parallel to FQHCs, what would we need to do to?
I don't know if you do it in parallel to FQHCs. This is kind of specific in the sense that the obligation to the rural health, the FQHCs, there is, with that designation comes a guarantee of a certain coverage of their expenditures. Our current methodology falls in line with that. If their encounters drop, then we would, in all likelihood, they would have a fiscal situation on their hands, and we could find a way to adjust those rates to match what our obligation to meet their expenses are. So that's what I mean by it's possible. In that case, I guess I would. I don't know how many we're talking about, and I don't know. Our rates right now are at the Medicare levels. I mean, I think we'd be open to looking at rates, is how I would say it, for basically our entire provider community. This FQHC one's kind of specific.
It's specific to that, and I know Bill has.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I received, I received after this work had been done last night, a request from David Mickenberg on behalf of independent practices, suggesting that because of the possible cash flow pressures on them, that we might consider including that Blue Cross, as an example, Blue Cross Blue Shield has said to temporarily halt any quote recoveries that are occurring in the process right now, but not to end them, but to temporarily
Suspend them?
Well, I'm just saying what I've received, and
Wait,
so,
temporary suspension.
So I'm going to just suggest that there's someone who has been
Okay.
advocating on behalf of independent physicians and made a suggestion. It's not incorporated into this yet, but we can review that and have the right people understand what it is, because I'm not sure I'm representing it accurately. But I will forward this to Nisa and Corey.
Yeah, and Jen, Sarah.
And I'm sorry, it's Sarah, of course.
say
Yeah,
That's why I was doing it. You said Blue Cross and you're looking at me.
Oh, old hat.
Well, yeah, right. I will forward this to everybody. Or we'll see how it goes.
So if you need anything changed on that one, good.
No, I think it's okay.
Great.
I mean, again, that might be one that we don't need.
Right.
So that
All right, so then we get into a group of sections I've called compliance flexibility. So the first of these deals with healthcare and human service provider regulation and allowing waivers and variances. So notwithstanding any provision of the Agency of Human Services administrative rules or standards to the contrary, during a declared state of emergency in Vermont as a result of COVID-19, the Secretary of Human Services may waive or permit variances from the following state rules and standards governing providers of healthcare services and human services as necessary to prioritize and maximize direct patient care and to allow for continuation of operations with a reduced workforce and with flexible staffing arrangements that are responsive to evolving needs. So things that could be have provisions waived or varied from would be the hospital licensing rule, hospital reporting rule, nursing home licensing and operating rule, home health agency designation and operation regulations, residential care home licensing regulations, assisted living residence licensing regulations, home for the terminally ill licensing regulations, standards for adult day services, therapeutic community residences licensing regulations, choices for care, highest manual, and then I just put a catch-all for other rules and standards for which the agency is the adopting authority under the Vermont Administrative Procedures Act to the extent such waivers or variances are permitted under federal law.
That's a mouthful. So, Lauren and David, any initial comments?
I think that would be fine.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't see, from the Board of Medical Practice side, I don't see a real impact, but on the hospital licensing, potentially it could be because we've incorporated the federal standards into our hospital licensing rule.
Okay.
And so there may be situations, as you know, there's huge volumes of rules out there that may come into play, so that would be welcome.
Okay. Lauren?
Yes, it's fine.
And Dave, is this something you would comment
I don't have much to add.
on? Okay.
Yeah, I think this is largely on facilities.
Okay.
So it may be something that somebody wants to let Dale know about.
Just one quick comment. This is Sarah Squirrel. I think it was captured in the end. I'm sorry, I'm having a little trouble hearing that Vermont can't override federal law. So as long as there's understanding and language that it still would have to be in compliance with federal law, CMS and Joint Commission.
I have one question, and this might be just because it's under the Agency of Human Services, but in one of the earlier items, we talk about provider payment flexibility to child care services. Would Agency of Human Services also be the responsible party for licensing child care services? That was something we
Yes,
talked about.
I think because DCF would be under them.
I think that would make it important to add.
Yeah, so let me find out what those are.
I had the same thought.
Okay.
And I think in response to the Commissioner's statement, I think it wouldn't hurt to add language to the top part saying to the extent the waivers or variances are permitted under federal law, and then I can just take it out of the end. So maybe I'll just move it actually.
And I think when we get to it, I was sending things, didn't know what was already underway. It's possible that the piece on hospital licensing in conjunction with recognizing we can't override CMS will actually cover for the mental
One
health
of the
pieces
issues. All right.
later, but we'll hear and say when we get there.
I know Woody made the comment yesterday about like, and I just want to make sure that this covers it, which I think it does. If you had brought up, someone who's not quite out of school
Oh, like third or fourth year
gets
residency,
called up,
yeah.
it sounds like this would cover that by.
So this is really looking at, I mean, I guess it gives additional flexibility at the end, although it would only be for rules and standards for which the Agency of Human Services is the adopting authority. So OPR would be outside of that scope. To me, this is looking more at facility rules around staffing and administrative responsibilities that take away from direct patient care and things like that. So I think if you want to do something, when I was working with the stakeholder group, they weren't quite sure how to put that into place, especially given that it sounds like, at least in other states, they're trying to keep students out of the healthcare settings, not put them in. But we can look at that in the context of some of the
Well, on
section
that
on
point though,
retirees.
we did discuss yesterday, relaxation of license rules for those that are retired.
Yep, that's coming up.
That's
Okay.
okay.
Yeah.
Good.
Stay tuned.
Yeah, stay tuned. 2 more sections. All right, so this next one is Medicaid and health insurer provider credentialing during a declared state of emergency in Vermont as a result of COVID-19. DEVA, oops, I should have a capital A there. DEVA shall relax provider credentialing requirements for the Medicaid program, and DFR shall direct health insurers to relax provider credentialing requirements for health insurance plans in order to allow for individual healthcare providers to deliver services across healthcare settings as needed to respond to Vermonters' evolving healthcare needs. So this was supposed to, the idea from the providers, or from the stakeholders, was to allow somebody to move to lots of different settings to provide the services they're qualified to provide without getting stuck in a waiting period for credentialing from the payers. So I don't know if there's
Any comments?
Sorry, yeah.
Yes. So Nissa James, Department of Vermont Health Access. So I think there are a couple of components here that we need to consider. So this language may look a little different than what we talked about yesterday. I think in terms of enrollment with our provider management system currently, we are set up to, if necessary, enroll providers within 24 hours. I think when we use the word shall relax provider credentialing as a phrase, we get into concerns around patient safety and whether or not our enrolling providers would then meet CMS requirements. And so I think to Commissioner Squirrel's point earlier, several of these sections we're going to need to add in that language around CMS.
to the extent permitted under federal law.
Exactly.
Okay, I would be saying the same thing.
Okay. Well then, we'll just put
Emily-
that in the lead-in.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Emily Brown, DFR, and we don't have any issue with this language.
All right, so. All right, so I will add that to the lead-in, so it would say during the declared state of emergency, to the extent permitted under federal law.
Perfect.
And so on. All right. Next, we have the Retired Healthcare Providers Board of Medical Practice and OPR. Again, during a declared state of emergency in Vermont as a result of COVID-19, the Board of Medical Practice and the Office of Professional Regulation may permit former healthcare professionals who retired within the past 10 years, we picked 10 years as a place to start, you can make changes to that, who retired within the past 10 years with their license in good standing to return to the healthcare workforce on a temporary basis to help deliver care in response to COVID-19. The Board of Medical Practice and the Office of Professional Regulation may issue temporary licenses to the former licensees and may impose limitations on the scope of practice of returning healthcare professionals as the board or office deems appropriate.
That works. Silence is inferred consent.
Well, it's important not to see some shaking heads.
Yes, just we have some of our providers that might be involved to have certificates and not licenses, so license or certificate.
Okay.
And Jen, if you wouldn't mind adding registration as well.
Yep.
License, certificate, or registration.
Okay. Sure. Okay, we'll do that.
And, sorry,
Yes, sir.
just a question, I mean, it doesn't say anything about money.
Yeah, is the
And
intent that this is free?
with the,
I would assume so, but could we put it in?
Right, that we're not gonna
No
charge,
charge.
but,
Yeah.
right.
how about, or maybe that we have the authority to waive, and we could set by emergency rule and just make it for, I don't know, volunteers or maybe some other certain classes, I don't know.
Maybe you and I should talk offline. I don't know how many people are gonna take us up on this,
Yeah.
so I'm not worried about the cost of operations.
Yeah.
I think we should just be free personally, but I'm happy to talk about this with you.
Right.
Okay, you two chat, get back to us?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm gonna potentially put in, and I'll just take out the reference to former licensees, because it's too complicated to say the rest of it again. I will say, may issue temporary licensees to these individuals at no charge, and then you can let me know if that changes after. Okay, section 9, this is one of the ones that Representative Donahue had asked to put in, and that may need either revisions or may be unnecessary depending on input of others. So this is involuntary procedures, documentation and reporting requirements, waiver permitted. Notwithstanding any provision of law to the contrary, during a declared state of emergency in Vermont as a result of COVID-19, the court or the Department of Mental Health may waive any penalties associated with the treating healthcare provider's failure to comply with one or more of the documentation and reporting requirements related to involuntary treatment pursuant to 18 VSA Chapter 181.
So Sarah, it'd be great to hear. I wasn't sure because we were being responsive, but, you know, Jen was also already working on other pieces, whether this is already covered under the, you know, hospital as long as it still meets CMS and all that, and or whether DMH isn't, other than designation, I don't know that you actually have penalties. This was a concern, obviously, of inpatient providers because of the many specific things they need to do and should do for documentation around, for instance, the involuntary medication orders, there's a lengthy requirement about weekly reviews, and if they have no staff and they're overwhelmed, like the other things we're talking about in this bill, the idea would be the authority to waive some of that. But it may be covered under what we've already been discussing, or you might not be the right one to waive it. So if you could just weigh in on that.
Yeah, this is Commissioner Squirrel. I think that it will certainly help with the EIP rule, Anne, and we certainly agree with the language as presented. As I noted before, we can't override federal law, so we would still have to be aligned with CMS and Joint Commission. We have gotten some guidance related to licensing and protection related to how hospitals can manage this from a documentation standpoint. So we do have some initial guidance from CMS, but I do think this would help with the EIP rule. And the other thing that I would just note, I did have a question about what the difference was between quarantine and isolation.
We haven't gotten there yet.
That's a later piece. We're just looking on the document that
Section 9.
Yeah, Section 9. That's in Section 14 when we get to it.
Sorry.
It's okay.
Okay.
So can I ask, Commissioner, do you think it's necessary to add to the extent permitted under federal law, or you just wouldn't try to waive something you weren't allowed to waive under federal law?
Well, we wouldn't, but I don't think it would hurt to add it.
All right, great. All right, then we have, next group of sections is what I called access to healthcare services and human services. Section 10, health insurance plans, Medicaid, COVID-19 treatment, cost sharing prohibited. I'm summing the whole thing up. As used in this section, I used actually the same health insurance plan definition you have in your telehealth bill. So that's any health insurance policy or health benefit plan offered by a health insurer as defined elsewhere in statute, as well as Medicaid. Oh, actually, we don't want Medicaid in this piece. Sorry, so I don't want that one. because we're gonna talk specifically about Medicaid in one piece. I don't think it applies, I don't think the first two apply to Medicaid, although we'll take a look, maybe next time. And does not include limited benefit coverage. So during a declared state of emergency in Vermont as a result of COVID-19, first health insurance plans shall not impose any co-payment, co-insurance, deductible, or other cost-sharing requirement for healthcare services directly related to COVID-19 treatment or prevention. So this is broader than just the testing. I was just going to put treatment, but to the extent there becomes available any sort of preventive measures, that seemed appropriate as well. The second would require, and this is one of Jeff Hochberg's recommendations, require health insurance plans to suspend deductible requirements for all prescription drugs and shall impose only the applicable co-payment or co-insurance requirement under the plan. And then I did a carve out here, except to the extent that the deductible suspension would disqualify a high deductible plan from eligibility for a health savings account. So recognizing that you couldn't necessarily, that it wouldn't make sense for some people to have that happen. And then third, health insurance plans, and this is where I added in Medicaid because I don't think the first two apply to Medicaid, shall allow their members to refill prescriptions for chronic maintenance medications early to enable the members to maintain a 30-day supply of each prescribed maintenance medication at home. And it sounds like now there's 180-day, so maybe you'd want to expand that, but based on the
Sister Kelsey and VP, we're not at 180 days.
Okay.
That's just Blue Cross.
So 30.
And
So
we've
leave it there.
already done the early refill. We have that in place.
So can I just ask if it makes for, I didn't see 1 and 2, the copay or deductible or anything applying to Medicaid, and I didn't see deductible requirements for prescriptions applying to Medicaid, so I only put Medicaid in number 3. I could keep Medicaid.
Deductible, no, you're right. The copay, yes, we have $1, $2, and $3 copays.
Right, but I
We're
did,
in-
but this is for healthcare services directly related, and then it's, the deductible is waived for the
Yeah,
prescriptions.
so we just got word, we're gonna gavel in and gavel out and then go back at 10, so we can keep
Okay.
moving forward. You won't get to be there, so.
Yeah.
So for outpatient hospital services, you do have that
Oh, there
$3
is.
copay.
Okay.
So what we have already put in place is confirming with CMS that we have broad approval to remove that, but I do think it would be applicable to us. And
Okay,
again, we
then I'm
would
just
be-
gonna leave the definition in at the beginning that includes a health insurance plan, that includes Medicaid in it, and have it all
And then
apply.
the deductible part is
And,
not.
and then the deductible part just isn't applicable. And you don't have to do it.
Sorry.
I think we should have the word diagnosis in there as well.
Oh, treatment,
Or
diagnosis,
prevention.
treatment,
Yeah,
and prevention, good.
catch.
Does that cover the testing?
So testing is already
So, elsewhere.
happening, but yes,
Or it's already
yes.
happening.
But I think yes, to the extent anybody who's covered under this wasn't already doing that, yes, diagnosis would, and diagnosis could be broader as well if there was more involved, so I think it's a good addition.
Hopefully,
Right.
hopefully it would also cover flu testing as an aspect of ruling out COVID.
Sarah.
So Sarah Teachout with Blue Cross. We do support emergency measures in the state of Vermont. We would prefer to give the Department of Financial Regulation broad authority to do whatever emergency measures they feel are necessary and not try to put it all in statute now, recognizing that it's a quickly evolving situation and that we would like them to be able to respond with a lot of free sort of ability and not do everything in statute. I can talk about what Blue Cross has done already, and what everything that we have done so far applies across every one of our covered lives, and we would prefer to be able to do things that way because we feel that it's better for the population as a whole.
I see a lot of shaking heads in that corner.
So is
Nodding,
the-
shaking?
Yes, I'm sorry. And Brian, we'll get to you in a moment.
Emily Brown, DFR, and we agree with Blue Cross's position in giving DFR broad regulatory authority, and as well that will enable us to react to what's happening at the federal level as well as the state level, and like Sarah said, have the flexibility to react quickly rather than be constrained by something that was put in statute.
So was it, wait, Barry,
Oh,
we just let them, I just wanna make sure MVP and then we'll come back to this side of the
Yeah,
table.
MPP agrees.
Agree.
I think I agree with the strong legislative intent to diminish or eliminate any financial barriers to care.
Barry, sorry.
So is there an objection to adding the word diagnosis in there?
And so if I could speak for them, I think only in the sense that they would prefer you took a different approach to doing this and gave authority to DFR in these areas as far as what insurance plans should be doing.
Right.
Like we did the other day with the telehealth.
Exactly.
Right.
So would that mean also taking out treatment or prevention?
I think it would be taking out the specifics. I think it would be.
I think you could add those general guidelines, but then not be so prescriptive as to say, you know, what kind of cost share or what kind of solutions.
So I would feel more comfortable to have language in there that included those, but completely agree that it be worded in a way that gives you the flexibility.
Can you guys think about what that language might look like?
Anyone on this side of the, I'm sorry, what do you go ahead and?
Well, I was just thinking about Ms. Ticho's comment. Couldn't we eliminate this piece of legislation and just have one final item or just one paragraph that gives broad authority to all the agencies that?
So I would say yes and no to the extent that you are delegating your legislative authority. You need to do so in a reasonably narrow way that gives direction to
But it would
the
be just
executive
for a
branch.
set of time during this crisis. But anyway,
Right. So I think there's a way to get. I think this proposal is potentially a way to get to more of a middle ground on that, with some direction and some parameters, but more flexibility to be responsive.
Brian, I think you were trying to speak.
I have a question, and I think you're addressing it, but I still want to make this question statement, whatever it is. When I read that language, it sounded really focused, like if a person has medical issues, they go in and it's determined that it's COVID-19, things would be covered. But I think my concern would be, if you have a respiratory illness right now, you might be afraid to go to the doctor because if it's not COVID-19, you're going to be slammed with lots of bills, especially if you're not working, the person's not working, and like they don't have enough food at home, etc. So my concern was around like making sure the language be broad enough that we people go get checked out, and if it's determined they don't have COVID-19, that should be considered a good thing. But I don't think they should then get slammed with a medical bill because they don't have the disease for going to the doctor either. Does that make sense? So I don't know.
So I think the diagnosis language helps, and I think I'm now turning to DFR to see if that's the kind of thing that they would consider if we directed more broadly to have you do limitations on cost sharing around diagnosis, if you would consider a diagnosis of exclusion to be still a diagnosis.
Yeah, so Emily Brown, DFR. So DFR just issued a bulletin around testing, and which provides the testing at no cost share. So that would include if you went in and you had the test and you weren't positive, it would still be covered at no cost share.
What if you went in to see if you needed to have the test and they determined you didn't need to have the test?
So I believe how, and I don't want to speak for the provider community and how they're handling it, but I believe a lot of providers are encouraging people to call.
Correct.
And then talk to their provider about whether they need a test or not. And I believe in the telemedicine language, which will pass, included audio. And I want to make sure I'm speaking correctly with that, Jen.
Yes, I'm scrolling. It's in this bill as well, so we can just look at it here.
Which would then allow, I believe, the providers to count that as a telehealth visit.
So there's during a declared state of, oh no, that's the Medicaid part. So the language that we gave, one piece was may require a plan to reimburse for services delivered by store and forward.
We did that the other day.
But so
And
the
there's
whole
an
bill is
audio
in here.
piece.
The audio piece, I think, actually is in here. Commissioner may require health insurance plan to provide coverage and reimbursement for things delivered by audio only, telephone, email, or fax to the same extent as coverage for telemedicine, not to exclude 180 days.
Right.
Are there people going to get tested even if they feel good? Or
I think that's up to the providers. So as I see it, there's such a shortage of testing, tests available that my understanding the providers are being pretty conservative in which, and screening people before using a test.
I actually had a question about the phone call piece, which is, and I'm sorry if it was said already. Would this create the potential that someone would then have a copay for their phone call to their provider?
Yes, because you allow a copay for telemedicine.
And is that something I would feel concerned
But not
about?
if it was in the context of COVID-19.
Because we're already doing a waiver.
Because that's already, right.
Okay, so someone would not potentially not call their provider.
I don't think so. I want to get Emily in on this to. You want to repeat your question?
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, no, I guess I'm struggling with the language, and I just want to make sure that we aren't potentially creating a situation where because providers could now get reimbursed for phone calls, then the patient would have a copay for a phone call and would be disincentivized from calling their provider.
That's a good question, and I think I defer to the providers and the health insurers on this. I mean, currently, I think a lot of times you can just call your provider, and it doesn't count as a visit. So that's a good point.
Right. So if it now counts,
that may trigger that response.
Sarah Tijout with Blue Cross. So under current policy, yes, it would. We are changing our policies rapidly. And you should all be aware that there is a weekly meeting that's happening at least weekly or more quickly with DFR and all of the insurers to discuss potential changes to our policies going forward.
So let's on this issue, because we got to get through this. You have our intent. So if you can come together and craft some language and get with Jen, that would be great. Keeping Lucy's concerns in mind, which are good concerns. Does that work?
Well, if I could just interrupt just to say, I think it's already been shared that the floor has been postponed till 10, but the request is for everyone to be on the floor at 10. There will be further the Joint Rules Committee, but what is public at this point, the Joint Rules Committee will be, we will be adjourning at the end of the day today until March 24th. But we are asked to continue our work because some of the work we're doing may need to, in fact, be incorporated into actions we take on the floor today. It's a fluid situation, and so many of us are recommending the calendar be clear to things that do not require a response, because we have a full calendar, and that the Pro Tem and the Speaker are meeting with the Governor as we speak, and that the issue of crossover is being shifted. We don't have the specifics on that, but we're not going to be under the pressure of crossover for today, which is a great concern.
Jen's immune system. Level of stress is not good.
Right. So I think they said maybe until midnight tonight. Yeah, no, but I think there may be other announcements, but I think how we proceed through the day, all members are requested to be present through the day. We will need a quorum, we will need to be taking actions in committees and on the floor. So this is not a please go home now to members. It's in fact asking members to stay.
Potentially
late.
So
if we need be. We don't know.
We don't know. It's an evolving situation, but know that the decision has been made to adjourn until March 24th without committees meeting in the interim, with the possibility that that could be extended, but that's what the decision is at this point. So with that, I think we should continue our work, but we should stop at 5 so that we can be on the floor, so that we're not missing any further announcements.
Mike?
A little bit higher level statement. This draft does a great job of protecting people from Medicaid and commercial, but I don't see anything for uninsured.
Okay, we'll keep that.
Should we delegate that to someone to work on that?
Well, I think, so DFR does not have authority over uninsured.
We do not.
Who has authority over uninsured? We do.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, you would have to,
Providers.
right, yes, you would have to either have the providers do it at no charge or have the state pay the providers for doing it
So
at no
let me
charge.
say one other thing, that there's also actions being taken at the federal level around possible sick leave, et cetera. I mean, this is not directly addressing this, but, and I understand that there is a series of actions that have been taken by administratively within departments. We're all working hard at the same time. There may be some proposals coming out from the administration that address some of our concerns. We should continue to move our proposals forward so that in the event that it was brought to my attention that emergency management had put out a long email, which I frankly did not see. It came from our police department, which I do not read everything our police department sends because it's often about weather, and I don't always need to read that. But I think at this point, when they send something, we should at least see what's there. And apparently, that he is the point of contact for emergency management, which is important for us to now know. And there's a long list of actions that have already been taken, some of which may have some influence there. I have not had a chance to review it all.
Okay, so let's keep the uninsured
Yep.
up here, but let's make sure we get through this in the next 10 minutes because we'll be coming back.
Yep.
Section 11 is on pharmacists and clinical pharmacy and allows for the extension of a prescription for maintenance medication. I took just a little tiny slice of the OPR bill around pharmacists prescribing. I didn't take most of it because most of it wasn't relevant here, but this would allow during a declared state of emergency in Vermont as a result of COVID-19, a pharmacist to extend a previous prescription for a maintenance medication for which the patient has no refills remaining or for which the authorization for refills has recently expired if it is not feasible to obtain a new prescription or refill authorization from the prescriber. A pharmacist who extends a prescription for maintenance medication pursuant to this section must take all reasonable measures to notify the prescriber of the prescription extension in a timely manner. As used in this section, maintenance medication means a prescription drug taken on a regular basis over an extended period of time to treat a chronic or long-term condition. The term does not include a regulated drug, which is controlled substances. So I looked to OPR.
This looks good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Great. Section 12, this is something from the Human Services Committee. Older Vermonters Nutrition Services expanded capacity. Again, during a declared state of emergency in Vermont as a result of COVID-19, the Agency of Human Services, in consultation with the area agencies on aging, shall expand the state's capacity to provide nutrition services to those individuals who are eligible for nutrition services under the Older Americans Act and who have critical health issues. And the concern here is about people who may come for congregate meals and are no longer able to either, they're not happening, or the person is concerned because of their health issues about traveling outside of their house, and making sure that they would then get home delivered meals. That is my understanding of the intent.
And we'll talk to Human Services about this. And we just had a request. So if you're not right at the table and are speaking, if you could just speak up because people on the phone are having a hard time to hear, that would be great. Thank you.
Section 13, I don't know if it needs more language than just this. Long-term care facilities and programs, bed hold days, and during a declared state of emergency in Vermont as a result of COVID-19, the Agency of Human Services shall reimburse long-term care facilities and programs for bed hold days. This is based on the requirement that the facility hold a bed, not put somebody else in it while a patient or resident is in the hospital. And this would allow them to get paid for that.
concerned they might be more. I just want to throw out a comment on the last one, not to address it right now. I think it probably is being addressed elsewhere, but we should also be thinking of the children as well as older Vermonters if the school's close. So, Jen, I don't know if you want to put something in, but then we can also check with education if they're doing anything.
Yeah, check with education and human services.
And I know that the state is looking at that.
All right, then we have a new standalone section on quarantine, and actually it should probably, if we keep it this way, say quarantine and isolation for COVID-19 as exception to seclusion. So this would say, notwithstanding any provision of statute or rule to the contrary, it shall not be considered the involuntary procedure of seclusion for an involuntary patient in the custody of the Commissioner of Mental Health to be placed in quarantine if the patient has been exposed to COVID-19, or in isolation if the patient has tested positive for COVID-19. So in looking a little bit into quarantine stuff last night, quarantine appears to be what you do when somebody has been exposed to an infectious disease but has not shown symptoms of it, or has not tested positive for it. Isolation is what you do to contain it once somebody has tested positive.
Quick FYI, there's been emails circulating with Sarah, Disability Rights, Vermont Legal Aid. They get it, this is good. There's a phrase to add to the earlier part, which we can do offline, but it's all being worked
And
through.
certainly if there are others who know more about infectious disease terminology and that is not right, let me know. I was looking on the CDC's website late at night, so who knows. All right, then we get into mostly stuff you have done except a few things you haven't. You want
So
me to-
I don't think we're going to continue.
Okay.
If it's so, telehealth is in here.
Yes, there's an additional piece in telehealth. Okay,
let's go over that one.
Okay, so
And
that's
then
what I was
we'll
going to
leave
do.
the
is
other
just-
bills for
Yes,
when we come back.
Jump to,
Thank you.
so this has your H2 723 that you recently passed, goes on for several sections, but then section 20 would be new. It's telephone, I put it in under telehealth,
So
if
we're on
people
page
don't want that, we don't have to put it
12
there.
for
So
people.
bottom of page 12, top of page 13. This is DIVA, Medicaid, healthcare services delivered by telephone. During a declared state of emergency in Vermont as a result of COVID-19, the Department of Vermont Health Access shall reimburse Medicaid participating providers for healthcare services delivered to Medicaid beneficiaries by telephone, including mental health services and including other services delivered by providers who may not previously have been included in the department's telephone reimbursement policies, as long as the services provided are clinically appropriate for delivery by telephone. I know this was in part to deal specifically with the concern about video being required for mental health visits, but it sounded like there were also concerns about other providers who are not currently included in DIVA's coverage of telephone services, but who may need it during this time.
Should it just say AHS instead of DIVA, because some of the reimbursements for DMH are...
That works for me.
Yeah, thank you.
This is Sarah Squirrel, the Commissioner of Mental Health. I think the caveat around mental health covers us, but for emergency evaluations and warrants, we will be allowing emergency screeners to utilize telehealth, but those assessments cannot be done just via telephone. So just to clarify that, but I think that's fully covered in the language.
Can I ask, is that a legal requirement or a clinical appropriateness requirement? I'm just wondering if we need to say legally, clinically, and legally or something, or if you think that's covered in clinically.
I think it's covered. I think we should say clinically and legally. Things are moving so quickly. I just want to make sure that for those individuals who are at the point of maybe going involuntarily into the care and custody of the commissioner, that we still have appropriate measures in place to ensure that they're assessed appropriately.
Maybe legally, I don't know. Okay, we'll look at whether that makes sense
Thank you.
to add or not. Now I'm thinking maybe it isn't. Anyway. legal
From the
issue.
field, there is.
Jill, make sure you speak up.
Julie Cheston, Vermont Care Partners. The feedback I'm getting from field is there may be extenuating circumstances where you can have eyes-on observation, or you or the availability of the video. So we did want the opportunity to be able to use a direct phone line. In extenuating circumstances, it's never the first preference. We always would rather be able to have some eyes on, but we're concerned. I mean, we have very few staff on our crisis teams. They're not deep, so if we lose a few due to the virus for whatever reason, and we're going to be doing mutual aid for each other too.
Clarify, are you just speaking in support of the language generally, or is in response to the commissioner's statement about the screening?
The language, for us, gives us the flexibility. We're seeking the commissioner's concern. I get her concern, but my providers are saying we may not be able to always meet that, and so we would like that flexibility because we're very concerned about our staff's abilities at this point, and just having staff to do this and do the level that we prefer.
Right. And again, if this is on specific authorization of the Commissioner of DMH, in other words, we're not saying right now you can just start doing it that way, but the Commissioner has the authority to waive that. Then if the Commissioner feels it shouldn't be,
that would give us the opportunity to keep this dialogue going. And
that's what it means,
Right.
right?
It does require, so it says HS shall reimburse the providers for services delivered by telephone, as long as the services provided are clinically appropriate for delivery by telephone. Do you think that is sufficient flexibility to say
that sounds
these
right.
ones? Okay. I'm not sure the legally part, frankly, helps. So, because I think the issue is the clinical appropriateness for involuntary.
Right, which right. So DMH still controls that decision. Yep. Okay.
And David is trying to.
Yeah, I don't want to, I'm sorry to interrupt, but one really important request on licensing that hasn't come up yet. We don't, the provision about emergency licenses that's in section 1 that OPR has, we don't have that. And I'd like to ask the committee to consider allowing me and Jen to talk about adapting that to the
About
board.
putting a similar provision. I actually looked in the board stuff last night for that. Okay.
Please do.
Please.
Can I just add something as well? A lot of times it says the board shall issue the emergency license, and I just want to make sure that David or I have the authority to issue that license, that we don't have to convene a quorum because we're already dealing with quorum of board issues.
Okay.
So that may be a separate provision, but any place where it says the board shall issue, I want to make it really clear.
Let's connect, because I think it would be good to do sort of a blanket. Whenever it says board, it may be, for this purpose, it may be the director. Okay.
Right, so I thank you, everyone.
Call the meeting to order at 6:01. Welcome, and I guess we are also streaming live on Facebook. Thank you, Mr. Perrin, for arranging that. So, no, that wasn't you? Oh, BCTV. Oh, well, you get blamed for a lot of stuff. You should get credit as well. So thank you for coming to the WSCSD Budget Information Session. So I think I'll start at the beginning, especially because we're live streaming this. What is the WSESD? So the WSESD is the towns of Guilford, Brattleboro, Dummerston, and Putney that were merged as of July 1, and also the former BUHS number 6 district. This now is one district providing education for all the children in that town. We have a sister district, Vernon, that did not merge. Because of that, we have another structure, the WSESU. It's a supervisory union structure, and that provides certain kinds of services to students in the WSESD and our sister district, Vernon. So some of the differences are, because this is important in budgeting, because some of the things by statute are going to be budgeted through the SU and some of them through the SD. So at the SU level, the services provided to Vernon and WSESD are the superintendent's office, fiscal service, curriculum coordination, special education, transportation, and actually food service is in there too. There's a whole laundry list of services that are funded at the SU level. At the school district level, both for Vernon and for the WSESD, the budgets include costs for principals, principals' offices, regular education, guidance, building, maintenance, paraprofessionals, the things that you would normally see in your school budget. Any questions? Talk louder? Okay. Oh, that'd be awesome. Thank you.
I have a question, Manager.
Yes. Can you just state your name?
Jody Normando, Dummerston. Special ed, you say it's provided by the SU, but it's...
Oh, yeah, you need a mic.
Sorry,
thank you. Would you like me to be a runner?
I can do a runner today.
It's my favorite job.
Special ed is saying is provided by the supervisory union. However, Vernon doesn't get it through the supervisory union shared like we do they? They pay for all of theirs.
So yes and no, Jody. Well, we all pay for all of ours. I mean, it just doesn't, in the end, we all pay. So Vernon's kind of a different case. There's a lot of cases like that around the state. People that have tuition in, the payment is done a little bit differently. But to be sure, we're all paying the supervisory union back for the special education services that are provided. So, let me just, I've only talked about who provides the services because that's where they're going to land in the budget. So maybe I'll go a little further and then I think I'm going to turn it over to Frank because I think I could almost explain how Vernon's special ed reimbursement happens. It's not entirely, well, I guess it is because we have to pay for the SU. But let me go a little further and talk about what's happening so that people will actually understand the question as well. So the WSESU has a $22.7 million budget, give or take, and that is on page 48 of your 2020 annual report. And those services are provided to the WSESD and Vernon. And then the WSESD and Vernon have to reimburse the WSESU for those services. So that question that Jody's asking is, we receive services, we reimburse the SU based on a couple of different formulas. I think Frank must have spent the whole month of October working on these formulas. So by statute, SUs must provide special education. So Vernon students that attend Vernon School reimburse the SU, and it's averaged out through all those students in the whole Vernon K through 6 and the WSESD K through 12 on a per student basis. So it's based on your equalized pupil number, and the money is then reimbursed to the SU for providing services. In the case of Vernon students that are 7 through 12, the costing is a little different because they're not averaged out with all of our students because they're really not part of this district, but they're still part of the SU because it's tuition. Is that clear enough? Maybe I'm going to phone a friend. I'm just wondering if maybe, I'm kind of in the weeds here, so maybe I could have Frank respond later. But it's a very complex model. In the case of transportation, there are 14 buses, I believe. Vernon has 3, so they pay for the cost of 3 buses. In the case of food costs, different districts reimburse based on the food. In the case of superintendent services, fiscal services, curriculum coordination, it's all on the basis of the number of students. But special ed was a very tricky calculation this year. It's on BCT TV too, if you want a full and thorough explanation if you're still not completely on board with it. So if you went to page 48 and looked at our SU budget, there were pretty significant cost increases in a couple of areas. And at the SU level, special education costs were up $2.5 million, basically due to students moving in the area that have increased needs and general increased needs. So that's a pretty significant increase that we have to reimburse the SU for. There was also, I believe last year, maybe 2 years ago, Brattleboro Union High School went to a Provision 2 free lunch program, and the reimbursements didn't work out quite as we expected, so the cost to support that program, which is free lunch for all BUHS students, is going to be approximately $200,000 more than last year. So then at the WSESD, there's other factors that are affecting our tax rate as well. A $700,000 increase in health insurance rate, that's really dictated by the state now. Increased salaries and a net of 3.4 additional staff, that's a $500,000 increase. The food service that we have to pay back to the SU for providing the food service at the high school level, $200,000. And I think I don't have that number right. I think it's not 200K, but I think it's more than that. But special education reimbursement to the SU is also increased. I think that's closer to $500,000. But we have some things that brought down our tax rate. We actually have an increased number of equalized pupils. So I think we have close to an additional 30 equalized pupils this year. So that helps bring down our tax rate. And we had several retirements, so while that's not always a great thing, it does when you take a teacher who is at the top end of their pay scale and bring in generally a younger teacher, that will also reduce our tax rate. So the other thing that's affecting our budget this year is last year the board voted to use $1 million in reserve funds to bring down the tax rate. And this year we chose to use about $800,000 to reduce the tax rate. So that has an effect of increasing our tax rate slightly. But we felt that there's so much going on in the legislature right now that we're not very certain about what's going to happen, that we thought it was a good idea to keep the money in our fund balance and not spend down anymore. And we had about an hour and a half discussion about that. So it's been clearly vetted that the board agrees this is the most prudent thing to do when the legislature's making a lot of changes for us, as usual. So the bottom line on the overview of the budget is our expenditures are up 1.8%, which is actually in line with inflation right now. However, our net education spending is up about 5%, and that is pretty close to what's happening statewide, and things like a 12% increase in health insurance when we are a large employer. Our biggest line item is employees, so that is going to hit our bottom line. And our equalized rate is $1.74. But wait, there's more. Ooh, I could have made a bigger font. Sorry, that's what happens when you make a PowerPoint at lunchtime. You don't vet it completely. So it's not over when we get to the tax rate, because we have different communities and statute requires that we adjust the tax rate for how the market value of our houses compare to the tax assessment. So for example, right now in Dummerston, houses are selling for slightly less than their tax appraised value. So in order to make it fair, there's a factor that the state calculates every year. Some guy, someplace, some woman, someplace calculates this, what's called the CLA. So you take that rate that we all share, $1.74, you divide that by each town's CLA, and that gives you your town tax rate. And I rounded the numbers. They go out one more decimal, but it would have been a smaller font probably. So there's another factor in figuring out your actual tax rate is most Vermonters pay their tax rate on something called income sensitivity. Our rate is 2.83, but it's a very complex formula because it's based on $200,000 of home value plus 2 acres, and it phases out as you get higher in your income level. So a family of 5 making $40,000 a year as a family income would, no matter what their house was appraised at up to $200,000, they would not pay more than 2.83% of their taxes, and it phases out at around $140,000 a year income. That's it. So I thought we could maybe go through and just take an overview of page 12 of the annual report. And I can just show you how these numbers affected the tax rate this year. So it's a state form. Keep turning to page 12 till you find something that's clearly a state form. So the top line, number 1, the budget, those are all of our expenditures, which for the WSESU that we have reimbursed now, our portion. So our total spending for the WSESD is $51,171,300. Now, we get grants, we have tuition coming into we have a lot of tuition students at the high school, a growing number of tuition students at the high school, I hope. And so we get to take that off of our expenditures to get our net education spending, which is $42,654,000. You can see that big, bold education spending number. So if you go down the next line, you can see the number of equalized pupils. And if you look at last year, we had 2,234. This year we have 2,253 students. So these aren't exactly students in chairs. You get, the state takes all the students and they give values based on, at this point, what somebody thought of was the good number to use. So for example, if you have a preschool student, that student counts as 0.46. But if you have a high school student, they count as 1.13?
You do now.
Yeah, right now, 1.13. Because the thought is it costs more because you have so many different classes you need to teach, it costs more, and so many more facilities you need, full labs, that it costs a little bit more to educate a high school student. So they put all the students, figure out all the values. A student learning English might cost more, so there's a value associated to this. So it roughly equates to the fact that we probably have more students, but it might mean that we have more high school students, fewer pre-K students, more students learning English, so those values will affect that number. But the good news is that higher number means our per pupil cost comes down. So it brings our per pupil spending down to $18,932. That's in line 16, education spending per equalized pupil. We did not go over the threshold this year because some of our spending is from capital improvement work we did, so that we don't have to pay a penalty for doing that. So you see a couple numbers down there that we can happily ignore this year. It's a number that every school board member looks to first when Frank hands us this page. Are we over the excess spending threshold? Because then every dollar you spend, you get penalized another dollar. So you take that number and in very tight, that 18,932, if you look in very small letters, it says the threshold. That's the excess spending. And then you go down and you see it says 174%. That number is taking the yield. If you look below that 174%, it said based on yield, 10,883. That's a number determined at the state level that you divide our per pupil figure by the yield, and that we're 174% of the yield. So if you just move your decimal point, that 174% becomes a tax rate, Shazam, of $1.74. If you look down further, so that's our district rate. So if everybody's house was selling in all of our towns for exactly what the house was tax appraised value at, that would be your tax rate. If your house is selling, if the houses in your community are selling more than that rate, then your tax rate, your actual effective tax rate will go up. And that's just how it is at the state level. We didn't make that up here. In fact, everything on this sheet is decided by statute and the state to help our taxes be transparent and clear to everyone involved. How's it working for you? Also, if you came in, we had a great gift on the board this year. In the past, it is in the Brattleboro Charter that the Brattleboro Finance Committee will independently review, and they are appointed by the town meeting members. Is that right? Yes. So it's people who maybe stayed late enough and weren't paying attention when they asked for volunteers that will actually take this whole budget, review it. They come to our meetings and ask questions, and they prepare a report reviewing what we're doing with our fund balances, how we're spending our money, and they have traditionally always done this for the Brattleboro Town Schools and the Brattleboro Union High School Board. This year they did it for all of us, which meant they did probably 40% more work reviewing it. But this report is on the way in if you want to take a look at it. And I hate to bury the lead, they recommend passage of the budget. But it's a gift no matter what to the school board, because it was very helpful for us to have a set of eyes checking our work and being able to recommend to the voters the correct thing, what their opinion was on our work. This packet here is all the backup that goes into your annual report. What we did this year, rather than try to have all these annual reports printed, it would have been heavy, unwieldy, and really hard to follow with all these schools. So we have summaries of all the different schools' spending, really broken down by broad categories. So if you have a question about what's happening in your school with spending, and why did this number go up, why did that number go up, between all of us, somebody can answer that question. What have I forgotten? Anything? So I'm happy to open it up to questions.
Richard Mills from Dummerston. Good evening.
Oh, I'm sorry. You know what? I'll take maybe you all can pass this on, and I can, because this one will reach to all of us.
You want to come up?
Nice.
Good evening, people. Can you explain to me how the state comes up with that yield? I'm sure it's a number that they come up with, and when do you get that number?
I'm going to phone a friend for that one, because I kind of know it's how much money they have versus what they think they're going to spend, and it's not done yet because they're still working on it. But Frank will do it.
I can't add a whole lot to that. That's the general concept. They ask for preliminary board-approved budgets in February. The legislature does. The Agency of Ed collects that data. It's shared with the legislature. They look at common level of appraisal statistics that come in from the town listers, so they have a sense of what does the state property values look like in general. And then they say, okay, here's proposed spending. Here's changes in the CLA. So based on that type of data, they then project, as Christina articulated, it's the denominator that the entire state uses in terms of school board budgets to divide by. And you can see how simple that math is in terms of projecting essentially the effect of a statewide property tax. The reason why they do all of this sort of preliminary work is so before they adjourn in June, they set that number so that they're confident the education fund will receive enough money to pay out all of those budgets that have been passed by voters.
That's a consistent number throughout the state, though.
It is a consistent number. It's printed at the very top of page 12, and I've added the prior year for reference. So you see this, when we say prior year from a budget point of view, when we're talking about fiscal year 21, Christina's mentioned the 10,883. That's a proposed number that's estimated by the legislature based on what we just talked about. The 10,648 is the actual number that was used to set this fiscal year's tax rates. And yes, it's the same number across the state.
I think last year that they kept the legislature an extra week. That was one of the last things they were figuring out, was what the yield was going to be, because Scott wanted it different than the legislature wanted it. So yeah, these are only preliminary tax rates. We make our best guess, and as you remember, we make our best guess, and then it'll depend on how the ed fund spending look. Earlier they were saying they thought budgets were going to be a little lower than projected, but I don't think that's true anymore. So
well, the last I've heard from the Agency of Ed, as a result of collecting the preliminary budgets, is that the tax commissioner's estimate, you remember in December that was shared with all the school boards, I think estimated about a 5% increase in education spending across the state. It appears that that's coming in a little bit lower. So they're suggesting that yield number is probably going to go up a little bit, which is going to bring our tax rates down. So they're not being specific at this point, but the implication is it's going to be a favorable adjustment.
Jody Normandow.
Is this on? I guess it is. I have several questions, but maybe ask one at a time.
Yeah.
Okay, the capital plan.
So that's on
page 23.
Oh, thank you.
It appears, and I was not at a meeting where you discussed this, so you may have answered it along the way, but looking at the 5-year plan, it appears that there's quite a discrepancy between the different schools as to how much you are doing for them. And I've tried to go through and find out exactly what was happening. And so my question, I guess, is how do you come up with these issues? Like Dummerston doesn't have anything in the 5th year, Guilford doesn't, and Putney doesn't. So I'm assuming you haven't gotten them, from the principals or any information from the schools. But how do you decide how much to spend on each school? Because we're supposed to be fairly equal on things like this. Thank you.
So I can speak generally to that. I know, for example, some of the schools had much more flushed out capital plans that were going long term than other schools. For example, our Dummerston board did not have the kind of capital plan going on that other schools did. Some schools are in better shape than others. And so we do, for the Dummerston school, there are some pending projects. If you see in 2024, is that a new furnace and a roof we're talking about in the same year? Yes, a new roof and a new furnace for Dummerston in 2024. So that's the $279,000 if you look across FY 2024. So that year is a huge year for that particular school. The next year, there's nothing projected to be needed. So there's some little things along the way, but for that school, that's what we're looking at in 2024. If you'll notice at the top right-hand corner, it says projects subject to board approval. So all of this is just our best guess on what we need. And I think now that we're through our first year almost, the schools that have not had the deep dive, we will be in a place to take a little better look at what various schools will need in 2020. You know, you shift priorities. If somebody else's furnace blows up, you've got to manage that. So it's just our projection to sort of make sure we have this, you know, on our plan and we know what we're looking at. And I think that's something that we could hone in the coming years. You had other questions, I bet, though.
Somebody else may.
Okay. Yes, Paul.
Paul Narmendale from Dummerston. My question goes back to the supervisory union on page 48. And if we look at that, you know, revenues miraculously equal expenditures. Amazing how that happens. And what I'm curious about knowing is what is the net amount that is that goes through that flows through that we have to pay through our taxes. In other words, what, you get monies in from grants. You have a grant-funded program. So what is the net amount that that the schools themselves have to supply to support the SU? Can I have another question? Can I just, you want to stack them or do you want to?
It's pretty late in the day for me at this point, so if we could do one at a time. You know,
okay.
I'm
do you want to?
I'm not young like you, Paul. So.
Thank you very much. That's the nicest thing anybody's ever said to me.
So, well, I will just comment on the revenues have to equal expenditures because the SU has they don't have a money printing machine. They can't raise revenues. So their expenditures have to be reimbursed 100% by us. So in the case of the SU, they have to be equal because the SU isn't raising any funds. They're raising them from us, and the districts have to pay the SU. So, and I will then turn.
Yeah, but there are they get grants for like special ed, right? You get part of that's funded by the state. So I guess I'm curious, what is the net amount that we have to pay?
Oh, I see what you're saying. So what's the net amount of that 22 million on that side? So it's in various places that I can't add off the top of my head, but let me hand it to you.
I bet Frank can.
I can. Page 21 of the expense budget in the annual report that you have there, that has a group. That this section of the report is organized by school site. Okay, so this is intended to be for the reader to see at each school site how much are we spending on instruction, how much on student support services, and on school operations and so on. As part of all of those, the site concept, one is the district-wide services. So what are those expenditures that serve all of the sites? And that's the question you're asking. Mm-hmm. So when you get to the supervisory union on page 21, that's all within the school district. Okay, the school district budget that Christina gave us an overview of 51 million. Part of that is in that, you see that middle section, 3096 is the location code that the state assigns, and it says WSED district-wide programs and services. So your question gets at the line there that is going from left to right starts with the function code 2500. It says support services, SU, admin, instruction, and transportation. So of all of those numbers on page 48, 3,193,000 is the assessment to the school district for, as you say, the net of all of the state aid that comes in that the SU retains and then has to bill the town for. So it's 3,193,000 for those things, which are the admin, the supportive instruction, and the transportation services. And then in addition to that, the special education services that we just talked a fair amount about are just a couple of lines below that. You see under what's called Program 22, this is all part of a state coding system, and it says Special Education Services Pre-K through grade 12. You see that?
Mm-hmm.
That's the header, and then there's the line, the expenditure line. It says Support Services SU Special Education, $4,992,000. So it is the addition of that $3,193,000 plus that $4,992,000. You know, about $8 million.
Right, but that's what you assign to the local schools, right?
Right.
But how much do you get from the state?
Yeah, everything else in that budget is from the state. And, you know, we're talking in the forum of the Wyndham Southeast School District. So everything other than that $8 million comes from the state, other than, of course, Vernon. Vernon has to pay as well.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
I'm with you.
So that's the answer.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
Next question. Still back on page 48. I notice under expenditures, well, it doesn't make any difference which part you go to, expenditures or revenue side, but there was the F20 budget you have amended. Now, what was it amended? When was it amended? What was it amended to? And what was it amended for?
Yeah, great question. So years ago, when the world was a little bit simpler in education finance, you would have a town meeting, you'd set a budget, and that would just be a static number until you came back the next year and you saw what you voted on as the same number, and then you have a new proposed number. Mm-hmm. Several years ago, as the Agency of Ed has tried to standardize the financial reporting and the data collection that they do, they have required a number of changes, and one of them is this concept of if a grant is applied for and awarded subsequent to, let's say, today, or let's say March 17, in the old days, we used to just kind of have a spreadsheet that would say, well, here's what we published, and then here's all the stuff that came in after the date in which the town voted. But now they're saying we must have in the public record, in the general ledger, all of those amendments that occurred subsequent to a vote. So what the common theme in this concept of an amendment is it's always a grant program. It's always funded by a source other than the tax rate. Mm-hmm. So that means that when you see an amended budget, it doesn't mean that there's also an amended tax rate. The tax rate is what the voters voted on as adjusted by the legislature and at the end of every June. And amended budgets are reflecting grants that were applied for. I don't know if Paul's here, Paul Smith, but in general, the grants are our Title I, our Title II programs. Nancy Weiss, I think, is here at the Career Center. She's done a terrific job applying and receiving substantial amount of Perkins funding money for our Career Center. So it's those types of things.
Okay. Last one, if I may. I'm glad it's not a big crowd because you wouldn't let me do this. Concerned about administration. You keep hearing, there's a lot of talk on the street, and yet I don't know how much of it is valid. That's why I'm asking this question. But we've heard that several positions were added to the SU budget, and it's a great place to hide additional staff if you want to, because it's hard to locate. But I've heard that there was statements made about hiring a facilities manager, number one, for all the schools in the area. One, I'd like to know if that's true or not. And not to point fingers at anybody, and I don't want to name names, but it was I heard there was a position that was created to mentor principals. And I'm curious, why do principals need mentoring? Because by the time you become a principal, I would tend to think that with all this, the workshops you go to and the education that you've attained, that you don't necessarily need mentoring. So I would like to, if that is the case, I would like to have an answer to those. Thank you.
So I do not think in this budget there were any positions added at the SU level. Is that correct?
Last year, diversity?
Yes. I don't believe there were any positions added at the supervisory union level with this budget, especially where our special ed numbers were coming in so high. It was a really difficult budgeting session season at the SU level. So I don't think, am I correct? There's no new personnel. We have a number of new principals in our district, and I bet everybody could use a mentor. I could have used a mentor in this job, let me tell you. But it's a state requirement that you have mentoring actually for principals. It's another thing that comes from on high. We could have hired in-house or had mentors come down from the VPA. We have an in-house mentor where we had a lot of new principals. But that was put in, I think Ron put that in. I think Ron created that position, so it's prior to merger. There's a state requirement that principals are mentored, that principals have access to mentoring.
Minimally 2 years. At least 2 years. Yes. Yep.
Any other questions? Jody, we've come so far. Thank you for waiting. Another question.
I have a couple of questions. Excuse me. One of them I think I know the answer to, but it's between these schools, and it's the food. And Academy School, for example, has $85,000 on it. Oak Grove has 0, Green Street has 0, and BAMS and BUHF have 0. So I'm assuming that's because Academy creates the food for the Oak Grove and Green Street?
I believe that's correct, yeah.
And that because BUHS and BAMS is 0 because they have free lunches?
Which line are you?
Oh gosh, Frank. I just wrote down on the bottom of the page, so I'm on page 17, so I don't know where that went to. I was just taking them all together. If you go to Academy, you see 85,274, and I can't turn the pages with holding this.
Because
food service, it's down halfway in the page, 3,100, right, and it's 85,274.
And then,
so is that because they prepare the food, so they get all the cost for all the food for Oak Grove and whatever? And then the high school, you said earlier that they get the free reduced lunches or whatever. The high school and BAMS both get it?
but there's a line for food service operations, page 17.
Yeah, that's one.
There's the third bar down is food service operations is $229,213 this year.
And that's under BUHS?
That's under BUHS, yes.
And so is BAMS a separate?
They're part of that.
They're part of that?
Just like Academy, yep.
Okay.
The whole school, yep.
Thank you. The other issue was transportation. And I noticed, Putney. I'm looking at Putney, for example, and 2,700, it says student transportation is up 47.6% with a figure of 9,300. And then you come down here further to 2,700 under the regular education, and you've got 4,000. I don't understand the discrepancies in the numbers.
Sorry, Jay, I'm trying to catch, can you just go over what the numbers were you were looking at? The 2,700?
2,700 under Putney Central School on page 19.
Okay.
You have student transportation, and it went up 47.6% at 9,300. And then you go down to the next section, 11, regular education total, and you got 2,700 student transportation at 4,000.
Right, that's for the summer school program.
Oh, that's under the summer school?
Yeah.
Okay, not under regular education.
Right, it's the regular education is for everything above it in that bold 11 line.
Okay, so what is the total of their transportation?
Maybe, looks to me like 13,300.
Okay. My question, second question along that is, what is different in the top section under Putney Central School for $3,000 increase in transportation? I mean, they've been transporting their kids like the rest of us have forever.
Oh.
Oh, yes.
Thanks. I'm Herv Pelletier, principal of Putney Central School. The discrepancy in the cost, I believe, has to do with the bus monitor, right? Am I correct on that?
It's part of it, but
Yeah.
also we've done a lot in the summer program.
Yeah.
In terms of increasing services, and we know we have to review that.
Right.
Emily did a committee report on that, and we see that as far as the going from 6,300 to 9,300. That's in the general field trip budget of the school,
Right.
And what we've done is look back at the historical actual and found that the 9,300 was closer to our actual costs.
Right, and it's also worth mentioning that as far as the summer transportation budget goes, it would be much higher, frankly, if we didn't call on some friends at the Putney School for the loan of a minibus, which they were graciously supplied us with last summer at no cost. So all we had to do was put gas in it, so that was a big savings.
And I have one more question. On page 26, where we've got the resident student census, are those butts and seats or equalized students?
Those are butts in seats, correct?
Okay, thank you.
On October 10th, I believe, right? Something like that, or thereabouts. Yeah. November 10th. Oh, off by a month. Any other questions on the budget? On any of the, we also have Lyle here, so any of the assessment data? Yes, Jody.
I forgot to say something, and I forgot to thank Frank and the administration for putting the page numbers on here, because in previous meetings it was very difficult to follow on that 130-something page budget, so thank you.
Any other questions? I would just like to mention, if you just give you a few minutes to think, the legislature is considering changing how equalized pupils are calculated. When in 1997, when the Brigham decision came through and we went to a statewide funding system, the idea was that everyone should have equal opportunity for education. And they made real guesses as to what it costs to educate certain types of students who might be a little bit more expensive to educate. But we're trying to give all students the same opportunity. After 20 years of asking, the legislature commissioned a report that came out in this past December that actually looked at the costs. It was a UVM, Rutgers, a couple other organizations. So it was a research study to figure out what it really costs to, is a high school student 1.13 times a regular education student? They didn't touch pre-K on this, I think, but what are the costs of educating a student who is learning English for the first time? So they came out with this research study, and it's dramatically different from what people guessed it would be at the legislature in 1997. The fiscal office at the legislature did a model showing what would happen to districts. So education spending, if you didn't change education spending, but you counted students for taking into account what it will cost to educate them, it dramatically changes various districts. And ours is one that would be greatly helped by reconfiguring and using what's called the weighting analysis. The legislature is taking testimony tomorrow on this. As one could imagine, if we are winners and you're not spending any more money, some people will be quote unquote losers. Those people that are losers have been having their education subsidized at the expense of students who are living in poverty, students who are learning English, providing high school students with the opportunities that they need. So I don't view it as winners and losers. I view it as doing what should have been done in 1997. And I really take somebody who has been in education in Vermont for a long time. I was talking to him, and he said he read the study before he went to what I did, which is how does it affect the WSESD? Well, this gentleman read the whole study and made a determination of whether it was the fair thing or not, because he didn't want to think about how it affected his district. And he, without looking at the analysis of how it affected his community, he supported it because it was the fair thing, it was the right thing, it's what we should be doing under Brigham. And so I would like to think that I would feel that way if we were losers, but as I think about it, it's what is fair. And we really, if we're having a statewide funding system, we should be doing this weighting study. There's several good articles in the Brattleboro Reformer, had an opinion piece today. Laura Sibilia, who is a representative and been a long time on school boards from the Wilmington-Dover area. Anyway, she's really pushing for this legislation. So if you have a few minutes tonight, there is something on our website, a flyer that I did for town meeting day. There's a link on there to write your legislature and just advocate that the weighting study, please move on it, because people are talking about let's go slowly, let's wait. I'm all for phasing something in because dramatic changes in property taxes are difficult on schools and communities, but I think it's the right thing and the fair thing. And just for last year, our tax rate in their simulation, it would have gone from $1.71 to $1.53. So that's not to say that we would maybe bring our budget down to $1.53. Maybe we would split the difference. I can't speak for a future board if this were to happen, but it would give us an opportunity to perhaps lower our taxes and to perhaps provide more supports for children who are struggling and need that support. So if you have a minute, it would be a really good use of your time to advocate for children living in very rural conditions in this state, children learning English, children who are living in economically disadvantaged situations. So it is on the WSESU website, correct? Can somebody, or just write to your representative. I attacked them all at our town meeting, and Jody Normando was close behind me. So. And oh yeah, and the school board has had a resolution on this as well, and so you could say you supported the WSESD's resolution. Jody.
I was also going to say that there's a fantastic letter, if anybody's on Vermont Digger today, from David Kelly, and it really makes you want to cry. He's up in the Northeast Kingdom where there is real poverty, and they've been gypped out. So.
Yep. Any other questions? Yes, Robin.
I just wanted to acknowledge a lot of work went into this, and I appreciate what everyone on this board has been doing for months, and also on the Brattleboro Finance Committee. And I noticed in their report, they said it would be more appropriate if a committee made up of members from all of the towns review this. I was just wondering if the school board had any ideas about how to form that.
We had a brief discussion about this at the Finance Committee level, and did we bring it to the full board for discussion? I don't think we spoke about it briefly at the Finance Committee level, but we had kind of a pile of work because of the Academy project at that level, so it's been pushed off. I think it would be a great idea And I'd love to volunteer for it. It'd be just the perfect thing for a nerdy math girl to do when she's retired from the board, because I know all this stuff, so I might as well use it for something occasionally. So I think it's a great idea, but that will be up to the next board going forward and to the people that have served on the Brattleboro Town Finance Committee, but it would make more sense to me. Thanks for the question. You want to speak for yourself, Franz Reichman?
Franz Reichman from Brattleboro and chair of the Representative Town Meeting Finance Committee that put together the little report that you've got. This is, I think, a kind of difficult question. Our report addresses it more or less in a theoretical way, that it would make sense for a committee that's doing a report like this to have representation from all the towns in the district. Just seems logical. And from there, though, how it would be authorized, where it would draw its legitimacy from, questions like that came up at the WSESD Finance Committee meeting that I was sitting in on. So there would be a lot of questions to answer, and just how it would be put together, I don't know. And I guess, the new board can talk about that, but the direction's unclear, but the principle seems clear that if there's going to be a report like this written, it should come from a broad representative subgroup of the citizens of somebody. Thank you.
Thanks, Franz.
I mean, do you guys have anything like that in your town meetings? Are there committees for the towns?
So when we pass our budget in Dummerston, I can only speak for Dummerston, that's my only history is within Dummerston. People read through this with a fine-tooth comb. We don't need a committee because we have a committee of the 60 people that have served on boards in the past and say, what's going on? Did you buy 4 more brooms this year? Because I thought there were 3 brooms in the budget. Because it was a, $3 million, give or take, a $3 million budget. So there was not quite the need, I would say, in our smaller budgets to have that kind of review, whereas Brattleboro Town Schools were a more significant budget, and you're trying to balance needs and had capital plans, and you may not know what the roof at Academy looks like because your children go to Green Street, whereas everybody in Dummerston knows the roof was leaking during the middle of the championship basketball game. So I think it's a different need level. So we had very robust conversations of the budget. It was walked through carefully, questions were asked, but there was no formal committee process in the smaller towns. And I think it's harder now, even than Brattleboro was, because now it's a $51 million budget. So it's much harder to understand how things are apportioning. That is just my opinion, and it's a waning opinion. It'll be the next board that will take that up. So. Yes, absolutely.
I think it's safe to say that everybody on the board thinks it would be a good idea, and I think the way Franz laid it out is exactly the way it should happen. Probably the most appropriate place for it to come would be on the floor of the annual meeting next Wednesday. So I would encourage people to come and propose that we do that, and then that'll give us the authority, maybe not to do it. There'll probably be legal questions, but certainly to look into it and maybe set up a draft board. That's not the right word. A tentative board until we actually have a vote at an annual meeting to create it. But it would be the annual meeting that would create that.
Anything else?
Waiting study?
Oh yes, the waiting study.
So if you go to the WSESD board, it's under press releases, March 5, 2020 press release, board resolution, change to student weighting formula. So you can find it there.
Thank you, Lyle. Yes, Paul.
Paul Remendo. I'm looking at 2 things here. I'm looking at the tax rate sheet that you have, which shows equalized pupils of 2250.
Mm-hmm. 2253, yeah.
Yeah. And then when Jody asked the questions about butts in the seat, on page 26, it says 2,509. No, it doesn't. Okay, I'm looking at, oh, that's non-member. I guess I'm looking at the wrong thing. It says 2219. I'm
Yep.
sorry. But also looking at that same sheet, I see that out of every town except Putney either stayed the same or dropped in butts in the seat. I want to congratulate Putney on their fecundity, and I would like to encourage other people to follow suit.
The chair will pass on that request personally, but yeah, but it also, that's just butts in the seat. So the equalized number is going to be different based on what's happening with free and reduced lunch levels and everything else. So, but yes, having more students would be a great idea for bringing our taxes down. Any other questions, thoughts, comments? Well, excellent. I hope you're our ninjas on the budget now, and you can join us next Tuesday. Tuesday. Yeah. Next Tuesday, March 7th. I know it's a week from today. Thank you, David. Next Tuesday, March 17th, 7 p.m. We'll be in the BUHS Gymnasium for our annual meeting and our budget presentation. In the meanwhile, if you have any questions, Sean. If you have any questions, you can email any of the board members.
I can't let this go by and not thank Christina for all that she's done. She's amazing, and you're going to be greatly missed.
I'm joining the O'Connor sisters as in the audience. So I'll get Kate and Carrie, and we're going to sit in the audience of the WSESD. So you won't miss me. I'll still be here. So thank you all for coming tonight. I appreciate it. And I have finished a meeting in under an hour. Thanks, Jerry.
I'm going to turn to that first, and I'm going to turn it over to Representative Donahue first to walk us through some issues around some language that has to do with budget, that has to do with mental health. And Commissioner Wilson. And then after that, I think we should still, I think my sense is we should probably be able to move fairly quickly through some of this. And then we'll transition without a break to some further conversation. We had some briefing last night, or yesterday, briefly, about healthcare affordability issues. And if we need a break in there to do anything else, we'll do that. Then we will have a break and we'll shift gears to a different topic. Yeah.
Hey, great. We talked about, I mean, there are 3 specific areas, pieces of language. The one we're starting with, I don't think anybody actually has seen actual language, although we've talked about the concept. When DMH presented on the 10-year vision plan, the commissioner said there was one legislative ask in terms of follow-up, not that there isn't a lot of follow-up that the department's doing in terms of legislation. And that was the recognition that DMH and the vision can say all sorts of things, but if the whole health system isn't involved and buying in, then we're not going to achieve integration, because it's integration in with a lot of other stuff. So this is the language that would establish that council, which has a lot of membership, because it's really about getting all those other parts of the system on board. So we can walk through the language. I would actually suggest that we first go to the purposes of what the group does, because that will help make it more clear why there's all of the representation that there is. And I know there was one person who reacted, one of the members of the Techno Council, who said, well, our one reaction is it's too heavily on the medical system people and not enough mental health representatives. And I said, well, actually, that's the whole point of this. The mental health folks came up with a plan, and now this is about carrying it forth by engaging the rest of the mental health system. You're able to scroll, or David? Oh, we're already scrolled up.
I pulled up to that section, Anne.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, so if folks look at the, where it begins after the list, powers and duties, and this is really the core. This is why this council is being established. So it's addressing integration. At the very beginning, it talked about our statutory requirement for integration and the vision plan, but these are the very specific things that would be the council's responsibility. First, identifying
I'm sorry, and I have no idea where we are.
Oh, I'm sorry,
No,
because
that's
I'm looking
okay.
here. So it's on the one that says on the top,
powers and duties. Okay, I got it. Thank you. I'm sorry.
Is it what's up here?
I can't see that far.
So, powers and duties, the council shall address the integration of mental health in the healthcare system, including, and then there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
6 duties. Okay. So the first one is to identify obstacles. In other words, in all of the parts of the system that each of these people represent, where are there obstacles to achieving the goals that have been set out, both in legislation previously and through the vision plan? Second, helping to ensure implementation of those existing laws that require integration within the members' expertise in the council. So different groups representing different parts of the system. If we scroll up a little, we can see 3. And establishing commitments from all of those non-state entities to adopt the practices and implementation tools for integration. Again, that's referencing back to the beginning where we talked about the vision plan and the legislative mandate. Fourth, the council can propose legislation if our current statute is inadequate to achieve it or creates barriers. And then fifth, the routine language on any other duties it deems necessary. It will then report back in, oops, I'm going to scroll here. in 2023. So we're giving, this is a 2-year council to work on this. So report back with recommendations, including whether there's any recommended legislative actions and whether they need to be extended. The assumption is it's 2 years. It's not an ongoing forever group, but it's 2 years to identify and put together how we're going to achieve this. So now if we go back to the start, we can look through the membership. I have sent out contact to everyone who's been asked to be a member, basically saying, if you don't think you belong on this council, speak up. Nobody has said they think they don't belong. I've gotten a number of people saying yes, but nobody has said, oh no, take me off. I don't want to be involved in that. So, but we can look through. A through F are all commissioners within the state system, beginning mostly with AHS. But you'll see each of those departments in AHS have relevance to integration toward our goal of an integrated system. Corrections has a division in how it delivers healthcare systems and so forth. And the F, then the Commissioner of Financial Regulation, is pretty self-evident why they're important to be a part. We then have both the Green Mountain Care Board and the Secretary of Education. And after that, it begins more the community-wide stakeholders, which includes the Medical Society, the Hospitals Association, Vermont Care Partners, which are the designated agencies, the Vermont Association of Mental Health and Addiction Recovery. That's somebody we haven't actually, I don't know if some of the new members have met, Peter Espen, yeah, who is the executive director of that group. The bi-state primary care, important aspect of primary care delivery, representative from the University of Vermont Medical School. And that's really important. This was some of what the think tank made recommendations about when we're talking about sort of the unconscious bias of the system, if you will, that right in medical school that needs to begin to be addressed, and we need that commitment from medical school. OneCare, the healthcare advocate, the mental health care advocate, representation from the insurance industry. And just to clarify, the council is getting pretty large. Often there isn't a group that represents all of the private insurers. They each speak for themselves. But it didn't really seem rational in terms of expanding the council to have both Blue Cross Blue Shield and MVP representative. I spoke with them about that issue, and MVP said they were completely okay and understood that only the largest insurer, which for Vermont is Blue Cross Blue Shield, represent that perspective. So you can be assured that's not going to create a problem, that it's just one which, in the language of art or whatever, what that's saying is Blue Cross Blue Shield. And then in terms of direct stakeholders, to keep that voice at the table, 2 people who have received services, one of them being somebody who delivers peer services, so that's the peer workforce representation. And then family members, there are 2 also there, because one is family of people who receive services, but the other is a family member who has a child who receives services. So that's the list. I think there's been some cross discussions around trying to make it inclusive. And that's really the core of the bill. There is language at the end that is the routine, the Department of Mental Health chairs, the Department of Health co-chairs. I mentioned the reports. There are directives around meetings, and that is meeting at least bi-monthly, ceases to exist July 30th, 2023. We routinely have councils exist beyond when their final report is, because we may need them to come in and tell us what's in their report and so forth. Reimbursement is under our statute, which basically means people who are not getting paid by their job position for their activities are eligible for a stipend. If we could now have our witness comment and maybe answer questions.
Yes, of course. Well, thank you. Good morning. For the record, Sarah Squirrel, Commissioner of the Department of Mental Health. I want to thank Vice Chair Donahue for her leadership on this in terms of thinking about the council. From my perspective, as this committee is aware, the Department of Mental Health really leaned into our charge in terms of articulating a 10-year plan for a future of integration of mental health within the broader healthcare system that I think will benefit generations of Vermonters to come. One of our very specific asks of the legislature was to form this council. We have several other action areas that we are able to implement within our existing authority and resources that we, of course, are working on. But when we think about, as I said before, the 10-year plan wasn't the end, it was just the beginning. And we really want to create conditions for change. I really feel that what we have articulated as a state system, as systems partners, really has the opportunity to be transformational. When we think about implementation, as someone who's been steeped in implementation science, we really need a council, a table that is set with high-level leaders across mental health and our healthcare system if we really want to move things forward and actually operationalize some of the incredible opportunities that we have around integration. So the Department of Mental Health fully supports the representation that's been articulated here. I think from a facilitation standpoint, we're always trying to manage inclusivity and representation with a body that is manageable and that we can really move work forward in a reasonable way. I feel very confident that given the scope of the council as it's currently been presented, that we can be very effective. It is proposed to be chaired by the Commissioner of Mental Health, working in collaboration with the Department of Health. I think that's the right way to approach it because really we can really continue our leadership on the 10-year plan and our vision for integration. I think that the council itself can hold the vision of integration under the tent of the council, which is, I think, significant as we look to move this forward. It also creates an accountability structure that we need. It provides structure so that we can create decision making. As the vice chair noted, we have some significant areas that are actually already statutorily in law, but maybe not being fully implemented. So we need the right folks around the table to help us do that. A good example of that is payment parity in terms of equal rates of payment for the same services when provided by mental health professionals as compared to physical health professionals to ensure that folks can access those services equitably. I also think there is an opportunity as we look to implement the 10-year plan that the council creates an accountability infrastructure to oversee that implementation as we move forward. So those are my high-level comments. Again, the department supports what's been presented, and we're looking forward to this as the next step to advance our statewide work around integration.
Great. If we could just scroll back to the very beginning, because one question that had already come back is, are we starting over on trying to identify what does it mean to integrate? And I think the introductory language helps make clear that this is about ensuring that everybody participates in the principles that are already in statute and as envisioned by the plan that's been developed. So this is not to start reworking a plan. This is to involve everyone else in making it happen.
That's a great point. We have put a lot of time and energy over the past year in terms of articulating what our end state is, what those short-term, mid-term, and long-term strategies are. The council is a vehicle to advance that work, not to start over.
So any questions?
You have a lot of commissioners here, and then I see or designee. Do you expect all your commissioners to participate in the membership of this board, or do you expect that it perhaps will be passed off to somebody at a lower grade?
I think it will depend. I think there are commissioners, some we shared, having talked to some of the other commissioners that really want a seat at the table. For some commissioners that I think oversee large departments, sometimes it's actually beneficial to delegate to someone whose particular purview might be a little closer to the provision of mental health services and integrating that broader in the healthcare system. Department for Children and Families is an example of that. It's so big, it could be more beneficial to have someone who is more directly overseeing that specific area.
I think another good example is the Department of Corrections.
Yes.
They have a medical director. That person probably would be better suited than the commission's the corrections commissioner.
And if I could say, just as a general observation, this is the type of language that is almost always used when trying to involve, this is not unique to this council, whenever trying to involve a department or an agency, it says, it names the commissioner or secretary or designee so that they have the authority then to find the right person to represent them on any. So that this is not unique language. This is kind of boilerplate language to facilitate the right person being at the table.
That's correct.
Right?
Yeah, could you scroll back up to the top?
Sure.
I was reading the first paragraph. It says, the purpose of it helping to ensure that all sectors of the healthcare system actively participate in the state's principal. You mean, are you saying there are people that don't participate that should right now?
I am saying that we are moving towards articulating a vision for integration, and in order to achieve that, I think there is a lot of commitment to the vision as it currently stands. The next step is to make that more actionable. I think our healthcare partners, which was clearly operationalized in the think tank, really came to the table, and now we need to take it that one step further.
How long has this been a concern?
30 years.
Or longer. I'll speak to that. I think what and I credit Representative Donahue and this committee for really, and the speaker, quite honestly, in saying, in moving responsibility for mental health from the Human Services Committee to this committee, the Healthcare Committee, as a structural statement that mental health is a part of healthcare. Historically, mental health has often been siloed off to the side, both because of sometimes issues of stigma and sometimes issues of disparate funding, different kinds of funding, like, well, we have healthcare here, and maybe we'll do something with mental health. And I think there's a recognition that mental health is an essential component of health and healthcare. And so I think in many ways, this is a reflection of an historic reintegration of the acknowledgement of mental health as an essential element of health care.
And this is a recognition that we're not there yet.
Yeah, and
that there's more work to be done.
So, if you could scroll down to the bottom then, there's a date somewhere there that I saw.
2 years.
January 15, 2023. And you probably will still be here. Would you make sure that there's a follow-up on this?
I sure as heck will.
So that it can be proven that group amounted to something.
If I'm not still a member of the legislature, I will be here as a mental health advocate.
Well, you can maybe speak from the governor's office if you want.
There we go.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, I have a question. It's admirable that it is so inclusive. It's very inclusive. Is it too big, though, and unwieldy?
It's a great question, and as I mentioned in my opening remarks, we're always trying to balance inclusion and representation with actually facilitating a working group.
I think that actually our facilitation of the think tank was a good demonstration of our capacity to take a large group, such as 25 or more key stakeholders, to really have good, solid facilitation. I think the Department of Mental Health has a deep bench of talent when it comes to facilitating large groups, and we will be the primary kind of administrative support. So I think my answer is the group big? Yes. Can we manage it and be a productive entity? Absolutely.
I have a couple things. I guess to Brian Smith's point, it's something I think I've been thinking about a lot as far as creating groups and asking for reports. And I guess just a proposal to the committee that I think it might be a good idea if we hold ourselves to the standard that any time we ask for a report or create a group, at least one member of the committee verbally commits, whether they're reelected or here or not, to follow through to the very end. And this is something I've been thinking about, where I would not ask for another report or group unless I personally was committed that I would stick with it through the end and make something come of it. And it's just a thought to float to the committee. And then my other piece, could you go to the duties? Yeah, I really appreciated the intro part about making sure that it's, the idea is not to come up with a new plan. The idea is to implement the plan that extreme work has gone into coming up with. And the only one here I wonder about is number 1. If identifying obstacles to the full integration of mental health, it seems like a lot of what the vision group was doing was identifying those obstacles. So I wonder if there would be a way to word that something more close to identifying obstacles to the full integration of, and then specifically list the statute and specifically list the 10-year vision. And so it's clear that the idea is not to start at square one with a new discussion of what do we need in our mental health care system, but talk with these stakeholders about, we know what we need and what are the obstacles to all of us getting there. I don't know, just to float that out.
Yeah, I mean, that could work. I think because of the overarching purpose at the beginning, I think that's assumed here, but it also, if it was limited to kind of only identifying obstacles to achieving the vision plan, it might close off some really important pieces of not changing what the vision is, but what the obstacles to achieving it might be. There might be ones that the think tank didn't, because it didn't have this broad inclusion, might not have thought about or been aware of. So it's about achieving the plan and the statutory obligations, which were only put in statute, I think, about 4 years ago in terms of those principles. Identifying obstacles probably wants to stay broad enough for obstacles to achieving those things that might not have been listed in the think tank plan.
What about putting both, like full integration of mental health into a holistic health care system as outlined by, and then list the statute where it says, where it talks about integrate as outlined by the statute and the 10-year vision?
I think that'd be fine. I think that's duplicative of the purpose part, because this is sort of just filling out the details of what was already stated as the purpose of the council at the beginning.
Yeah, the only thing I might add to that is that we did very strategically use appreciative inquiry as a strategy to move this work forward when we look at systems change. Not only do we want to identify obstacles and barriers, we also want to be lifting up the current assets that we have and build on those. That actually creates motivation for the kind of transformational change that we're looking for. So my only other thought reflectively on this was to capture that somehow, that we do have existing assets in the system that we can also build upon in addition to identifying, the barriers as well.
So can we talk for a minute about the process of moving this forward? There was discussion about having it in our miscellaneous healthcare bill, which we're talking about moving, which we will move by tomorrow. Because it talks about per diems, initially one thought was that perhaps that would pull it pull the whole bill into the Appropriations Committee, because anytime there's per diems, something has to go to appropriations and then they have to vote the bill out. It doesn't go directly to the floor. I did note that and I'm not sure that this gets around it, but that the per diems are actually coming out of the mental health budget, so they're not additional per diems that have to be authorized by the Appropriations Committee. And in noting that, it seemed to me that maybe it wouldn't be pulled into appropriations. But I think I would like to take a straw poll on the general construct or language, and then be able to consult with appropriations. Because frankly, I don't want the whole miscellaneous healthcare bill to linger in appropriations if, in fact, this becomes a part of it. Then we might find another vehicle, or even have it be freestanding, so that if it was required to go to appropriations, this alone would go there rather than all of our other elements.
So rather than a bill number to vote, or where it fits in, we can.
And then we'll talk. I'll discuss that further with the committee in terms of the actual vehicle for moving this forward, because I think there's some strategic issues that we should think about in terms of what it might mean to have it go into appropriations as part of a larger bill that otherwise would not be going there. So, does that seem agreeable to folks? So with that, then
Just take a straw poll.
So I think are people prepared to just in general take a straw poll on the language? Lucy?
Should it be interpreted as a straw poll on generally we like the direction, or a straw poll on the exact language without any change?
Crossover smart.
At this point, we need to be moving pieces.
So was there interest in expanding it to talk about the asset? I mean, is now the time to have the final language?
Yes.
So should we talk about if there should be a piece about, in the identifying challenges, also identifying the assets of the
anything
system
that you
as
wish
it
to
is?
talk about, this is the time, because you're making a suggestion.
Yeah.
What is that?
Well, I mean, it sounded like the commissioner just suggested. Do you want to say?
I don't think she was suggesting language. I think she was just talking about.
Well, let's ask what she was suggesting.
Sorry.
I think that I don't know that it requires a language change. I think that it can be inherent, kind of linking back to Vision 2030, which was referenced in the beginning. We have a lot of information about appreciative inquiry in our approach in order to engage the council to feel motivated towards change. We will be facilitating looking at obstacles and assets. So I don't think it's necessarily needing to be included in the language.
Is that satisfactory?
Yes.
Okay, other questions?
We're not talking about a lot of money with this bill.
There's only a maximum of 4 people who would actually be eligible
Most
to
of
ask
the people
for a
will
stipend.
be already working under salaried positions.
So I don't see why appropriations would have an issue with it.
Well, they probably wouldn't ultimately, but technically, anytime there are per diems, it has to go there, and they don't deal with this until they've completed the budget. Because they have to look at the entirety of the budget. They set aside a pot of money for per diems, and if it exceeds, and if the request for study committees and per diems exceeds that, then they will pare it back. And so it slows something down from moving through our process. Right.
Is your concern the money coming out of mental health appropriations or health appropriations? Is that the concern?
No.
No.
Then I'm missing what this straw vote is going to be about.
Okay, I'm sorry. Let me try to clarify. I was trying to just move us forward and explain that we were initially talking about maybe having this be part of a larger miscellaneous healthcare bill, or alternatively having it stand alone. We could make the decision right now to just have it stand alone as a bill. We could take it to the floor as a bill, and then that would, if it goes to appropriations, so be it. If it doesn't, then our miscellaneous healthcare bill won't have this as part of it.
If it's a standalone bill, there's not a lot of money involved in it, is there?
No.
It doesn't seem to be.
No. Very small amount. So. maybe that makes sense just to take one thing off your agenda of people you need to talk to. We could just go ahead and say.
So then the process would be asking Jen to craft this as a committee bill. It's not in that form right now, but we would ask her to put it in the form of a committee bill from the House Healthcare Committee, which we can do, and have this be a standalone bill. Does that seem like that? Maybe that's the most straightforward way to do it. At which point, then, I would suggest this. That we ask her to bring that back to us as a committee bill, and we will vote on that sometime later today, rather than take any more time now. And that way we'll have it in the form of a bill that we will then have a formal vote.
Sure.
Okay. Is that the best way? There's no, if we do that, this is not going to fail. Is that correct?
Well, I still will communicate with appropriations, but it avoids the possibility of complicating the House Healthcare Committee, the miscellaneous committee.
To respond, would it be fair to say that it doesn't in any way increase the likelihood that this fails relative to including it? And I think that was your question.
Yes. No. It actually increases the likelihood of something else we're doing, not getting encumbered in appropriations for a period of time. Okay, well, let's leave that there then. But be prepared for us to put that to a committee vote later today, assuming Jen gets a chance to craft it into a committee vote. Okay.
So this next piece is not new language you haven't seen, except that it's pared way back. Because in talking with the Appropriations Committee, this is the part which is a little technical. In fact, in many ways, although it's based on key philosophy about integration, the same topic, it's a technical change in the budget process, which is at its core saying, we should not be siloing our budgets and splitting up where in the budget mental health shows up. Beginning, the first step being about inpatient mental health care. If you recall, when the budgets were introduced to us earlier this year, even in budget adjustments saying, well, we have this increase in rate for the retreat because of their financial situation. Part of that showed up in the DIVA budget, part of it showed up in the DMH budget. So this is really just about having them be in the DIVA budget together. The original language we looked through had this long piece about why this was important. It was language that was important to me, but we got unofficial feedback from the
becoming important to more people.
But we got unofficial feedback from the Appropriations Committee that they did not have an interest in lengthy language about all the whys and the values and so forth, and they just wanted to get to the kind of the bottom line. So that's really the fundamental change from the language from before. It does still retain the core purpose language, which is pointing out that the budget's an essential structural component about integrated care, and that separating budgets is an obstacle to that reform principle of ensuring equal access. This time we have the actual quote, so that's the section that was referred to on the Integration Council just before. This is a principle that we've adopted already, ensuring equal access to appropriate mental health care in a manner equivalent to other aspects of health care. So that's A. B is just the directive. Shall integrate the public funding, in other words, Medicaid, for inpatient mental health care with the funding for other health care services within the DIVA budget. Oversight and utilization review and how the care is managed is the more policy end. That's the Department of Mental Health's role, so it's noting that that will maintain according to which department is legally overseeing that. On the request of those departments, the date for it actually to occur will be basically to be achieved in fiscal year 2023, which means proposed for the 2022 budget. In other words, not this year, but the year after. And based on that, there is the new section, Section B, which says, because we're giving you an extra year, next year you do have to come back with that kind of layout showing us exactly where the money is in each budget, so that it makes it clearer for that next step the year after to actually do it. And it outlines the existing categories of where this money gets currently split up in inpatient care. So as we scroll down, you see 1, 2, 3, 4. Those are the different categories of inpatient psychiatric care, and the different categories of which some are in DIVA's budget and some are in DMH. And folks who are in the CRT, Community Rehabilitation and Treatment Programs, as that line right before the 1, 2, 3, 4 points out, they can be in any one of those 4 subcategories, therefore determining whether they're in the DMH or the DIVA budget. So we're saying, fill us in next year on where all those pieces are following, and then the subsequent year they will all be moved into DIVA. This has absolutely no impact. This language and this directive has absolutely no impact on the budget itself or the amount of money. That's subject to the normal budget process. What it does is move it in terms of which budget it appears in, to put it in the budget with the rest of our healthcare budget. So that's the overview of the now much briefer language, and if the commissioner would like to testify. And my understanding is that the commissioner of DIVA has spoken with you, and you are representing both departments as testimony on the record about this.
Yes, the Agency of Human Services as a whole has reviewed this, and we are aligned with the recommendations as proposed in the bill language. And just to echo the Vice Chair's points, that this really does provide the structural components of creating conditions that will support the integration of mental health within the broader healthcare system. Many other states have actually transitioned to integrated financing models, where managed care plans manage all the physical and mental health programs for Medicaid enrollees. So this is aligned with, I think, national practices and where other states are moving. Again, a goal of this is to enhance shared data, incentives, tools to deliver integrated services. The area that I think we just want to be careful about and thoughtful about is that the potential of this integration of the fiscal part of it is really hinged on our ability to ensure that clinical integration is also happening when we think about care coordination. So it's important that for those with complex health and social needs, that the outcome of this is that their care is better coordinated and we have better outcomes. So I just don't want to lose sight of, that is the ultimate goal of what we're trying to achieve. So broadly, the Agency of Human Services supports this as it's currently written. The timeline feels appropriate from our perspective. And I just want to note a few other points related to the custodial and legal role of the Department of Mental Health. So there are some differences between the Department of Mental Health and DIVA. It's important that we recognize that DMH is not an administrator of health insurance like DIVA. We are responsible for prioritizing and managing the care of specific populations. As a custodial commissioner, I feel an enormous responsibility to the individuals who are under the care and custody of the Commissioner of Mental Health. So we want to make sure that as we move towards integrated financing, and this is, I think, reflected in this bill, that for those who are under the care and custody of the Commissioner, particularly for those who are level 1, my care management team manages the care coordination of those individuals from the time that they are in the emergency department, admitted to inpatient, and then transitioning to lower levels of care. So when we think about that integration of the fiscal components and the clinical and programming components, I just really want to ensure that the Department of Mental Health is still overseeing that care coordination. That feels essential from my perspective. When we look at the current budgets between DMH and DIVA, as the Vice Chair noted, that what currently sits in the DMH budget that is separate from or carved out from the DIVA budget is level 1. So that level 1 is inclusive of the Vermont Psychiatric Care Hospital, our level 1 contracts with Rutland Regional Medical Center, and the Brattleboro Retreat. So you'll note at the very end of this, there is noted language related to that our budget presentation that the Vice Chair was noting shall also include any implementation recommendations to achieve that integrated funding. I do think there are some pieces that we'll have to work out behind the scenes because there's current statutory language at the Department of Mental Health related to level 1 and reasonable actual costs. So if those funds shift over to DIVA, then would those contracts for level 1 need to be facilitated by DIVA versus the Department of Mental Health? And there are some pieces that we will have to coordinate around there. Not insurmountable, but certainly some things that we want to think about because those level 1 contracts are essential to us actually creating some accountability so that those Rutland and the Brattleboro Retreat actually accept those individuals. So that's a little bit of an accountability and a leverage point for the Department of Mental Health.
That I should reflect when the commissioner pointed those pieces to me, and that was where, in helping to craft this, I agreed that providing that extra year instead of saying this shall happen for next year's budget made sense.
Yes. The other thing that I would note is that VPCH is also currently all within the Department of Mental Health's budget. The Vermont Psychiatric Care Hospital is run by the Department of Mental Health. They're by my people, they're the staff. So if that entire budget moves to DIVA, that will just be another point that we'll have to navigate in terms of the budget for the hospital will actually sit in a different department than the department that's running the hospital itself. So again, that's why I requested the additional time because we need to respectively figure out how that will work and how we operationalize that and maintain the great outcomes and quality that we're currently achieving at Vermont Psychiatric Care Hospital. So those, I think that's the summary of my points for the committee related to this proposed language.
On the surface, I mean, this is, the integration seems simple, it's a short bill, but is this going to, behind the scenes, add more bureaucracy or trying to coordinate or, you're talking about we'll work these things out behind the scenes, but in the end, is there going to be another layer that we're not seeing, sort of like the unintended consequences of bureaucracy?
I think that there are certainly going to be some coordination pieces that we will have to work out behind the scenes. They do not feel insurmountable from my perspective, and I think the bigger gain that we're going to make in terms of the fiscal integration of the funding outweighs some of the inconvenience of having to work out some of these things behind the scene. I think managing the BPCH budget is probably my bigger concern and what that means from an operational standpoint. We already have an MOU with DIVA in terms of their kind of delegating Medicaid authority related to level 1 CRT that we oversee. We work very closely together and have a lot of collaboration. So I'm confident that we'll be able to move that forward. And then if we have some time to work with our fiscal offices about the details of the BPCH budget, I don't think that we're going to get overly bogged down in bureaucracy. If those are clear. And I think the language actually supports that because there's clarity of roles that's already articulated in the language.
Well, I was going to say, I didn't understand this yesterday, and I think I have a clearer picture now of what we're talking about, and what you just said makes me feel a little bit better that you're comfortable that the benefits of making this switch will outweigh whatever additional work there is.
Lucy?
Was there any discussion of making the switch except for the VPCH and keeping that in DMH for logistical ease?
That is not currently the recommendation, and I think if we truly want to get a picture of inpatient services without VPCH as part of that integration, we miss a big part of it. So there have been no discussions as of right now in terms of carving out VPCH from the intent of this language.
So the ultimate goal is about having the big picture of this services all in one place from
That's
a budget
correct.
perspective.
That's correct.
And that doesn't work between the two. Like, it doesn't work to have that big picture when it's split between the two departments.
It makes it more challenging to have that big picture, and it's not aligned with our vision of integration.
I have a couple of questions. Delicate questions, and I don't mean to criticize you or your department. Okay. But I read somewhere where there was an incident with your department and I guess the corrections department in which an ill patient, whether that patient should go to a hospital emergency room setting versus going to prison corrections department. And I think your department took the stand that that individual should go to a prison setting. And then the corrections department had an issue. They felt that there was a budgetary issue, and that's why that individual was being sent to a corrections department, a prison. Would this bill correct that situation? And do you know what I'm referring to?
We have a lot of situations where the bright line between criminal justice system, criminogenic behavior, and mental health is blurred, and it's confusing. And this is, I think, one of the opportunities we have right now when we think about a true forensic system of care that we're grappling with. So I don't think that this in particular addresses that particular issue. What I can assure you is that the Department of Mental Health as a healthcare provider is managing individuals who might be involved in the criminal justice system to meet their acute mental health needs within an acute care system that is all Medicaid funded. If we are able to treat an individual and their mental illness, it is the requirement that we have to transition them to lower levels of care. That's philosophically and fundamentally what Vermont, a fundamental value of Vermont. Federally, that's what we have to do to meet those mandates. Those decisions are not made for budgetary decisions. Those are clinical decisions that are made to ensure that people are receiving the right care at the right time in the right place. And for some individuals, they might also have criminogenic behaviors and public safety risk that we also have to manage, and so we have to work responsibly with our criminal justice partners. The other piece I would just add is that sometimes because we are a healthcare provider, we have to abide by protected health information. So what you hear publicly or in the media might not actually reflect kind of the true state of the situation. And that's just something the Department of Mental Health has to manage on a daily basis.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And I was going to say, well, to finish this piece, there is a bill coming over from the Senate that will be asking the House to look a little bit more into that issue of criminal justice, forensic, mental health, which is separate from this issue of when there is mental health hospitalization, does it go into the DIVA or the DMH budget? So the Department of Corrections aspect is not in this bill. That issue is going to be coming to us.
Thank you, Ann. And then one other question. If we already have an MOU, or if you already have an MOU, why do we need a bill?
Because the MOU allows us, it's really just delegating Medicaid authority. So it doesn't address the integration of the funding within the DIVA budget, which is what we're trying to accomplish.
Other questions? So this is language that we only need a vote, not as a bill, but on sending it to ask appropriations to include it in the budget bill, because this is a budget alignment issue, not a Obviously, it has policy behind it, but it's not an independent bill.
Again, just to explain that the budget always includes both numbers and appropriations, but there's also budget language that reflects about how to move things around, or in this case, integrate differently. So, and the Appropriations Committee has asked all committees, if we have language for the budget, to have that prepared for them by tomorrow. So they are anticipating the possibility of this as language.
Yes, the person in charge of that one, actually, I had told them, well, it's on our agenda Thursday. She said, good, I want it Thursday. So, just kidding.
So are your questions answered? Are we prepared to, I would do it as a straw poll, really, to move it to the budget language? Yes, Anne-Marie?
I do have. At the end, when they say including any subdivision between the person served by the community we have in treatment program, they list those. There's no really report, and I know we hate reports, but report back on, yeah, we have these problems worked out, or there's unintended consequences, or we need more time, or is there someone that's going to ride herd on this and bring it back to
So the
committee?
language B that you see here, the department's fiscal year 2022 budget presentation, which will be our way of articulating the integrated budgets, even though we're not there yet operationally, also includes implementation recommendations. So part of our budget report back to, assuming this committee, will also include implementation recommendations related to some of the areas that the Department of Mental Health has some, coordination concerns that we need to work out. So that's what that language is intended to do.
Okay.
Any other questions? Then I would suggest that we take this language, take a straw poll on recommending that this language be moved into, or be given to the Appropriations Committee as budget language. All those in favor, show of hands. Let the record show that all members present. And Brian, are you on the line still? Do you wish to join us in this?
I am on the line still. Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
I am here.
Okay. Well, we will. I think at this point we have a clear all members present, and we will. That's sufficient to move the language to the Appropriations Committee. We will do that, and we'll have you. You can weigh in as you wish along the way, because it will be in the final budget as well. Okay. Thank you. Now, there.
One last piece which we've discussed before, so I'm hoping this is sort of a, we're already there on it, but this last piece is the technical language to achieve the Brattleboro Retreats budget being under the Green Mountain Care Board in the same way all other hospital budgets are. This had been proposed last year. The retreat had concerns about being fully included, so we sort of created a special language, review light, if you will. And in light of some of the budget issues that came up this year, some folks like me thought maybe we need to have it fully under the Green Mountain Care Board's review process. So what this language does is it strikes the special carve-out language that we created last year, and then the line after that is just the definitional. The existing definitional talks about hospitals meaning a general hospital, and general hospital excludes psychiatric hospitals. So by striking the word general, it means any licensed hospital. But clearly the one budget that doesn't come under the Green Mountain Care Board is the state-run hospital, VPCH. Their budget is controlled by the legislature and wouldn't be controlled by the Green Mountain Care Board, so it requires adding the language that we're not including hospitals that are run by the state. So this is the way that achieves the purpose of saying the Brattleboro Retreats budget does come under the Green Mountain Care Board. And we did have on the record previously testimony from the chair of the Green Mountain Care Board and the director saying they're fine with this. This does not add a burden on them that requires additional staff requests. Sometimes we ask them to do things, resources of any kind. Sometimes we ask them to do things and they say, look, you're asking us to do something more, we would need more resources to be able to do it. And they told us on the record that's not the case with this. They can handle this with their existing resources.
Questions?
Are we going to hear from the Brattleboro Retreat?
We have. They testified earlier on the record in support of this when they were here. Anyone know Steve?
Oh, okay. That's yes. I forgot that.
Oh, no,
yes.
earlier.
When he was here talking about the retreat.
We asked specifically when he was here about the retreat early on in the session, and we raised this issue and said it was likely we would be wanting to do this as a recommendation, and he indicated no problem.
I guess maybe I'll go back on the record and look at it. It strikes me as interesting because last year when we brought it up, there seemed to be lots of problems from the retreat's perspective.
And things shifted.
No, I know. It's just I'm curious as to what has been done to resolve the problems that the retreat had last year with it.
I'd be happy to check.
And I think the issues were not one of difficulty. I think the issues were one of transparency. And last year, what we agreed to was that the Secretary of Human Services would have access to Brattleboro Retreats records sufficiently to know that they were confident in giving the kinds of support increases and rate increases. And at the time, it was Secretary Gobet. So we agreed to back off from asking to have it go through the Green Mountain Care Board as a hospital budget review. And then I think in light of frankly, the emergent situation, which we were addressing in the very first days of the session, where the Brattleboro Retreat was here with Mike Smith from the Agency of Human Services. It was in that context, before they had resolved how to resolve things, that we also raised the question of having the Brattleboro Retreat given the significant amount of their budget, which is in fact state funds now, be part of the hospital budget review, and that he indicated that was not an issue at this time.
Other questions? This again, this is not a freestanding bill. This is a recommendation that Approach is already anticipating that we might be proposing.
Well, let me just say out loud, it doesn't seem like that seems satisfactory. I can tell when there's a consensus in the room, when there isn't. So if that's not satisfactory, I want to hear what we need to do to.
There seems some uncertainty on faces.
Yeah, right. Does the committee wish to hear from the Brattleboro Retreat directly about this? In which case, we will try our best to arrange that.
I remember them saying, and sort of being very.
Okay, well, I just wanted to check because this is not an issue.
Questions I had.
What's that?
I think it was one of the questions I had when they were here. But Lauren, my response is, quite frankly, it really doesn't matter to me if they are in favor of it, that we have a situation on our hands and they need to be part of the process. So I'm for this thing.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I just feel like there's clearly dynamics that I'm missing, especially, I mean, I guess that's where I feel is I maybe need to understand more of the dynamics and said earlier that we could have a conversation. So I guess in my mind it just kind of feels like maybe that needs to happen before I would feel ready to.
I will say it. I will say it on the record. It's not very distant from what Lori's saying. I think last year they felt able to argue that they didn't they were a private hospital, and that, I mean, their fundamental argument, which I believe to really be an issue of not wanting to be as fully transparent as is required of other hospitals. That's my opinion. Their argument was, because they're so significantly funded by Medicaid, and the Green Mountain Care Board review, the bottom line of the review is the Green Mountain Care Board has the authority to say you can't increase your rates. It's a by more than X%. The other hospitals are able to do cost shifting inside their budgets that allow for, if they're required to reduce private payment, their amount of Medicaid is less in terms of all of that functional pieces of the budget. And so the retreat was saying last year, well, we don't think we should be part of that because they can't, we have so much of our budget that's state controlled because of Medicaid. And I think this year the retreat recognized that, quite frankly, from a political perspective, recognized that they weren't in a position to say, we're not comfortable with being required to be evaluated as closely as other hospitals' budgets are. Mm-hmm. And so they were not objecting anymore. And the Green Mountain Care Board clearly will have to look at their budget, understanding the percent that's Medicaid in terms of how it reviews it.
Do we have a sense of how much it will cost the retreat to undergo the budget review process?
No. I mean, we haven't asked that. They did last year, based on the new language, have to start providing a good deal of the information that is required of hospitals for budget review. But
it just seems like an interesting time to be asking them to do something that's going to put more costs on them when we already know that.
Well, I would take the position that it's also a very interesting time, and it's an interesting time when they, in fact, are turning to the state for an additional $1.5 million, when we're already giving them millions of dollars, when their entire budget is practically now state-funded, that it's the time when they should be, even at some additional cost, they should be fully transparent, and they should be not treated differently. Just, again, it's interesting in terms of what we were talking about earlier, the integration of mental health and the healthcare system. They are a siloed mental health inpatient facility, or not well.
They do other stuff, but yeah,
they're not strictly inpatient. But I think that I don't think that we should be making them an exception, or based on the fact that their primary and exclusive work is around mental health and substance use disorders. And I think they should be treated the same as other hospitals.
Just to answer that a little bit, at least in my experience at Gifford, the work that goes into presenting the Green Mountain Care Board is sort of presenting the financials you already have. I mean, they do have some format things they want. I would say the bigger issue might be if then the Green Mountain Care Board comes back and says, well, we want a sustainability plan like they're trying to put on other hospitals now, which might involve a little more cost. But they would do it for a reason, and they only do it when the hospitals are financially struggling, and we want to see how it's going to move.
That's exactly why we want.
That's why we do it. They should spend whatever time it takes.
Yeah. I'm sure Secretary Smith would agree with this.
I would think so. Okay. So I'm going to ask that we put it to a straw vote to move it to the language in the budget as well. Those, by show of hands, those in favor?
Sorry. Is abstaining a possibility on a straw vote?
No. Oh, on the straw vote, yes. Yes, that's fine. This is a straw vote, yeah. On an actual roll call vote, you can't abstain. So those in favor of moving it to the budget by show of hands? Those opposed? Those abstaining? Okay, great. So we'll move it to the budget. Thank you. Okay, so I'm now going to, things are shifting as we're sitting and talking. Yes, Sarah. Thank you.
Thank you.
And we'll let you shift.
Yes, thank you for
We'll let you
this
shift.
morning. I really appreciate it.
Great. No, thank you for making yourself available. We really appreciate it. While we were working, I was also being communicated with by the Speaker's office, and there is a chairs meeting that's being called for 10:30. And I'm being asked, the chairs are being asked to meet with the Speaker at 10:30. One of the issues that we are being asked to talk about, so I'm going to ask us that I'm going to ask this committee to help me weigh in on the question. And then we will figure out how to get back to affordability, which is on our agenda, which just have to be flexible. Let me make sure I have the. So, I think one of the agenda items from the meeting is to, the language that's been debated is please come prepared to share your top 2 or 3 ideas for emergency support for Vermonters in this evolving crisis. And I think that's appropriate. And rather than just putting my brain to work, I thought even though we only have 10 or 15 minutes, I would like to engage the committee in helping to think about that. And just as to what recommendations I might take to the chair's meeting in this meeting at 10:30. Just so you can do maybe the length. I miss. Wait for it. Sure. And I misread it when I first, because there's also been a request, a different kind of request. But this is a request for please come prepared to share your top 2 or 3 ideas for emergency support for Vermonters in this evolving crisis. Now, I would ask that we, part of, given we're the healthcare committee, that might help kind of frame what we're thinking about. But I would like to open it up for a general discussion, and that will help me just bring some thoughts forward to the Speaker's office. So what I'm going to suggest is that we each get a turn to be heard, and if someone doesn't wish to speak, that's fine. But I'd like to make sure each of us gets at least a chance to kind of share what things come to mind initially. So,
is this the idea of financial assistance?
It could be.
It could be.
Whatever your thoughts.
It could be financial assistance. It's basically what are the things that we need to be thinking about as a legislature or as a, because we hold unique responsibilities in terms of what actions might we need to take to support Vermonters in the COVID-19 evolving situation.
Hello?
Yes, Brian.
I've been thinking a lot about this since I'm self-quarantining right now. Can I say something?
Sure, and I'm just going to suggest, since I'm supposed to be there at 10:30, and I realize this is short notice, but that's why I've been, to be honest, I've been a little antsy and trying to move us along this morning. So apologies for that, but I would like to hear from you, but I want to make sure we have time to hear from everyone else as well.
Yeah, I'm not going to say a lot. What I'm going to say is that I'm going to send to the committee a few documents for us to review and think about. One is, I don't know who it came from. I think it's the ACLU, but it's a long list of things, that suggestions of what government should be doing right now to take care of people. And another thing is going to be a list of demands from the Burlington Tenants Union, which is like an organization of tenants who are concerned about how it's going to affect them. These are mostly people living paycheck to paycheck. I'm not going to read all of it because it'll take up too much space right now, but I'm going to share it with the group, and perhaps we can talk about these things a little bit more in detail later. But it covers everything you can think of, from health care, supplies, financial assistance, how are people going to eat, et cetera.
Okay, is that a document you can forward, Brian?
I'll send it right now.
Okay, great. Is there anything else you want to add at this point?
I don't take up too much space in the conversation. I just wanted to throw that out there as a starter. I think other people will probably say a lot of the details of what I'm referring to. So.
Okay, thank you. Mari?
Hi, Brian. Samari. Financial concerns is what I am hearing about most, and people being able to quarantine and not, they not have to worry about mortgages, and whether that means finding a way to encourage lien holders to allow mortgage holidays for a month. The paid sick leave, paid family and medical leave. It would have been great if we had a strong program. That's a kind of a moot point, but if there's anything that can be done on the short term to help people with their incomes while they're quarantining.
Let's just keep going around and hear from people.
Just to follow up on that, as an employer, what I'm hearing from employees is, will you pay us if we are sick, if we're sick? And I'm sure that there's also, will you pay us if you tell us not to work, if we're
quarantined and we can't work from home.
And that larger businesses are making that commitment. Larger national businesses are making that commitment. They have the resources. A smaller business might not. What can the state do to help?
I think if you've got this COVID-19 virus is obviously quite relevant. If someone's going to be homesick, I think there should be some sort of compensation for someone that has COVID-19, not someone that's sick and trying to cash in on it. People get sick every year and they stay home and they lose a little bit of income. But if this virus is involved and the doctor says you have COVID-19, I think there should be some sort of compensation for that if they have to stay home because of this virus.
Yeah, I think pretty much echoing what's been said is my top concern. I just want to add to the conversation. I know I've raised as like a younger member of the legislature a lot kind of the biases that this position puts us in, as far as recognizing that people come to this position from all financial backgrounds, but that we as a legislature likely are biased towards people who could afford to pay for 2 weeks of ourselves needed. And I think it concerns me a lot, because I talk to my constituents and I hope that we stay in touch with the fact that we as a legislature may not be representative of our constituents as far as what it would mean to take. I mean, I just talked to a constituent yesterday who runs a child care center in my town, and she said, like, I should close, I think. Like, the responsible thing to do would be to close, and I cannot make it 2 more weeks if I close, so I'm staying open.
Thank you.
I think the whole idea of large gatherings is something that people talk about. I mean, we've got basketball players and basketball games and all this stuff. But then you have the legislature, which just doesn't seem to be following the large groups. They were keeping outsiders out, and that's a step. But still, when you look at the demographics of the people when you're sitting on the floor, those are the ones that are checking all the boxes, like over 60, pre-existing conditions. And I think we are not leading by example. However, I also realize that money is going to be a big deal going forward on budgets and keeping government running it, and I don't have an answer to that. But I think that's something that needs to go into the conversation of, and I'm sure it is, but we don't know anything about it. So that's it. And the other thing is that we are carriers. We are leaving a central point and going to all points of the state and then coming back again. So it's something.
Okay, let's do that. I don't know the nature of the meeting that I'm having, but I can tell you that is seriously being thought about and contemplated, what it means for us to be here and balancing the need for government to function, and that we in fact have a role, and how we meet that.
And one last thing, paid family leave, I don't know how we can reconstitute that for another vote.
That wasn't going to be in effect immediately.
Yeah, you can't just roll that
You
out.
just can't do that
overnight.
non-effective.
Well, I mean, they're,
Yeah.
I don't want to speak
I know,
for
but
what
yes.
can be done in emergencies.
I often think about that.
And I agree with some of the stuff that's been said. I think the one thing that I've been thinking about and getting a bug in my ear from my home representative who's on the board of Capstone is just food.
Yes.
And making sure that, I mean, we have a lot of people that, especially kids that get lunch at school, and that's really the best meal they're getting. And whether we need to consider some sort of centralized food production at a school or at a community center or something that could be distributed out to people that are quarantined. I mean, anytime you're moving things around, you're exposing people, but and especially like Meals on Wheels and some of those things we need to think about.
I just wonder, what's the feds doing to help our state? Are they going to provide the state's money to help keep individuals home when they're sick with this virus? You know, it's a difficult time economically. I mean, this could be a very difficult time for our state economically as well as the nation economically. And we're seeing it in the stock market currently, but it has other ripples throughout our state and local economies. And, I just worry about the money issue.
Yeah, my top of my mind has been the issue of employment, income, and quarantine, and I think framing it in terms of health care, I can't imagine people not thinking, I don't even want to be tested, because if I'm told I have to self-quarantine, I can't feed my family. And I think even of my hairdresser who has the hair salon in her home, and if she says, oh, I have to self-quarantine for some reason, she can't have any customers coming in. Maybe she shouldn't be, but then she has zero income.
Maybe no customers will be coming in.
Or no customers will be coming in. And the issue becomes, of course, the money. I don't know if the workers' comp system is a tool that can be used. I don't know what the tools are, but that's, I think, my healthcare preeminent concern.
Oh, can I mention one other thing? Sure. Besides the economic issue, the medical issue. Do we have the equipment to treat, a major pandemic, particularly when it comes to respirators? How many respirators, does the average hospital have? I'm sure UVM has a great number of them, but I mean, that concerns me. Yeah.
I'm just going to add, I agree with all of it, and particularly concerned about food, not just for children, but seniors and those in need. And also, I think the state needs to be helping municipalities in coming up with plans to physically check on seniors and those in need. A little bit to get to Ann's point of, are there people in their home who are sick who are not coming to be tested because they're scared of what the cost is going to be? And just making sure they're okay.
If we get the tests, are there enough tests? It's like there are, there aren't, there,
No, I think we don't know. I think we don't know at this point. I want to just mention a couple things. One is that medications, access to essential medications for people who, in fact, if they're being asked to self-quarantine, or if in fact there's social distancing to the degree that different things have happened in different settings as this is advanced, and the barriers to, like, I was approached by someone who said, my child needs insulin, my family member needs insulin. I can't afford to put out what the copay is for a month's supply of what's being required to get an advanced supply of medication, even though I'm being told try to get advanced supply so that you're not you don't have to worry about that. But it's we literally don't have the funds to do that. And in light of some of what we're talking about, and I don't know what the answer to this is, but quite honestly, I think the mental health pressures are going to be there, or they are already elevated for the entire population. And for people, for everyone, there's a significantly heightened level of anxiety and fear, and you can name it, just cascade through the issues. And I think we need to at least recognize that, and recognize that the pressures on all of our formal systems, but our informal systems are going to be highly pressured as well. So,
Just add on to that point. And our healthcare workers.
I
mean, that's my biggest concern is that this does take off. We have a limited supply, and how are we going to protect them, keep them safe, keep them working to help the people that are
Please.
Devin Green from Vermont Association of Hospitals.
And I need to go to an emergency
I just want to do a quick public service announcement along those lines of protecting hospital resources is call your primary care provider, get advice from your primary care provider. Do not physically go to the emergency room unless you're short of breath. Don't go to the emergency room if you've had,
I'm going to bring that up to my
urgent care.
constituents already.
Good. I'm glad you're doing it because you are the leaders in your community. So send that message.
So we're taking a break. Come back at 4:00, see if our chair's back.
Yep.
What time?
And we will hold off 11 o'clock.
11 o'clock?
Have you heard that?
Yes, Brad.
I'll call back at 11. Thank you. Hello.
Hi.
All right. So I'm going to just give you some report back from the meeting I was just a part of. We met, the Speaker's office was an emergency meeting of the chairs, and the intent was both to hear what, as we did some go around, what were some of the top ideas to how to respond for Vermonters in this emergency situation. We did that, and I reported back on most of the ideas that we talked about here, and then, as did others, not every committee had taken time to look at it as a committee, but the Speaker then asked each committee to take some specific responsibility over the next several days, and I wanted to share within the framework of trying to see if there were immediate policy changes or financial changes that should be put on the agenda, literally on the agenda on the floor of the House today or tomorrow, and immediate short-term changes. And we were asked specifically to look at the issues of the impact on home health, on folks, healthcare workers who are going into settings to sustain folks, to look at the issues of mental health and whether there are any financial or policy or financial changes that need to be facilitated to allow what needs to happen over the next immediate period of time. And I also raised the issue of pharmacy and access, and I think issues of access to essential medications or supplies that are sufficient. And I think quite apart from that, but in addition, is hospital situation, hospital preparedness. So I'm going to, and that we need to balance trying to find a way to try to engage the key stakeholders on those issues with our committees, that this is, as the Speaker said, this is no time to form a task force to figure this out. This is a time to see if there are immediate actions that people are putting on the table that then we can, in turn, have drafted. The Speaker's office will take charge of what the vehicle is if there's a decision that something needs to happen. So I think I need to step back and look at what we have left on our agenda because every committee also is facing crossover. There's some suggestion that maybe crossover will be moved, but in the meantime, crossover has not been moved. And we're trying to find a balance between looking at prioritizing what it is we're trying to move forward and with looking at these issues. Now, I'm just frankly trying to think out loud right now about how best to proceed. I think what we might do is, I think we have a specific proposal in front of us that I think is prepared to, that is a longer term, is not a short term immediate issue, but is a longer term piece, but I think one which we might be able to go through quickly. And so why don't we do that? In the meantime, I would like, looking around the room, but also thinking that some of the key players, both around home health issues, mental health issues, and pharmacy issues in terms of carriers and obviously pharmacy. So what I'm going to ask is that if you're in the room and you are engaged in that specific, in any of those three specific areas, or in hospital preparedness, that you be thinking about, are there immediate policy changes that you believe should happen and could happen in the in the immediate term, and or financial changes that would be necessary in order to support Vermonters, that the legislature has the ability to take steps in the next 48 hours. I'm asking you to be thinking about that, and for us to be reaching out to other stakeholders who are similarly situated. But I think in the meantime, we'll find a time either later today or certainly tomorrow to come back and see what those proposals are. So I know that some folks who are engaged in these issues are in the room and some are not, but that's, if you, to the degree you who are can communicate with your stakeholder colleagues who would be a key stakeholder on that, if you would ask them, this is a request from the House Healthcare Committee to help us think about those immediate policy changes or financial changes, financial issues that could be addressed by the legislature in the next 48 hours that would be essential in anticipating the needs of Vermonters. Is that, I know that doesn't answer a lot of questions, but I think that's the framework that I'm asking us to think. I would ask us as committee members to be thinking in those terms, but I also want to reach out and engage the stakeholder community as well. But I think we have something in front of us which I think we could take a look at, which is a longer term, because we also have a longer term responsibility, so we're going to try to balance all these issues.
Nothing. Okay.
So I think we have brought some people together around at least one with the proposals longer term, and it's definitely longer term, but nevertheless could potentially be quite important around prescription drug issues. And Gloria, are you prepared to help us walk through this? And
Christina, would you mind that? Yeah. And Jeff's here.
Yep. Okay.
So we talked about this, and then there was a small group that kind of met separately and talked through how we can make this happen. So we have some language that I will walk through, or Christine, if you want to walk through it.
Whatever you prefer.
Okay. Why don't you walk through it since you drafted it, and then we'll answer questions, and then Jeff's here to respond as well.
So Christina McLaughlin, Green Mountain Care Board. I can't take full credit for drafting it, but it was a group effort at the board. So in front of you is some, and it is posted online, some proposed language. This proposed language for the board to develop a prescription drug technical advisory group to do exactly what it says, have some transparency around prescription drugs. So just to read through it, the Green Mountain Care Board shall establish a prescription drug technical advisory group pursuant to 18 VSA section 9374 E2 to provide input and recommendations to the topics described in subsection E to the board through January 15th, 2022. The board shall appoint interested stakeholders with applicable subject matter expertise as appropriate.
Part B, the prescription drug technical advisory group may provide recommendations to the board on one or more of the following topics. 1, models that enhance the board's ability to analyze, monitor, or report the pricing of prescription drug products, or the relationship between prescription drug pricing and consumer prescription drug costs, the effectiveness of prescription drug initiatives on prescription drug costs, or 3, other mechanisms for increasing prescription drug price transparency at one or more levels of prescription drug supply chain. The Green Medicare Board shall provide a report to the General Assembly on or before January 15th, 2022, based on the recommendations from this advisory group, and we suggested that the effective date is effective upon passage.
So I have a question. Why the 2022 date?
So at the board and working with Jeff Hochberg, we agreed that either we ask for money so we can contract out some of this work, or we can not ask for money and have a little more time to work on this. And we felt the no money ask was a safer bet.
Okay. Any questions?
I don't see, I mean, we're analyzing, we're monitoring. I don't see where we're actually taking any action to decrease the cost of pharmaceuticals in Vermont.
So that is somewhat of the intent of this. It is to bring in all these experts and others to develop a model or options for the board to review and analyze prescription drug costs and see what the best mode of action is. I think with this Friday deadline and this is pretty broad language, and we wanted it to be broad so that we had some more power to develop.
But again, I just don't see the action in this at all, other than monitoring and...
So I guess if I were to be completely honest, if we were to take action, the path would have maybe a lot of resistance. So I know there is this struggle to want to have action, and maybe Jeff can speak more of this as well, because he is in this work.
I want to see prescription drugs at a lower cost.
Mm-hmm.
I want to see insulin products at a lower cost, and I just don't see that this bill cuts it.
Can I chime in on my friend Christina, because I know you know this, but you probably don't have it at the top of your mind. Susan Barrett, Executive Director of the Mountain Care Board. We, and also this committee, has worked closely with NASHP, National Academy of State Health Policy. They're a nonpartisan group that brings together states to work on issues such as they have a task force on prescription drug price transparency and reduction in prices of cost control for prescription drugs, and I was an initial member of that task force. So they are working right now on some additional programs that are not ready for prime time, and so we can't share the specifics with you, that we believe we would like to work on with them and could fit into this language and does exactly, the intent of the work that they're doing is going exactly where you're going in terms of getting to the root of the matter. So I don't know if there's language we could add, like to work with NASHP on additional, I don't know what else I can say.
We will work with NASHP either way. We are and we have been, and the timing's just off. Yeah. I believe Trish Riley said that within the next month. Yes, the next month or two, it will be up and proposed, and as long as everything goes well, again, we just can't. It cannot be shared at this time.
And if I can just add one thing regarding NASHP membranes. We worked with them on the drug importation for those who weren't here at the time. So there is a working relationship that's established with them, which is good. Are you good? I know you're not good, but you can ask me.
Well, I guess I would just also say if we had something that we could put on the table to take direct action on at this point in time, would we put it on the table? I don't think we have that. I know the Senate has looked at issues around insulin and capping insulin co-pays or some element of that, that will be coming over from the Senate. That's why we did not take that specific issue up in this committee. But there are and I don't think we're prepared at this point. There's the bill in front of us that would tax the Green Mountain Care Board with actually setting caps on prices and controls on prescription drug prices. I don't think we have the ability to move that bill. That would not move anywhere at this point in time. It would simply grind into endless testimony. But I think the intent is to try to give the Green Mountain Care Board some additional ability to dig into prescription drug pricing issues in particular and position them to work with us with more specific targeted proposals that hopefully will emerge in the medium term, if not the near term.
Exactly.
I would just say, if I have your assurances and that you're going to do something, that we're going to have some sort of action, hopefully, then I will support this bill. You know?
I think it's a frustration that we don't have some, and the issues are complex about what we can do at the state level and what can be done at the federal level. We're kind of caught in the midst of a lot of this.
Mashpee likes to continuously remind us that a lot of these proposals that they have is met with resistance, and that takes time and money sometimes. So we were trying to, I think everyone agrees that we need to do more. It's just we need to find out what's the best path to do more.
David and Lucy?
Brian.
Oh, I'm sorry, Brian.
I've been listening to this. Advisory groups, suggestion groups. We're going to look into this. We're going to think about it. We're going to talk about it. And we're going to discuss it by January 15th, 2022. That's sitting in a room pedaling a bicycle and pedaling and pedaling and pedaling, getting absolutely nowhere. In a year or 2 years from now, you're still sitting in the same living room pedaling a bicycle. And right now, in the Green Mountain Care Board has had plenty of time to do something about this, about prescription drugs, and nothing's been done. And that's all we do in here is talk about it and listen to people talk about it. Why doesn't somebody actually do something?
So our regulatory role is given to us by the legislature. So what we work on is in statute, and with our limited staff, that's what we can do. And there were various bills proposed that would have given us that more authority, but like Chair Lippert just mentioned there.
And I would say, I mean, I've only been in this committee for a couple of years, but every year we have tried to take steps, and it is frustrating and it is slow.
Steps particularly
around prescription drugs, I'm sorry, yes. And it's frustrating and it's slow, and in some regards we have our hands tied between, as Bill said, what we can do versus what the feds have to do. I hear your frustration. I'm there too. I mean, prescription drugs is one of the reasons we have high healthcare costs. So I think this is a good step in the right direction. I wish it was more too, but I think it's what we can do.
I could remind this committee that there are other reports that the state, I mean, the board has a report relating to prescription drug costs. There's many transparency reports that are for transparency. So this is really to see what action we can take and just kind of evaluate, just like everyone has mentioned, what the state's power can
And can I be blunt and just say that if we had a proposal on the table here for the Green Mountain Care Board to take specific action, we would be hearing why would the Green Mountain Care Board, why should they be taking specific action? Why should we allow them to take action? So I mean, and I'm not directing that at either of you, but just generally, this is the dilemma we are in the midst of, and this is trying to give them some additional ability to work with the appropriate people to develop the capacity for us then to identify and debate, frankly, specific actions. If we were talking about having the Green Mountain Care Board actually put price controls on prescription drugs, which is embedded in one of the bills, we would be needing to take some very extensive testimony. And if we come to that, if we ever come to that, that would be a significant step beyond which we have not given them any type of authority. So it's a frustration for all of us at a time when we know that prescription drugs, and I'll just say that for myself, we passed the first bill on price transparency in the country around prescription drugs. We were the first state to pass a bill around importation, allowing to work with the federal government about the potential of Canadian imported drugs from Canada. And my point of view is we need to keep just taking step after step and not stop. But we are not going to, but there's not a single thing that is available to us to do at the moment that I'm aware of.
Except make noise.
Well, and this is part of that. Yeah. I agree. And I think, frankly, to be quite honest, and I'll just be really blunt about it, for us to make noise on a bipartisan, tripartisan basis, and that's what we have done successfully up to this point. When we have moved the bills on price transparency in the face of objections from the pharma and the pharmaceutical industry, when we did Canadian drug importation, this committee collectively on a tripartisan at the time basis said we need to make noise and we need to make it clear that there's action that needs to be taken. And so I'm hoping that we can continue to do that even in the face of knowing that this is not sufficient.
I would like to see more follow-up rather than wait to 2022 on. I know Town of Derby's still waiting for their Y2K generators. Like 20 years ago, the state promised the Town of Derby generators when we were going to turn into Y2K. Still waiting for them. I hope we don't have to wait that long for something like this to happen. That might be a little bit of an over-exaggeration, but
can we add a line about giving Derby their generators?
I think so. I think we should do that. And where are the Derby generators?
Yes.
I can add here, we're happy to check in with this committee on our progress towards this. I think Christina did an excellent job describing the conundrum we're in, that we have other duties we're performing, and we are very, to your point about the task force and the technical advisory group, we have a very successful technical advisory group, the primary care advisory group, that actually, I believe, brought to light a lot of the workforce issues that you're dealing with now. So I think that this is a promising avenue. And I don't know if you want to put in a check-in, we're happy to do that next year as a progress on our a check-in on our progress. That's easy enough.
And if
I
we
think
are,
that would be absolutely appropriate, because that's what our expectation is, that this is not something we're going to sit back and wait until 2022 for.
if we are being honest too, this has no cost attached, but it will take a lot of staff time, and after the session ends, we are quite busy. So we are happy to do a January check-in if that's what January 2021.
There would be a January check-in, January 2021 check-in with the House Welfare Committees and the appropriate.
That helps remind us too.
Yes, absolutely. It does.
As much, as Lucy said before, we ask for stuff and then we run out of time.
And we're a very transparent board, so we will most likely have a committee page on this. We will post meeting information. We will make this as transparent as possible.
Okay. Given the context in which we're doing all of this, I'm going to suggest that. Thank you. Unless there are other specific questions for Christina, there are. Okay.
I just was. You also did.
Go ahead.
I just was wondering what in this is outside of the board's current powers versus what new authority does this grant the board?
So this really doesn't. We came to this realizing we can use our existing authority to create a technical advisory group. And since there were all these other bills that were this bigger ask, we took into consideration all the other bills and came up with this that we felt, we can't make everyone happy, but we felt with working with Jeff Hochberg and internally that this is what we can do with our current staff, our current timeline. And so this isn't giving us anything new per se, but this is, to put in language that we will come back and report in 2021 and 2022. 2022, really.
I have two questions, and they may not be best directed at you, so you can say so if you want. I'm not clear on what, in number 2, what a prescription drug initiative would mean.
So the effectiveness of prescription drug initiatives, I guess when we propose recommendations as to how to control prescription drug costs or be more transparent or whatever it may be, how effective those initiatives may be.
Okay. So, and if everyone understands that that's what that means, the language just seemed a little vague, prescription drug initiative, but if it's clear to the board, then good. And then I'm also not clear myself on, in number 1, the difference between pricing and costs. So we're using both of those terms to mean not the same thing?
So I guess pricing is pricing, which can mean various things, but cost to, say, the consumers,
the ultimate cost to the consumer. So when we say the relationship in the end of part 1, relationship between prescription drug pricing and consumer prescription drug costs, that's retail or list pricing. Is that what we mean by the first?
List pricing, but then the cost. There's so many.
Yes, I know. So there's quite a few different costs, and Jeff could probably take a minute and walk through it when he comes up. That happened through the supply chain, and then what does the customer and the patient end up paying? There's a lot. I mean, when we drafted our last bill, it was very like wholesale acquisition costs versus some other costs. We'll let Jeff comment to that. So hold that question too.
Okay.
Anything else for the agreement here? Sorry.
Yeah, I have one more question. I don't know whether this bill should cover this, whether it's an issue that you would look at. But it has to do with the coronavirus. I don't know what type of pharmaceuticals or meds that will be required to attack this virus. But will the Green Mountain Care Board also be looking at, say, price gouging that I'm sure will probably come up eventually?
I'm sure. I mean, that's why we kept this language pretty broad. We can look at everything and anything.
So this would be covered and would be reported, I guess.
Yeah.
I think that's an important point. I think, in this kind of emergent situation, we would particularly need to be aware of protecting Vermonters from being exploited. Thank you, Christina.
Thank you.
Jeff, would you like to comment?
Absolutely. So, Jeff Hochberg, Vermont Retail Druggist and Pharmacy owner in the state. First, I think I need a tissue to cry because I think the comments that I just heard from the committee about wanting to do more to tackle this, it's been my almost career endeavor here for the last 10 years of advocating to this committee and others about the need for transparency, the need to make change. And what I've come to learn, maybe apart from maybe Susan and maybe Mike, who've probably been at this a little bit longer than I have, the point I'd like to make is that, I can come here and I can give you a bill. I could give you NCOIL's recommended language for reforming PBM that's going to have downward effect on patient copays today, but then turn around a year from now and may have lasting impacts on premiums. And I can say that I'm being underpaid on these drugs, I'm being overpaid on these drugs. The hospitals are having access issues to these meds, the 340B pricing, the insulin pricing. There's so many factors that go into this that the one thing that I've learned over the years is that what we need more than anything is true, reliable data to move forward effectively. And that's what this bill does. And that's why we fully support this bill. And it is, I think it's a milestone to really put it in statute, to actively drive a cost containment data acquisition program that is going to perpetuate throughout our lifetimes. And that's what's key. Because we could institute something today, we may not see any savings tomorrow. And we want to be able to make sound decisions going forward because we've tried things in the past and they just haven't panned out. Well, why? And we hear from different stakeholders. You hear from me that, this is what's going on in pharmacy. You hear from the insurers, this is what's going on in the insurance world. So there's a lot to it. And I'm very thankful that this committee is concerned and wants to act today. But I think this is going to be this appropriate step to move forward effectively, and given the time crunch, to move forward this year, to have something that actually goes across and without drawing in just everyone from the woodworks. So that said, we fully support this bill, and I'd like to thank the Green Mountain Care Board for their work on coming up with this. And I'm always available to come here and testify more to the comings and goings of pharmacy matters. I'll just start by saying, too, that one, I don't have any hand sanitizer available for you. So I can't sell anymore. It's not available to me.
I thought you wanted some right now.
I have my own stockpile at home. Thank you, though. To the board's or to the committee's chairman, your comments earlier about what some of the things we need to think about now in the immediate. I have actually thought a lot about this. We've been in active discussion both within our store group, with other stores. I've been in conversation recently with the national committees. There's a lot of discussion going on about what is going on currently. And there are going to be access issues. There already are access issues. I think one thing that I would like to stress to this committee that I would, thinking outside of the box, some things that I would like to see are maybe an emergency access request. Okay, you asked the question about what are the treatments for coronavirus. Viruses, there are a heck of a lot of treatment. Unless you have a drug that's developed specific to target a specific virus, there's little you can do other than really protect against treat symptoms, and you can treat secondary infections. What we're seeing and what we're being told at the pharmacy level now is to try to gain access to inhalers, to steroids, to antibiotics, and all of those are already under allocation from all the wholesalers. So the wholesalers are already limiting how much is available to the local pharmacies and to the hospital entities. So the drug supply chain has been disrupted, and a lot of it has to do with China, because 80% of the raw ingredients used to manufacture all drugs in the United States come from India and China. So there will be a slowdown that will be perpetuated beyond this quarter. It will continue on at least through quarter two before we see a true reform of it. Also, the drugs that are being investigated by the big manufacturers, by Gilead, by AbbVie, you see these in the headlines. These drugs are all very expensive drugs. They're usually limited distribution drugs, and they're usually restricted network drugs. One thing that I think would be helpful is that maybe an emergency measure to require that these drugs be available to every access point possible within our system. So every retail community pharmacy should be able to access these products as appropriate, and go through so that we can distribute to the general public as quickly as possible.
So let me ask you specifically about that, because we are looking for immediate recommendations, but that sounds to me like that's probably a federal recommendation rather than a state recommendation. Would that be fair to say, or am I misunderstanding?
No, because a lot of it is dictated by the insurance market.
It's dictated by?
The insurance market, even under the exchange book. So where certain drugs are acquired by patients is dictated to a level within the insurance market, and that would need to be uplifted in addition to any federal stoppages that may exist in the platform. But there is, without question, a hard insurance market, narrow marketing of certain drug classes.
You're talking about prior authorization and...
Prior authorizations, certain medications, which they like to call specialty medications, have limited restricted networks. They may not be limited distribution drugs. I have full access to some of these drugs, but yet I can't dispense them to patients because I'm not in network to dispense them. So something like that may be of consideration, increasing access. You know, one thing that I hear constantly in the news about is this massive move, which we're seeing today, about liquidation and move to capitalization for individuals and companies. So perhaps maybe a moratorium on deductibles, so that constituents are only paying copays or even bottom tier copays in the interim here, so that their own financial resources are not depleted amidst any potential fallout that may come, so that they can prepare effectively. They can buy other consumables as necessary, water, whatever, just toilet paper, which is hard to get to. And I think the third thing that I would suggest for consideration would be something to protect the healthcare industry. Pharmacies, hospitals, physicians' offices, in order for those to work, all require significant infrastructure of staff. In the event of a massive outbreak, if our staff goes down, we cannot continue to service our population. What I think would be, and this is just an idea that popped into my head, is some assistance with small businesses to furlough positions so that we could self-isolate in staff members to keep rotating in without any certainly, so that they can be compensated for this lack of actual work hours. But we could rotate people in so that in the event that people, there is an outbreak, they're somewhat segregated and can effectively manage with minimal staff, so that we can continue to service throughout the outbreak. I think I'm kind of explaining that correctly. I don't know. It's just an idea that popped in my head.
I'm not sure I fully follow.
Let me try this again.
But I'm going to suggest that I'm not going to try and come up, but I'm going to ask you to think about it and try to articulate something further for us at a later time.
So, those are, I think,
I'm good. Yeah, thank you.
Mark?
About the bill, so you can find that. So I'm concerned that the language about the interested stakeholders, the board shall appoint interested stakeholders with applicable subject matter expertise is appropriate. Do you think that's clear enough and strong enough to make sure that it's not, the stakeholders are not lopsided, it's not one-sided?
No, I think that's sufficient enough. I think one of the things you run into is if it gets, I think the board, I have full confidence in the board to do that. I'm not concerned about that one thing.
Right.
You think that January 15th, 2021 would be a better date than January 15th, 2022? Just your opinion.
My opinion would be, of course it's better. I mean, the more information that comes, I mean, it may not be the full report. I think an updated report. I do not think that a solid report that's going to give answers, meaningful answers for strong, comprehensive action is going to be ready before 2022. It's just unrealistic.
Quite a year.
I've spent too long trying to convince people about how pharmacy even works. I'm still doing Pharmacy 101. I think Brian Murphy and I think Susan Kowski are still doing Pharmacy 101 discussions here with various committees. It's a very complicated industry. So I think it's unreasonable for a full report to be issued by 2022 with some kind of update periodically or whatever.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I'm going to ask that we're going to come back to this once we asked for there to be an addition of check-in with this committee in 2021, and we'll come back to that in terms of having the language in front of the group. So I'm going to need to step back and think about how to touch base with all of you and how best to proceed. We have some new challenges on our plate as well as our ongoing work, and so I'm just going to ask you to be flexible and stay connected with Dennis and with our emails that'll give you an alert. We may choose to be back in here this afternoon, and in the meantime we're going to be reaching out to the appropriate stakeholders to get further input to but in terms of immediate steps that we can take to support Vermonters around issues of home health, mental health, privacy, etc. And while at the same time trying to move some of our agenda forward.
Yeah, I was just going to request of members, because we couldn't get to the affordability piece this morning, that to the extent you can get the time to read the language and ask questions offline in anticipation of us being able to discuss it at some point, hopefully. But to the extent that can expedite everybody's understanding and you're able to do that, that'd be great.
I think in the interest of everyone's well-being, let's stop for lunch.
Okay, brace yourself. Yeah, we're underway. It's 9:15 by the clock here. I guess this clock is fast, about 9:11, I think. And let's get started. Let's go around and identify yourselves, please, board members. We know we have some public, but board members, please begin. Let's start with you, Sabina and Kyle.
Sabina Brochu,
Thank you. Everybody speak up nice and clearly, please. Next, Oliver.
Oliver Olson.
Kim.
Peter Cup.
Peter, welcome.
Yeah, I had the wrong, I was doing the wrong, I was doing the deliberative.
Right. Okay. Kim, you there?
Yes, Kim Gleason, Essex.
Kathy, speak up.
Kathy LaVoy, Swanson. Kathy LaVoy, Swanson.
Yeah, so at this point, we are missing John O'Keefe, who I think is pretty busy with some work as town manager, but he's going to join us after lunch, I think. And Dan French is got a whole lot of commitments, as you might imagine, including the governor's asked him to appear at a press conference this morning. So we'll get Dan when we can. And when Suzanne, when Dan is available, will you please let me know, because I would like to switch the agenda around as soon as he's available to have him speak with us about the stuff on the agenda that's his in particular. We want to hear his secretary's report. We can, and we'd also like any input he might have on item F, as in Fred, the Battenkill Valley. Either Dan or Donna Russo Savage or whoever from the agency is going to join us for the conversation on F. Suzanne, if you would please have them standing by pretty soon. We're going to get to that as quickly as we can, basically as soon as we hear from Dan.
Okay, sounds good. I'll let you know when Dan is going to join in, and I'll just interrupt the meeting,
Please.
or Dan can just let you know that he's there.
Don't be afraid to interrupt.
Okay.
As a general procedure, then, it's been suggested by Oliver that all of us you keep your phone on mute if you can. That eliminates feedback and background noise. And one other thing, if you can hear anything where you are, we can hear it when you speak. So any background conversations, radios, television, anything like that will come through and be very, very distracting. So try to be in a place that's very quiet when you're speaking. It might be good if you would, when you want to speak, just pipe right up, hit your button and say, this is Sabina or this is Oliver, and then go ahead and say what you want to say. When it comes to votes, I'm going to ask you to say your name and your vote. We won't have any votes until the afternoon, and then we'll have several. well, we'll have one right away, actually, on the consent agenda when we get to that. Any questions now on this process that we're going to try to follow? None. All right, good. So don't be afraid to hit your button and pipe up whenever you want to say anything, and we'll just work with it, okay? Let's move on now. Then as to the subject, we're still on item A on the agenda, and on amendments to the agenda, there's a pretty good likelihood that we're going to have to move things around on the agenda. I don't expect there to be any additional items, except possibly Representative Kate Webb, who's the chair of the House Committee on Education, may join the meeting. And if she does, I would invite her to give us a 10-minute briefing on what's happening in House and Senate on education bills. So that would be an additional item on the agenda that's not listed if Representative Webb is available for this meeting. Anything else on that? Let's move on then to the item B. The first item on the item B is the consent agenda. You have a motion that was sent to you last night. Anybody wish to make the motion with regard to the consent agenda?
I'll make the motion that the State Board of Education approve the consent agenda as presented. This is Kathy Lavoie.
I'll second that. Okay. Motion has been made by Kathy Lavoie, seconded by Oliver, that the State Board of Education approve the consent agenda as presented. Those in favor say aye, please. Just
Aye. Aye.
And
Aye. Aye.
give your names, please.
Aye.
Give your names, please.
Aye.
Aye. Kathy Lavoie.
Aye.
Bill Mathis. Aye.
Keep going.
Please, aye.
All right.
Oliver Olson, aye.
Yep. Peter?
Hey, John.
Yes.
This is Jenna. Can I
Yeah.
make a suggestion?
Yes, please.
Instead
Yeah.
of both things at the same time, if you maybe said Jenna and I respond.
Okay.
And I respond.
All right.
So if you kind of do a roll call and we
Yeah.
all just.
Yep. All right. Good.
Okay.
Let's just try that then.
Thank you.
Let's just try that. Sabina?
I can't vote, John.
Oh, sorry. Thank you. Kyle?
Aye.
Jenna?
Aye.
Oliver?
Aye.
Kim?
Aye.
Peter? Kathy?
Aye.
Bill?
Aye.
Okay. You got that, Suzanne?
Yes, I do.
Good,
John,
thank
are you voting?
Oh, yes. Aye. Thank you. We'll postpone board announcements and the student report for now. We'll come back to them. Question for you, Suzanne. Who do we need for the discussion about Battenkill Valley?
This was Oliver's item, so we need Oliver to speak, and I reached out to Emily Simmons to see who will be available from the Agency of Education.
And do you have an answer?
Not just yet.
I think Donna Russo Savage is probably the person most knowledgeable.
Exactly. Suzanne, can you move that along and get Donna on board for us so we can take this topic up?
Right, I'll reach out through Emily and see if we can get Donna.
Okay, good. Thank you.
It'll be her call, yes.
Yeah. And I will then begin a chair's report for you, and we will come back to announcements. There's quite a lot to talk about. Mostly I'm going to speak to you about, let's talk first about the schedule of meetings. You should have received yesterday a schedule of meetings for the rest of this year and into 2021. As you can see, we have 3 meetings in a row that include 2 are board meetings with a hearing, and the third one on the 6th of May is an APA hearing only. So April meeting is a regular board meeting, which will start at 12:30 and go until 4, at which time we will then conduct a hearing, public hearing, in connection with the APA rules that are in process now, i.e. 1300 and 2360, the special education rules that you adopted at our last meeting. By the way, on Monday the 9th of March, we presented the rules as you adopted them to the Interagency Committee on Administrative Rules. That begins the so-called APA process. APA being Administrative Procedures Act. You're going to hear a lot more about this APA process over the next couple of years. So that process has begun, and a piece of it is the public comment period, which begins in April, and we hold 3 public hearings. So that's what you see in the April, May, and May meetings that are listed. June 17th is a regular board meeting.
To clarify, Jonathan, I had that our regular meeting on the 22nd was starting at 1. Potentially, you're saying it's at 12:30?
We think, yeah.
Okay.
We think. Otherwise, we don't have very much time for our regular board meeting.
Okay.
Is everybody able to hear Kathy and Bill when they speak?
Yes.
We have microphones now.
Okay. We will have no meeting in July. I'm going to give you all a break. And then we will have our retreat in August. Normally we have it in September. The reason we have it, planning it in August is that we expect that September, October, and November will be very, very busy for the board because the legislature wants us to conduct some briefings/hearings about the waiting study, 6 of them, before the 1st of December. So we will have a lot of work to do in the autumn, and I don't want to use any of September for a retreat. I want to get that done in August so that come September, October, November, we're available to conduct these 6 briefings/hearings on the waiting study, as well as our board meeting. So now that's the general schedule. Any questions, comments?
Could you go through those dates just real quickly? I don't have hard copy.
Here you go.
Oh, thank you. There they are.
So let me just now tell you a little bit about what's been going on in the legislature. I've been spending a lot of time there. It feels like the old days. It's actually, I love being there, but it's not part of my job description anymore. The S-166 I told you about last night in my email Sunday night some issues that remain there that I think we are unhappy with, and hopefully they can be addressed when the bill gets to House Education. S-166 got tied up in the rush to adjourn on Friday, the 13th, and so no action was taken on the Senate floor, but we have reason to believe that the support for it is pretty good. S-46 is the pupil weighting study. That's a strike all on an earlier bill, so it has a title that has nothing to do with weighting study. Oh, and by the way, S-166, you may see it referred to as a bill to dissolve the State Board of Education. That's its name because it was put in as a bill to dissolve the State Board of Education by some of our lesser friends among the Senate. I've told you very often that there are about a third of the state senators at one time or another have signed on to bills in the last 2 or 3 years to dissolve the state board or to eliminate its rulemaking authority. So this is one of those bills which has been repurposed by the Senate Education Committee for a bunch of procedural reasons. And so it's called to dissolve it. But really, its purpose, it's what's called a strike all. The title persists until the bill is passed, and then the title becomes a bill to reform the State Board of Education. I would just say that as a result of the good work of the Senate Committee on Education in endorsing the vision that we all have had together about how the board should be reformed, the bill to eliminate the State Board of Education, which came out of the so-called Sunset Committee, that bill has been modified in the House, and the piece in it that would eliminate the state board has been itself eliminated. But that doesn't mean the problem's going away. It simply means that they are giving us a break and they're watching closely. But the chairs of both the House and Senate committees on GovOps, I've talked with them both. They both are satisfied that the board is making a good faith effort to address the concerns that have been around for a number of years. And then with the passage of 166, they will be more than satisfied that we've kept our end of the bargain with the Sunset Commission. S-46 is the strike all that has the pupil weighting study in it, and basically it's a study of the study. And it has a couple parts, one of which is that the agency is to come back to the legislature with a systematic plan for implementing the weighting study. You'll learn a lot more about the weighting study in an hour and a half or so when Tammy Colby's here. Another piece of S-46, the weighting study bill, is that the state board is assigned the duty of conducting 6 meetings around the state. And the purposes of the meetings are twofold. One, to inform the general public of the thrust and purpose of the weighting study. And second, to receive public comment on that proposal. Having received that, we are directed then to report our pertinent findings to the Secretary of Education, who is then charged with preparing this plan for implementation. Okay? So that's at S-46. It places a significant responsibility on the board. In many ways, I take it as a very good sign that certainly the education committees and I think the General Assembly is indicating to us that they value the State Board of Education and especially the role we play where we reach out across the state to communities and inform them and learn from them. That's a role we want to see more of for the State Board. I have already talked with both of the committee chairs to point out that this places a considerable burden upon the state board. A typical meeting costs us anywhere from $5,000 to $7,000, a day-long meeting. Renting a facility, paying for our ETN to videotape it, the lavish meals that we provide, the incredible per diem that we pay to each of you, and so on and so forth. Pretty soon you're talking real money, as they say. And I pointed out to folks in the State House that we are happy to do this work, but we need some resources to do it with. I'm not talking about staff. I'm talking about simple cash to pay the cost of running this business. We'll see where that goes. Second, or third bill of importance to us is H209, which is the school construction bill.
Before you get to that,
Yeah.
could you go back to the other piece a second? That seems like a lot of things happened in a real hurry.
Okay.
Can you go further in terms of how these hearings came about? All of this comes as a quick surprise.
I see. Yeah, I think I think the situation in the legislature, I hope I can characterize it fairly, is that everybody thinks that the weighting study is very important. I don't think there's any disputing that. I think, however, people are feeling unready to take action on it. Remember, this is the second year of the biennium. It's very hard to get anything significant accomplished in 1 year of a biennium. It's very, and of course, if you don't get it accomplished in that biennium, it all drops dead and you start all over again in the next. Whereas if you start in the first year of a biennium, whatever is not completed carries over to the second year. Moreover, the legislature that will exist on January of 2021 will be a different legislature than the one that exists now. So I think the sentiment typically, just the atmosphere I feel in the State House is folks are just trying to get the basics done and not taking on any significant major new initiatives. And with the COVID-19 virus, we'll be lucky if we get many of these bills passed even. It is conceivable that virtually all of the bills, including our own S-166 and including S-46, the weighting study, may not see final action this year because of COVID-19. There is talk on the Hill about simply passing the so-called money bills. That's appropriations and transportation, basically. But that we're getting ahead of ourselves to speculate too much about that. I think we can operate safely for the moment in the expectation that S-166 will pass the Senate, it will go to the House and be favorably acted upon. That S-46, the pupil weighting study, which is just a study of the study, to your point, Bill, will pass. I think people want to see, they don't want to see nothing happening on this. But just parenthetically, I would mention to you that there seems to be no action on proficiency-based learning, PBL. So far as I can see, the House has no live bill on that topic. And the Senate committee, I asked the chair the other day, and he said, the Senate Committee on Education said they don't expect to offer a bill on that. So there were kind of much ado about PBL at the beginning of the year, and you can just see the appetite for taking on controversial projects seems to be tepid at best.
John, I have a question that maybe I should know, but is there any way in which the State Board of Education, if S-46 weren't passed, Is there any way that the State Board of Education, forget the money piece, could take action for public input regarding the weighting study?
Absolutely,
okay.
Yes.
And would that be something that would be considered so that we can moving forward? Okay.
Absolutely. I think we all, I suspect, we'll talk about it more later, but I suspect that there's a pretty strong consensus on this board that the weighting study is very, very important and that we can play a useful role whether we are asked to do so by the legislature or not. It's nice to be asked, it's nice to be funded, but it's still worth doing.
And would it, follow up, would it lend the same level of credibility, or would it be taken seriously, even if it wasn't through legislative action that we're doing it? So we're not doing anything that they're going to say, forget it, we're going to do it this way, our way. I can't imagine what that might be, but I'm just thinking if we weren't given the directive legislatively, if it would just be,
Yeah, I think we could find out. I think the answer is probably yes, that it would be welcome. If it all comes to pass that S46 goes nowhere because of COVID-19, I would certainly have conversations with the chairs of the House and Senate Committees on Education. My guess is that they would say, oh, yes, please, go right ahead. Let's make progress any way we can.
Thank you.
There'd be, of course, no guarantee as to what's done with our report.
Right.
But I think this is precisely the kind of thing that I think we all visualize this board ought to be doing.
Yep.
I agree, and I'm sympathetic to what Kathy just went through, but I'm just thinking is if we go through all these hearings and prepare a plan, and then it's given over to the agency to take perhaps in a different direction, that might be problematic.
Well, I'm not suggesting that the board is not being asked to quote prepare a plan.
Right.
The board is asked in S46 to go out, inform people about what the weighting study is, and hear what their comments are, and report those findings to the secretary, who alone has authority to prepare a plan. So there's no collision of duties here. Ours is fact-finding, and his is plan building.
Okay? Oh my.
Yep. Let me speak now about school construction aid. As you all know, there was a rash of local referenda on funding new school construction. All that were voted on, I think, did not succeed. But in any case, that rash of over $500 million of new construction got the attention of the General Assembly and the concern. And so a bill was produced to lay the groundwork for reviving some form of school construction aid. Now the state has an interest in school construction aid, first from the point of view of wanting to help mitigate the resource differences among the towns.
So
wealthy towns can afford to go it alone. Ordinary towns cannot. So if you don't have state aid for construction, the risk is that you have a rich town, poor town differential, not only in teacher salaries, but also in quality facilities. The second reason for there to be a state aid program is it allows the state to dictate and hold the communities up to a high standard of construction, especially from an energy conservation point of view. If you're helping to pay the bill with a state aid program, you get to say something about how big the music room will be, and you get to say something about how thick the insulation will be. In fact, you get to write the rules if you want. That's the way state construction aid works. Used to work here, and it works that way in other states as well. So there is a real interest in resuming some form of construction aid It's not clear what the funding sources might be. That's a serious question. For example, in Massachusetts, there's a school construction aid program that's very robust, and it doesn't involve debt at all, which is a very important thing to be considering, because if you use up the state's bonding capacity for schools, you don't have anything left for prisons and other things that the state alone is responsible for. In Massachusetts, they happen to do it with 1 cent on the sales tax. Funds all school construction aid very, very generously. In any case, the legislature is looking to do a couple things. One, to understand better what are the facility needs in the state, that is, to launch a systematic inventory of the existing school facilities and how well they measure up against modern school construction standards. And second, the legislature is intending to do an analysis of how you would pay for this over a period of time. The first part is where we come in. The H209, as it is now written, and I think it's in House Ways and Means, and will come to the House floor before long, provides, among other things, that the State Board of Education will update what's called the capital budgeting formula. Capital budgeting formula is provided for in the school construction rules that are our rules. But the formula is very outdated. What the formula does basically is says that, for example, for every student in the music program, you shall have 22 square feet in the music room. And that needs to be updated to provide sort of a framework for evaluating the quality of existing schools. The statute, as proposed, H209, directs the state board to update the capital budgeting formula, set of specifications. Fairly technical work, kind of stuff you use architects and engineers to advise you on. We would have about 6 months to get that done. It has to be done by about 1 November. Secondarily, the bill directs the chair, I guess that would be me at the moment, to advise the secretary on the facility needs study and to help write the specifications for a contract that would be led to an engineering firm to go around and study all 292 school buildings in the state. It's a major undertaking. So 209 then gives, assigns this board further responsibility.
It strikes me as a little bit strange in that on the weighting study, we're not doing the nuts and bolts, but on the facility stuff, it sounds like a lot of nuts and bolts.
Yeah, well, it is different. I agree. Different committees, different approaches.
Can I ask, I'm sorry, this is Kim, and to Bill's question, in the category of like breaking down rules for us doing the broader what and the agency doing the more technical how does this land in our category?
I'm blanking on the rule number. There it is. I guess it's 6,000. Rule 6,000 is a rule of the State Board of Education. And it specifies the rules of engagement if you're a school district and you want to apply for state construction aid. It makes reference to a couple key documents, one of which is this capital budgeting formula, which has always been the duty of the state board to devise. This has been so for a couple decades. So I'm not able to address the what-how differential that you're speaking about, Kim. That's a conceptual structure that you and others like to use. The legislature isn't thinking that way. The legislature is looking at who owns this rule. The answer is us. Who owns that capital budget formula? The answer is the state board. Well, you need to update it because we're going to have to use it. That's the logic.
And do we imagine that this will be, so in our new breakdown of who owns which rules, did we even address this rule?
Yes.
And where was it on that proposed list? I don't recall.
Where it is now in S-166 is that the rule would go to the agency.
So in the timeline, how would that work?
Well, it's a good question.
About our work.
It's a good question. As you know, I'm not an attorney, but my take on this would be that if S-166 passed and the rule became the duty and authority of the agency, and if 209 passed and directed the board to update the formula, both would be so. That is, I don't think it would change anything. 209 would persist as a directive of the General Assembly to do something regardless of who owns the rule. That's a question that can be sorted out at a later time, and perhaps attorneys would have other views on it. But the General Assembly can tell anybody to do anything that it wishes to. And it doesn't, there's not any obligation that it meets some test of what or how or who owns the rule.
But wouldn't we want to advise the consideration of the update of that rule to be with those who actually own the rule at the time, so that it would be reflective of whatever happens? These are being handled in two separate committees, and why we would invite ourselves to reinsert ourselves in something that is, we are for a reason, passing to the agency, I think would not be providing the best advice to that committee on how they form their language.
They haven't asked our advice on this. And
I think so. They wouldn't know to necessarily ask that because it is being considered separately from the S-166.
Well, I agree, but they've been informed about that. I think we can talk about this further, especially when the thing comes across to the Senate, where there's complete awareness of what's developed in 166. Either way, there's going to be a lot of work to be done there. There's certainly the first part of having the board chair involved is a more general thing. I think the chair of the Vermont Superintendents Association is designated, and the commissioner of buildings and public works is also designated as 3 advisors to the secretary in formulating the contract for facility survey. So let me just...
I don't mean to beat a dead, and I'm just suggesting that we've been talking about where we add value and where we don't, and it would be a very specific sort of set of experience that would lend itself to that. And it feels like if we want to engage deeply with the weighting study in the fall, it just feels as though it would be a well-spent outreach to the committee to perhaps invite them now to have their language reflect that rule needs to be updated and not mandate who does it.
Well, fine. I'll take that up offline. They're going to direct who's going to do it. So it won't be left unspecified. I'd like to just move on. Let's just see how we're doing on time. Yeah. Suzanne, no word from Dan?
I believe Dan's going to join in just 1 second. If we could just hang tight for just a second.
Okay.
Good morning.
Good morning, Dan.
Here's Dan.
Sorry I couldn't be with you today, physically or virtually. I have to head over to participate in a press conference, so I'm going to leave. I've got about 10 minutes, I suppose.
All right.
But I will say, I just want to say right up firstly, I won't be, I'll be recusing myself as part of the Matthias deliberation,
of course,
for obvious reasons. You know, obviously COVID-19 is taking over much of our work. Those preparations are underway. It's been a rapidly evolving situation, public health emergency, and so forth. Our focus right now has been in the last 24 hours, in the last 12 hours, on new guidance and order the governor has directed in terms of providing child care through K-12 systems to support the children of essential personnel, so we can ensure those essential personnel are available to provide the public health support that we need them to at this critical moment. Made a lot of progress on provisioning of meals for students. I feel pretty good about that. You know, we were out in front of waiver requests with the USDA that's necessary to serve meals in a non-congregate setting. So we almost have all SUs approved to do that at this point. Working through a variety of labor issues. On the one hand, we're making an appeal to all educators to show up to work. At the same time, we don't feel comfortable forcing people to do that if they feel uncomfortable for their own health or the health of their families. So that's been a challenge. We are ensuring that all staff get paid regardless. What we're trying to do now, really, this idea of education continuity is in this 2-week closure period is to ensure firstly that we're just maintaining academic support as best we can. Obviously, people are scrambling to do that. At the same time, we want to make sure our most vulnerable students are being supported. And then lastly, we want to use this time to prepare for what could be an extended period of school closure. I'm not sure that'll happen at this point, but we want to make preparations now while we can, which is why we need folks to show up to work. In the event of an extended school closure, we're going to shift our focus from maintenance of academic or an educational service to, obviously focusing on continued student growth and achievement. So that's a different concept, and we're going to be doing a lot of planning at the state level and with locals for the provision of online learning and so forth, which I think high schools around the state do that more or less pretty well. But as you know, there's uneven bandwidth access across the state and not regular access to students at home in terms of laptops and so forth. We're going to have to probably be more inventive for the provision of those services at the elementary level. So, obviously that's what we've been working on pretty aggressively. We've also, inside the state government, you should know, we've dispersed our workforce in accordance with the governor's directive. So we're, largely the AOE staff is working remote, and we have the technology to sort of still keep all our operations going and so forth. Trying to think what else. There's a request in the agenda packet regarding giving me some waiver authority on the 175 days.
Yep.
And it seems like months ago when I drafted that. We're in a different context now, but I appreciate your consideration of that. I think that would be helpful.
Dan, just a question on that. Is there a reference to 10 days in there? Is there any change you want to have made in the language of the motion to be passed?
When I wrote that, it was more or less to conform with what was then still is to a certain extent the 14-day quarantine aspect we were looking at.
Right.
I think 10 days during the work plus 2 weekends, more or less adds up to 14. Honestly, I don't know if additional time period will be required. I think that probably would be addressed with future emergency order as necessary from the governor, but whatever you think appropriate at this point. We're not sure yet, if extended school closure would be warranted. I've basically waiver for such would be granted. So they're just trying to operate as normal as they can with obviously other concerns. I didn't want that to be one of them. But we'll cross that bridge when we get there. So whatever you'd like to do in terms of supporting that would be appreciated.
Well, I wonder if we...
So John,
Yeah,
John, I was going to suggest, the 10 days caught my attention as well, and I was going to suggest that we remove a limit on the number of days, and then we give Dan full authority. I think given everything that's going on, the last thing we need is the extra red tape that the agency needs to have to navigate through and come back to us. Clearly, this is an emergency, and we need to speed things up and provide Dan with as much latitude as possible.
Right. We could say grant waivers as the Secretary sees fit, or something like that.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
And then along those lines, I know that a question for Dan. I know there's a lot of things that are moving very quickly, but to the extent, I'm thinking some of these creative solutions the administration's coming up with, most recently the child care issue. It would be helpful to know if you have a sense of, what kind of emergency rulemaking the state board may need to undertake to help enable some of those solutions. The sooner we can get a handle on that, then we can plan maybe for some future meetings to address emergency rulemaking if that's necessary.
Okay. Well, I'm going to sign off. Thank you for your support. I really appreciate it. I'll try to keep you apprised through John as best I can. Hope you have a productive meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Suzanne, do you have, has Emily Simmons made somebody available to us?
Yes, Donna is going to be calling in at 10, so we have a couple of minutes.
All right. Let's do student reports. Kyle, do you have a report for us?
I don't think anything new to update. Just trying to stay quarantined and dealing with the current situation. That's nothing new.
Thank you, Kyle. Sabina.
Hi. So our school obviously is doing its best to try and keep us learning and everything. So we start online classes on Monday. So our teachers are spending the next 2 days kind of preparing online courses and sending out emails. We're lucky enough that our school provides each student already with a personal Chromebook. So every student should have access to technology. Not sure about Wi-Fi. I'm sure that they're taking care of that at the high ends of our school. They're figuring out how to take care of students who don't have that kind of access. But our school held a blood drive, so right at the beginning of the corona scare here in Vermont, we were able to get that, out of the way, because as a part of student council, that's one of the biggest things we do. So we were able to, there were a lot of precautions. They were taking people's temperature at the door, but we were able to do one of the biggest events of the year that student council is in charge of. That was very nice. And then unfortunately I was out Friday and then Monday and Tuesday because I had a sore throat and I did not want to cause any more damage than that's already going on. So that's kind of it. I think it's going to be interesting to see how teachers handle it, because I know I definitely have some teachers who are not as tech savvy as others. And so seeing how this all plays out is going to be pretty interesting.
Indeed. We hope that goes well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any board announcements? Any board members who have pertinent news or anything like that? Hearing none. Then let's get started on item F. Donna, are you on board?
Yes, I am.
Thank you, Donna, for being with us. Oliver and Donna, how do you wish to proceed?
It's entirely Oliver's here for support needed, so we should definitely get our back.
All right, Oliver, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, this is a a question that I raised at last month's meeting, and this concerns the decision of the state board some time ago to transition the school districts of Arlington and Sandgate into the Southwest Supervisory Union, which would then result in the dissolution of the Battenkill Valley Supervisory Union, which is the smallest supervisory union in the state. This was action that was taken technically separate from the Act 46 process, but it was raised as part of that. And it was raised as part of that process for a number of reasons. And namely that, as the timeline illustrates, this has been an issue that's been ongoing now for close to 10 years. So for those of you who were on the board at the time, when we issued our order back in, I believe it was November of 2018, the initial recommendation from the AOE was to have this activity complete by July 1st of this year. The affected supervisory unions at that meeting asked for an additional year to allow for some additional time to help with planning, et cetera. And the state board acquiesced to that request and gave them until July 1st of 2021. I raised this issue at the last meeting because it had come to my attention through some public meetings of the Arlington School District that additional time that had been granted appears not to have been taken advantage of. And my understanding at this point, and this is where Donna can keep me honest, is that although we had authorized Arlington or Sandgate to appoint members to the Southwest Vermont Supervisory Union to assist with planning purposes, that may not have happened yet. And this is all to say, when you look at the timeline of some of the activities over the past decade, the concern I wanted to raise is that this absence of activity makes me a little bit uncomfortable, and there is some evidence, and Donna can speak more specifically to this, that there may be a request forthcoming to ask for another extension or some change. And as you can see from the timeline, for those of you who reviewed the timeline, this has been sort of developing into a pattern now, and my concern is obviously the impact to the students in that region, and I think we should consider reinforcing our earlier order and helping to ensure that things continue to proceed at an orderly pace, and hopefully avoid getting into a situation where the affected school districts are coming back to us next year and asking for another extension. Donna, can you maybe provide a few other details?
I don't have a lot. I will agree with you that the state board authorized the two school districts to appoint their members to the SU board, but it never required them to do so. And there wasn't and there was also a time after which they were allowed to do that, but there wasn't a deadline by which they were required to do it. The other thing is that we have been contacted, I think in the very early stages of their thinking, by the Arlington School Board, wondering whether the state board is going to be looking at a more of a statewide approach to making changes to SU boundaries, and wondering whether it might make sense to hold off on this requirement that Battenkill become part of Southwest Vermont until it's viewed in light of a much more regional or statewide action that the state board decides to take. I don't know, is Secretary French there? Please be on the line.
He's left.
No,
He is not on the line.
Okay. He and I had a conference call with Superintendent Batten Hill, and so I don't have my notes with me, but I think it was another two maybe of the school board members, maybe three, about this as a possibility. And Secretary Brent said that he didn't think that was a sufficient enough reason to wait. That if they had delay this, or to not have it go into effect, that if they had reasons that could support that, then he would be willing to consider those reasons and consider talking to the state board about that as a possibility. But he didn't feel as though that was significant justification for postponing what he's already ordered them to do. That was at least a month ago, and I haven't heard anything since. I don't know if he has.
Donna, when was that meeting?
You know what? I didn't look it up. I can try to look it up on my calendar right now as you all talk, and then I can let you know.
All right, Oliver, question for you. So what makes you know or have reason to believe that they are delaying further?
Well, they had specifically requested an additional year for the purpose of having sufficient time to plan for this transition. And based on the fact that they've not appointed any members to the Southwest Vermont Supervisory Union, and a review of the minutes of both SUs, from a review of the minutes that I did of both SUs, there's no evidence to see that there's been any planning activities undertaken. My concern is that the additional year they had requested and we granted has, in effect, not been utilized. And then this, recent discussion or request that was brought to Donna and to Secretary French is another sort of indicator. And then, we don't need to go through all the details, but if you look through that timeline, there is most definitely a pattern.
I just checked the calendar. It was Wednesday, February 5th.
Thank you, Donna.
Welcome.
So, Oliver, are you suggesting that either the board or the agency should communicate with these communities and say what?
I think we need to reinforce the original order from November 2018, make it clear that we expect them to proceed against that timeline and that there will be no further extensions granted.
I have a few
We have other unresolved issues that need to be taken care of, or is this the only one?
Could you hear that question?
Yeah, this is the only one that I'm aware of.
When you say the only one, the only districts that have
That's still not resolved.
There are no other districts in the state that have been slow to implement that either of you can bring to mind. Is that your question?
Yes.
Yeah, not that I'm aware of.
Donna?
As far as that new boundary changes, no, this is the only one that I'm aware of.
Thank you. Kathy, you have any questions?
I do, but I apologize for my ignorance here. But Oliver, last board meeting, I asked whether or not this was outside of the Act 46.
And the technical answer is yes.
So,
it came up in the context of the Act 46 because the report from the agency, the sort of the preliminary draft plan, if you will, made some recommendations for the state board to consider around supervisor union consolidation, and this was one that was highlighted, and one the board at that time, although it was separate from the Act 46 process, did go ahead and implement at the recommendation of Secretary French. And that was done because, as you can see, this is not new. This has been going on for close to 10 years now. And it's when you review the timeline, it's an action that's been it's been something that's been out there for, was originally recommended when the superintendent at that time retired, and it was seen as an opportunity to move forward with some consolidation because as an SU, it's so small, they have challenges around, staffing critical business functions such as the business manager, et cetera. There are a number of issues that have been raised over the years, but there has seemingly been some reluctance on behalf of the two-member school districts, and that's important. There's only 2 school districts within the SU to move forward with any consolidation, and you can see there's been this pattern of requesting various extensions to the actions that have been required of them over the years. And what tends to happen is there have been changes in administration. I think we've now had 3 different commissioners or secretaries of education, and nearly the entire state board has turned over. So, in the midst of that, they tend to get lost in the shuffle. And I think it's important that we hold their feet to the fire, particularly since they asked for this additional year.
Yeah, and I understand that, and I would agree. It's horrific that, they've fooled around with this for 10 years, and over the years, many people have had their hands in helping them to do that, right? But was the only reason it was left out of the Act 46 discussion was the only reason because this was already in play? And was that the right decision? And is there any legitimacy in them thinking that them acting on it under this, this provision here, might be different if it were under an Act 46 discussion? Do you see what I'm saying? I mean, I understand holding their feet to the fire, but is there any value in them thinking, well, this might change anyways? Is that discussion?
Yes, Donna.
Oliver, may I jump in?
Yes, go for it.
The decision that was made by the state board regarding Catskill Valley was under Section 261 of Title 16, and that's been around, I believe, for a very, very long time. It may not have been around since the Union School District. It's been around for decades, and that's independent authority that the state board has outside of Act 46, outside of anything else, that you have the ability on your own initiative or at the request of school boards, the school district board, to change boundaries of the supervisory union, and that is authority that you have that has been, as I said, in existence and has been exercised many times over the last 20 years or however long it's been in existence. I don't recall, and perhaps the chair recalls, the reason that you decided to do this separately, but I think that perhaps it was just that you considered it just cleaner, that you weren't, under your Act 46 order, the only SU boundary changes that were made, I believe, were those that were associated with a district merger, such as in up in the far northwest corner of the state. There was a district that moved from one supervisor's union into another because of the mergers that were occurring.
That was in my district.
This and Blue Mountain are the only 2 that I can think of off the top of my head where there was just a straight up boundary change. And this we had as a separate order. under your existing authority.
Okay, so
rather
that-
than the Act 46 authority.
Okay, so that answers the question, because this decision here of those two districts would occur whether Act 46 occurred or not.
That's correct.
So that's what this is
The
about.
conversation began long
Right.
before Act
I know
46.
it began before, but also Act 46 discussion would not have changed it either, is my point. So this
Correct.
is still what is needs to be done despite the Act 46 discussion, right?
That is
Okay,
correct. And,
okay.
and one of the issues, I mean, there's a whole raft of issues, but they've been operating for 10 years with interim superintendents.
So can I ask a question on that one? It's Kim, did the state board, and how long ago did the state board approve the hiring? I'm assuming they have two separate superintendents.
Oh, they've had more than that.
That's true, right? Yeah. No, but I mean, like those two districts which were trying to redefine those boundaries currently have two separate superintendents. And I heard you say that with the retirement, you thought that might take care of the situation. Have we had to, as a body, approve the hiring of a superintendent, interim or otherwise, for either of those separate districts? And when was the last time we would have done that, if so?
The answer is yes, and that's actually what triggered this whole process. If you look at the timeline when this all started, it was triggered by the retirement of the Batten Kill superintendent, and they came to the then Commissioner of Education for authority to hire an interim superintendent. They originally requested a 2-year contract, and I think a 1 year or something like that was approved. So the short answer is, they have been authorized to hire interims, and I know, and certainly that's what triggered it, and there's reference to that in the timeline. I don't know the specifics of how many other times that's been authorized since then.
So, Board, how would you feel about asking Oliver to frame a letter of inquiry, or that would invite representatives of both school districts to come see us and explain what progress they're making?
I guess that may not, it's Kim again. I'm thinking, does that not have them thinking we're reconsidering the expectations? I think that invites conversations
I would
where we
agree.
really are not seeking conversations. We are reminding them there is no other option. Get it done.
Well, I would certainly begin by saying that. Then perhaps we simply make that assertion and see where that goes.
I would agree. I
That would
think
be
by
my
asking them to come before us, we may be leading them to think that we really care how come they haven't done anything, and I don't know that we do.
So how about if Oliver and Donna draft a letter to that effect? And we can circulate it for comment and get it out of here before the next meeting. Is that okay?
Yeah, we would if it's to come from the whole board, we would need to approve a draft at our next meeting, unless the board wanted to formally authorize. I would suggest you as the chair to send a letter along those lines.
Yeah. Well, what's your pleasure, board? You can. We could either have Oliver and Donna draft it, circulate it for comment, revise it, and then you have directed me to send it. Or we can have Oliver and Donna present a draft to you for your action at the next meeting.
I'd prefer that you just go ahead and do it, and I'd be willing to make a motion to that effect.
I would agree.
Is there other conversation?
I would second that motion, Bill.
Yeah, the only thing I just want to be careful is that we're not commenting or deliberating offline on the contents of the letter. I think we authorize you as the chair to send a letter and, making the points that have been illustrated, and we leave the language up to you as the chair. And obviously, Donna and I could probably help you offline, but I think we need to take care not to have a quorum of the board engage in drafting a letter.
I'm comfortable.
I agree, and I would feel completely comfortable with that. I feel like if Donna and those of you most familiar take the lead on getting it done, I would be fully in support of that.
Other comments? So, Bill, you want to try to make your motion, please?
Yes, that the chair issue a letter to the two districts to, what would we say? What is the action we're asking about them?
So I'm going to just suggest, Bill, that when we say two districts, it's the two supervisory unions that the letter should be addressed to.
Oh, yes,
And
okay.
simply that the state board is reinforcing its earlier order and expectation, and that no extensions to that date we can.
Okay. I will move what Oliver just said.
Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second it.
It's been seconded by Kathy. Is there further discussion that the gist of the letter will be as Oliver described it, drafted by Donna and Oliver, and to be signed and sent by the chair on behalf of the board? Further discussion? Are you ready for the question?
Thank you, Oliver.
All right, let's go down through the list. Kyle, how do you vote?
Aye.
Jenna?
Yes, aye. Sorry, I done you.
Oliver?
Aye.
Kim?
Aye.
Peter?
Aye.
Kathy?
Aye.
Bill?
Aye.
JC? Yes. You guys have it? You've approved the motion. Thank you, Oliver. Thank you, Donna.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you both. We're due for a break. We're a little bit early. We're expecting Tammy Colby to join us. Suzanne, do you expect Tammy to join us at 10:45?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So let's take a break for just 10 minutes and come back at 10:35. And I want to continue our earlier discussion until 10:45. So 10 minutes and then come back, please. Thank you. They can hear us?
All set.
Can you all hear us? Yeah, we're all back?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
good. So, good, thank you.
Peter, who's there?
Here is Bill Mathis, Kathy Lavoie, Colin, the videographer, and JC. Okay? So I'd like to just carry on a little bit from the discussion that we interrupted. And by the way, before I do that, I skipped over the public to be heard. Are there any members of the public online who would like to be heard? Hearing none. We'll ask again later in case somebody comes on.
Excuse me, John, this is Suzanne.
Yes, Suzanne.
May I ask you to do another roll call, please?
Certainly.
Thank you.
Sabina.
Here.
Kyle.
Here.
Jenna.
Here.
Oliver?
Here.
John O'Keefe? Kim?
Here.
Peter?
Here.
Kathy?
Here.
Bill? Here. John? Thank you all. I'd like to just pick up on sort of thinking ahead a little bit about what's on our plate. The first thing that's on our plate is that we have to finish the rulemaking process for Act 173, that is the 1300 rule and the 2360 rule. As I told you, on Monday of last week, we began the process by filing with ICAR. That went well, went smoothly. There are now a half dozen major steps along the way that have to happen. And we have to make sure they happen so that at the completion of this APA rulemaking process, and by the way, we may need to modify the rule. The whole purpose of the rulemaking process is to get public input and to make any modifications to the rule that are indicated to us by the public input. So we're not at a final rule yet. We have about a 6-month process to get there. So there's that project. You might see where this is leading. I'm going to be outlining to you a handful of projects that the board is going to need to undertake over the next, through the end of this year and beyond. And I'm going to send you a note over the weekend outlining these projects, and I'm going to ask you as board members to sign up to be a point person on each of these projects. So that there will be 4 or 5 projects, and I'm going to ask you to think about which one you'd like to sign up to do. Because as I'm sure you know, there's a lot that goes on between board meetings. And so far, only 2 or 3 board members are actively involved in those lots of things. And for your chair, it's frankly quite overwhelming. I'm probably putting in 30 to 40 hours a week.
Oh, God.
And it's frankly unsustainable, despite some kind assistance from 2 or 3 of the members. So we need to get all of you involved in driving these things. So this is not a board that you just meet for one day a month and that's it. There is work to be done in between meetings. I know many of you have much busier lives than this old chair does, but we need your talent as well as your time. So one of the projects that somebody needs to be the point person on is driving the APA process through to completion. A second big project we talked about at length last meeting is the Rule 2200 revisions that are dictated by Act 173. We reached agreement at the last meeting that we would seek the General Assembly to delay formal implementation of that rulemaking until 1 March of 2021. Presently, we're supposed to start formal rulemaking on November 1. The Rule 2200 modifications for Act 173 will be pretty complicated and will require somebody to drive the process, just as we drove the process with 1300 and 2360. I would say that I don't think it'll be as contentious between the agency and the stakeholders when it comes to 2200 as it was during the 1300 rules, because the agency, I think, doesn't regard itself as having a huge stake in what happens with the independent schools. I'm sure they'll have views, but I think the actual drafting of the bill, of the rules, may wind up being done by board members as well as stakeholders, as well as the advisory group and the agency. I think it'll be a more balanced participation. So one of you is going to need to step up and say, all right, I'll be the person, point person in making that happen. So you can think about that.
John?
Yes?
John, can I just ask you a question?
Yes, please.
Is that the continuation of the work
that the advisory group is doing, that which I've been attending on
Well,
once a month?
It sort of is, Kim. Frankly, I don't think that the advisory group is likely to have so much input on this. They're welcome to, and I'm hoping they will. But, you know, they really didn't talk much about the independent school rules. And my hope certainly is that they will continue to play an active oversight role. But it's going to be the Independent Schools Association, the visa people, and this board, I think, and the agency, who will also have views on that. Certainly the visa people are going to be very aggressive in advocating for their point of view about this.
But the LEA is the one who is setting the special, you know, the IEPs for students and are the funding authority, as I understand it. So I guess I am asking that question because while I may not have the capacity to take on a second separate advisory group thing a month, if it is likely to be the continuation of this work with a similar group, and that's where there's, you know, pivoting their focus, I'm happy to remain in that role on behalf of the board.
Yeah.
I would possibly not be able to do that if this is an entirely second set of monthly commitments.
I don't think it's...
So I think that's worth clarifying.
Yeah. We will. Good. Well, thank you for that.
Thanks.
Thank you for that offer, and I need to have a conversation with Megan Roy to see what their involvement in this wants to be. A third project is the weighting study, field excursions, or whatever you want to call it. Bill would have it be a plan and recommendation. Whatever it's going to be, it's going to take some work. I can tell you, as the person who organized one hearing in Rutland, it was a ton of work. And we need to do 6 of these.
We're proud of you, John.
Yeah,
We
thank you so
appreciate
much. Thank you. And we need to do 6 of these. So there's a parcel of work there. I'm not including anything at the moment about 209, the capital budgeting business. And then if 166 passes, that is the reform for the legislature, for the state board passes, we will need to update our own rules. The Rule 1200 series will definitely need to be updated. And I might say parenthetically, back on 2200, I'll be real quick. Tammy, are you on board? Not yet. All right. Suzanne, maybe you can let us know if you see her come on.
Yes, she just emailed me that she's trying to connect, so I imagine it will be in the next couple of minutes.
Good. Just another piece about Rule 2200. One of the objectives in our draft of 166, the reform, was, you know, we shed a whole lot of essentially administrative duties off the board and onto the agency where they belong. One of those was approval of independent schools. Because the agency does all the work, for good or for ill, and then we rubber stamp it, which seems to me a massive waste of time and just a very confusing, who's responsible? So we were eager to have the agency take over sole responsibility for that, including approval. Because we write the rules, we do the what, if you will, in Kim's language, and the implementation is the how. The agency fought for, Secretary French fought.
Hi, this is Tammy Colby.
Hi, Tammy. Welcome aboard. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you.
Can you stand by for about 4 minutes? Listen in, if you will, and we'll be ready to go in 4 minutes.
Okay.
Thank you. So the agency fought against the transfer of that authority from the board to the agency. And the bill, as it currently stands, retains the board's authority over independent schools. That is to say, nothing is changing with regard to that piece. That still could change again in the House Ed, but it's going to be a long reach. The agency was almost frantic in its desire to avoid having that final responsibility, which is very curious. I never
That's
got
very curious.
adequate explanation. Let it be said simply that we, for the foreseeable future, are stuck with that arrangement. And I think that we may want to take a closer look at the agency's review process for how they evaluate schools before they recommend approval. So that could also be a piece of updating or revision to the 2200 rule series. And that would be something that I would want one of you to take the lead on. It's a bundle of discrete work around how do we do the evaluation and approval of independent schools. So that's yet another. So by the weekend, I will send to you a kind of summary and timeline, sort of a Gantt chart, if you will, of these projects and when they need to unfold over time. Some of them go all the way into 2021. So let's leave it at that for now and switch gears yet again. Tammy Colby, we welcome you very much to being with us. Thank you so much for being available and for speaking to this board. We have received your presentation, and most of us have it in front of us, either in paper form or electronically. We are at your disposal, and we have at least an hour. We have as much time as you want. Debbie, did I lose you?
Hi, I'm here. I had you on mute. I apologize for that.
Okay.
That way you wouldn't hear all the dogs barking in the background.
Okay.
I think we're all being flexible these days. Thank you again for inviting me, and certainly, Secretary French can weigh in here as well as I go through.
Tammy, before you start, Secretary French is not available for this conversation. He has to be with the governor for a press conference this morning. So you are the you're at the top billing, the best we got. And in addition,
okay, great.
In addition, of course, there will be questions toward the end of your presentation.
Yeah, sure. So there are a couple ways I can do this. One, I can sort of walk you through the slides, but I thought maybe, I expect that many people on the board have had some familiarity with the study and sort of where the conversation has been. And so what I thought is maybe I would talk a little bit extemporaneously here about the big picture, and then we can drill down on specific slides, and I can point you to which slide when we do that, just because I'm not there to go through slides. So how about if I just sort of start with some big picture kinds of things. The first thing I think is important to remember is that this study was requested by the legislature in Act 173. And in addition to the formal request in 173 for the study, it's also important to remember that the agency has an obligation to at least every other year evaluate the weights that are in the equalized pupil calculation. So I think just as a little bit of context, so the study was requested, but in addition, the agency has this obligation to evaluate the weights every other year. What are the weights? Currently, I think let's just step back and remind ourselves like what we're talking about here. Our finance formula is one of the most complicated in the country, and weights in our formula don't operate like weights that operate in other states. We don't have a foundation formula. So what are the weights, and where do they sort of plug into all of this? The equalized pupil calculation, right, is really the key equity mechanism in our finance formula. So back under Brigham, as we all can remember, one of the key premises of Brigham was to make sure that districts or towns that, for example, have the same per pupil spending should be having the same tax rate, right? So that's our taxpayer equity piece of this. But there was a second piece to that, and that was
to acknowledge that $12,000 hypothetically, right, per pupil spending in one town might buy something different than it does in a different town. And the formula in Brigham as well acknowledged and understood that there would be differences in cost of education beyond school district control. And that's a really important thing to keep in our mind, right, is that really what the weight and what this equalized pupil calculation is intending to do is to adjust for differences in costs that are outside school district control. And in doing so, it is intended to make sure that we are essentially equalizing those per pupil spending amounts in sort of the purchasing power of those dollars for ensuring equal educational opportunities. So it's not just $12,000 of real spending, it's $12,000 of equalized pupil spending, if you think about it. And what that means is that our equalized pupil calculation that we have right now is that mechanism that adjusts spending across school districts for differences in costs that are outside of their control. Now, the whole formula only works, right, if the weights are appropriate.
Right.
Right? So if we have, we can do all the work on the tax side, right, in equalizing tax rates for similar levels of spending. But if we don't, if the weights aren't working and we're not adjusting spending or costs, right, for differences of costs across school districts in the state that are outside their control, then we really haven't adjusted the costs in a way that are equalizing both tax capacity and also equalizing opportunity. So if we don't, so these weights play a really important role. For many school boards out there, you know, the equalized pupil calculation and also citizens feels really murky, and it is murky because to get to the number of equalized pupils in a district requires us to take into account the weighted pupil count across every single district in the state. But in the end, what that means is that the approach to our equity approach here is not just taking into account the differences in costs in one district or the differences in costs across districts and then equalizing that across all school districts.
Yep.
So what does all this to say? It means that the weights that are in the formula play a really critical role in ensuring that the equity obligations under Brigham are met. Right? It's not enough to just equalize tax capacity or tax rates. We actually have to do both. And so this study in the legislative request was to evaluate whether or not those weights are doing what they're supposed to do, which is effectively taking into account the differences in costs across school districts that are outside their control. And so we were asked, and this study that we did was awarded to by the team, which included the University of Vermont, but also the national experts in fiscal finance, and Dr. Bruce Baker, who was also grew up in Rutland. And his mother actually was on the State Board of Education at one point. And American Institute for Research in those two Atchison and Chester 11. So I'm here talking for a team. Our job was threefold, was to evaluate the current weights, which we have right now are for economically disadvantaged students, English language learners, and secondary level students, and whether or not those weights are appropriate or should be modified. Number two, consider whether there are new cost factors in weights that need to be incorporated. And what that would mean is that the existing calculation is not, if new cost factors are needed, then what that tells us is that the existing approach to equalizing people is not taking into account the full range of cost factors that account for differences in costs across school districts that are outside their control. And then the third thing we were asked to consider was the special education census grant calculation and whether or not there needed to be adjustments. So that's kind of the big picture. I'm going on to slide 3 now. The differences in the cost of education, I think we have to recognize, come from two different places. One, differences in student needs, right? So recognizing that schools don't get to choose their students, and students come to school with dissimilar learning needs, such as socioeconomic backgrounds, that require different types and levels of educational support for them to achieve common outcomes. And this common outcome, idea of common outcomes is really important in this study because that's the hinge, right? We want to make sure that all districts in the state have sufficient resources to student needs so that they're achieving common outcomes. And that really translates into this idea of equal educational opportunity. The second thing is we recognize the differences of cost of education. Schools in different contexts may also require different levels of resources to provide equal opportunities. In particular, we can think of scale, right? Small versus large, and also the prices they have to pay for key resources. So when we think about what might be the kinds of cost factors that you could consider in a weighting formula, right? We think of them in terms of differences in student attendance and content. So moving on to slide 4, I think the other sort of grounding principle to remember here is that all state education formulas across the country include adjustments for differences in educational costs across school districts. Vermont's not alone. 30-odd states have a foundation formula, and the way they handle that is they apply weights that change the amount of state aid that a district gets. We had a foundation formula before we changed in 1997, but our weights don't work that way. And that's something I'm going to talk about repeatedly today, is just reminding ourselves that changes in weights do not generate additional revenues for school districts. All we're doing is they generate additional tax capacity. And so there are really two ways that states nationwide adjust for differences in costs. One is by identifying specific factors that account for the differences in costs, and then developing policies that direct aid to them. Now, how you can direct aid to school districts can come in the form of weights. But we also have to remember that categorical grants are also the other way that states can use, the other policy levers that states have to direct additional aid. I'm on slide 5. And so Vermont's existing school funding policy, and I'm going to be real careful about that language. I'm not talking about the funding formula right now. I'm talking about funding policy. And a funding policy, any state's funding policy, usually consists of multiple mechanisms. And so does Vermont. Vermont has categorical grants that provide supplemental funding for specific programs and services. The 3 big ones are the small school grants, transportation grants, and our special education grants. And we also have the weighting, right, for district average daily membership, and that's used to calculate equalized local per pupil spending. I want to talk about the categorical grants for just 1 minute. Categorical, why would or could or should states use categorical grants versus weighting mechanisms, right? Because these are 2 different ways that you can adjust for costs. In good public finance parlance, categorical grants are for specific and targeted purposes. They come with restrictions or conditions on those dollars, and they are intended to provide supplemental aid for specific purposes. The weighting is intended to adjust for costs to the general aid formula. And so you can think of categorical grants as being specific and specialized, and then we have a general aid formula that we also might adjust it. It's important to keep in mind that we have the difference between the specific and targeted sort of policy levers and our general aid formula, and I'll come back to that in a few minutes. So if we look to slide 6, just to remind ourselves, Vermont's education funding formula uses weights to calculate the number of equalized pupils in a school district. And in doing so, the weights are an implicit adjustment for spending differences by equalizing per pupil spending across districts according to differences in educational costs. And they impact tax burdens to pay for budgets that are passed by school districts. They don't generate additional revenue. And so all the weights really do in our formula, although they are a primary equity mechanism, is they're adjusting tax capacity, right? And so the idea being, if you look at the next slide, this would be in my package, slide 7, if in fact an equalized pupil number goes up, right, assuming the same level of district spending year to year, the cost per pupil in a district budget goes down and you see lower homestead tax rates. If the number of equalized pupils go down relative, right, to everybody else. The cost per pupil per district goes up, and the higher homestead tax rate. How and why is this an equity mechanism? Well, it's all grounded in this basic assumption around local control. And that's the other thing that makes our formula so different from what we see in other states. There's a fundamental assumption in our formula that says that local school districts can, will, and also know how much they should spend to ensure students get to proficiency or some level of commonly accepted or sort of required level of outcome. So with that assumption, then the equalized pupil calculation changes the cost, right, the local cost associated with doing so. But we also know that that's a pretty big assumption, right? And I think we can all think of districts in the state that may historically spend below that level. And it may be because, as we'll talk about in a few minutes, but the weights are off and the cost of spending more dollars is too expensive and they can't do it. Or they just have different preferences for education. We also might be able to think of districts that spend very high. They may not be very efficient. That may be because dollars are cheap for them, because the weights don't work appropriately, or maybe they have different preferences for education. Nothing in changing the weights will address that issue of local control, right? In fact, the existing funding system is silent on that, right? And that's how our system is set up. And so one of the concerns that has been raised, and it's a legitimate one, is even if we made changes to the weights, how would we handle differences in educational quality and preferences? And the answer to that, I'll just be real clear up front, is that requires that's going to require different policy mechanisms. But that doesn't absolve the legislature, in this case the General Assembly, of its constitutional obligation to maintain a fair and efficient system. And so the weights are an integral part of making sure that we have a fair and efficient funding system. But there's nothing in, right, that part of statute that deals with maintaining or other kinds of mechanisms around educational quality. And so I want to be clear about that. So our existing weights on slide 8, we have 4. We have a weight for economically disadvantaged students, which is 1.25, English language learners 1.2, and secondary students 1.13. One of the things we were asked to do in this study was to go back and say, where did these weights come from? Like, why do we have these weights? Have they been updated? And the reality is that the value of the weight for economically disadvantaged students predates Vermont's passage of Act 60. It was a holdover. We can find no evidence or no research that supports how the 1.25 was generated. And so it really is a historical artifact of sort of pre-Act 60. Very similar story with English language learners. Again, the value of the weight predates the passage of Act 60 in 1997. So both the weight for economically disadvantaged and the all students, these weights are over 20 years old. They haven't been adjusted since. The English language learner weight was based roughly on a study that was done in Maine at the time that suggested that the additional cost of educating English language learners in one school district in Maine was about 20% more. That study was done several years prior to Act 60, and that was some of the justification for why that weight was developed. It was identified at 1.20. Again, it hasn't been changed. So, again, the 1.2 is an artifact that has existed pre-Act 60. The weight for secondary students, and I want to point out that secondary students is grades 7 through 12. Sometimes people think this is just a high school weight. It's not. It was also predated Act 60, but in 2017, an AOE report evaluated the secondary weight and found that it might need to be around 1.18. We also know that the weight used to be 1.27, and it was reduced by the legislature in the early 2000s to 1.13. So there's been some changes around the secondary weight. The only real empirical evidence that has been generated in Vermont around that was the AOE report that suggested that, at least for high school, it should be 1.18. We also have a pre-kindergarten weight, so at 0.46. Pre-kindergarten was not in the scope of our study, so our focus was on K-12. So how did we approach this study? Right, so our study consisted of a number of different components. The first was a large number of reviews with stakeholders around the state to understand how the weights were working, their perceptions of the weights, and any opportunities or challenges that were generated by the existing weights. We also did empirical analysis to actually evaluate the values assigned to our weights, and we did that in a couple of different ways. We used national, regional, and state data to actually model the cost differences associated with the student. To identify those factors that account for differences in costs across school districts that are outside their control, and then for those factors, model what the additional cost differential was. And I think the important thing to remember there, and I'll come back to this again in a minute, but just sort of to anchor our conversation, is although the weights we end up recommending are generated on Vermont data, we actually did the modeling using national, regional, three different sets of models on national data, on Northeast region data, and Vermont data to triangulate across those three. I think, we wanted to make sure that when we looked at Vermont data, that we weren't getting some sort of Vermont-specific artifact. And the answer, as you'll see later on, is we didn't. That the numbers in Vermont are very, very similar to what you see regionally and nationally. So let me stop there. It's always hard when you're on the phone. I can't see if people are falling asleep or nodding. Are there any questions so far?
Yes, Tammy, this is Bill here. Hey, Bill. Hello, welcome. When you talked about foundation weights and so forth, a weight is only making sense if it's against some kind of base, like it's 1.25 times the base. What do you use for a base here?
Well, so and I'll talk about this when we talk about our modeling, Bill, but since we're using cost function models, the base is the constant in the regression. So what the constant in the regression would be is the average per pupil expenditure, actual expenditure, right? When you're controlling for all these other factors. So in practical terms, that would be a student who is a non-low income, non-ELL, non-special ed student in a non-population sparse district who does not attend a small school.
Right.
Does that make sense?
Okay, so you're working backwards from our data, or were you using national data for that?
Well, right, so remember, we run three sets of cost function models, and so in each cost function model, we're doing the same thing. So there'll be an average in the national model, there'll be an average in the regional model, that's your constant, and you'll have the average in the state model, which is the constant. So what that means then, Bill, is because the weights are so similar, it doesn't matter what the base so much is attached to, that this really represents the additional incremental cost over and above a base.
Whatever it is, right.
Strictly driven by your regression equations.
By the cost function model, yes.
Yeah, okay.
And if you go to Appendix B, Bill, you can see, right, so the first step was actually to calculate the dollars, and then what you do is you create the ratios to give you the weight. The dollar amounts are actually listed in Appendix B if you want to get down into the nitty-gritty.
So, Tammy,
okay. Yes.
Tammy, this is John. So if the present ratio weighting for disadvantage is 1.26, is it too simple to say that we estimate equalized pupils by multiplying the total number of pupils by 1.26? to get an
Yeah.
equalized population?
That's correct. That is an oversimplification. If you go in the report, there is a table that actually shows how the calculations work under existing law, and it shows how the calculations would work under the simulation.
Yeah.
And so remember that before you can get equalized people, you have to create for each district in the state a long-term weighted per pupil count.
Right.
Yeah.
And then what happens, right? And that's how you get to that, right? So you take the weight. First of all, you create a long-term average membership for PK-12, and that's over 2 years. Then you adjust it, right? Because some of the weights are additive and some are multiplicative, right? And then you adjust. Then you start your adjustment, and there's a very specific calculation that is used. And we outlined it in detail in the table in the report.
Right.
But basically what that does is it gives you, for every single school district in the state, a weighted long-term membership.
Understood. So
Okay.
you begin with...
And then what happens to get the equalized pupil is you take that weighted long-term membership for every school district in the state, right? And so maybe you have, I'm going to make up a number. Maybe you have 1,000 kids. Your average daily membership statewide is 1,000 kids. But your weighted long-term membership, if you apply all the weights, 1,500 kids, right? So what the equalized pupil does, and this is, I'm going to use Bill Talbot parlance for those of you who've been around for Bill, right, is you create this thing called the factor, which is, right, the constant that deflates the 1,500 kids down to the 1,000 kids, right? You following me?
Yes.
Right? So then you have, so in this example, that factor would be, 15. And then you take that 15 and then you multiply that, right? So then you deflate everybody in the state by the same factor down from their weighted count. And that's how you get the equalized pupil. And all that does is, right, so the weighted count is your weighted count. The equalized pupil count is dependent on everybody else's weighted count and your share of that total, right, of the statewide total.
Yeah.
So if everybody's poverty goes up at the same rate as yours, then you're going to be deflated, and that's the only weight we have. And everybody's sort of deflated, right? You're deflated at the same rate. So it's not the case that we apply the weights and that just gives us our equalized pupil count. It gives you each district's weighted count, but then the actual equalized pupil count is dependent on everybody else's count. Does that make sense?
I understand that.
Okay.
But my question goes to, if for example, at the moment where 1.25 is a weight for
Poverty.
economic disadvantage, and does that in effect say that if it costs us $10,000 to educate an average student who comes from, a not small school, who is not disadvantaged, and so on, so on, so on, and it costs $12,500 to educate a disadvantaged student? Is that what that is saying?
No. What it's saying is that we see this is the difference between weights that are using a foundation formula and weights that are using an equalized pupil calculation. Our weights are not applied to a dollar amount. They're applied to pupil count. And so what that means is that we can't compare weights from other states to our weights because it's apple and oranges. We're weighting up the number of pupils, right? Which is different than weighting up the dollars.
Why do we have to do it that way?
Why don't you talk to the legislature? This is how, right? So I think this is important to recognize, right? So we had a foundation formula before 1997, right? And that went away with Brigham, and this was the formula that was designed in 1997. Well, and subsequently through some modifications. So let's just stick with the 1997 sort of line in the sand. This is our formula, and explain the report, because oftentimes I get the same question is like, boy, is that convoluted? Why aren't we doing that way? What did your study say about that? The purpose of our study, like our scope, was not to, wasn't our task to create a new formula, right? Our task was actually to evaluate the weights that are in the existing formula. And so that's the box in which we have to work. Now, if you in the legislature and everybody else wants to get together and create a new funding formula, go for it.
Tammy, so let me ask something.
Right
let me ask something about that.
Like, and that's part of the reason I started out the conversation with saying this is how, let's just remember how the weights work in the context of our formula now. And so, no, we can't say that this is just 25% more spending, for example. It's not. It's 25% more weighted per pupil that is then equalized across all school districts.
That's it. Okay, thank you. Bill, you have a...
So, I mean, but I think it's a great question, and it's a super important point, because one of the things that's happened in the context of the findings from this study, and I get this all the time, is, well, our weights look really different than New Mexico or someplace like that. And the answer is like, yeah, of course they do. It's not that our weights are super high, or like, we can't talk about them that way because our weights don't work like New Mexico. And so we can't really, it's not even apples and oranges, it's like apples and grapefruit, right? Like, it's like you can't compare that way. And that was part of the reason it was so important in this study to make sure that when we did the evaluation of the existing weights, that we not use just Vermont data, right? And this was part of our strategy, which was we wanted to make sure that when we did talk about, we generated the weights that were appropriate for our formula, that we used we generated based on 3 different models that we triangulated across, that we used national, regional, and state data, right? Because otherwise the critique could have been that the weights that we came up with are some sort of Vermont, artifact, back to Vermont is unique argument. And the reality is that that's not the case in our recommended weights. When we ran the models and we did the same calculations that we did using 3 different data sources, the weights look pretty doggone similar. And I can talk about that in a minute. Other questions?
Yes, Tammy. So if I've got this right, what we have is the weights are relative values against each other. They do not have a base or an adequacy kind of foundation.
They don't, and they can't because we don't operate a system that way, Bill.
Hey, Tammy, sorry to interrupt, but somebody is not on mute and there's background conversation. So just a reminder, if you're not on mute, please put yourself on mute.
Thank you, Oliver.
They don't work that way, and our weights don't work that way by design, right? And so it's not like other states, and I know you're really familiar with the school finance world, and that's great, because what you're doing is I think you're drawing a terrific comparison for us, which is in many cases the weights, just like John said, are applied to some dollar amount which has been defined as adequate, right? And so you're saying, okay, so I'm going to make up a number. $12,000 is our adequacy amount, and then we say 25% more is what's required dollar-wise to bring a low-income student to adequacy, right? But our formula doesn't work that way. So we can't, so the weights we derive can't work that way. Yeah, could you go and try to figure out what an adequacy number is in Vermont and all weights? Yeah, you could. And, certainly the work that Larry Pipus did a few years ago, he suggests an adequacy number, and you could certainly work off that number and create weights. But those weights, if you did that, you could not put those into our existing statutes because our calculations that are in our statutes don't work that way.
Tammy, then...
Go ahead.
This is Kathy Lavoie. Then, when you say that you use national, Vermont, and regional data for this comparison, and if our weighting is for number of students versus dollars spent, how did you do that comparison? Are you saying how did you back into?
We did back into it. So, and I can talk about that. Why don't I flip some slides here? So
Okay.
If you go to slide, I'm going to skip over the stakeholder input and come back to it. So I'm on slide number 13. So the way that we develop the weight, we can do this with any sort of data set, right, is we use statistical models to go in and say, and when I talk about statistical models, I'm talking about hundreds of thousands of students. And you can look and you can model and identify what are those characteristics of students in schools that predict differences in outcomes. And we call those risk factors. And so you can do that with national data, right? I can do that with regional data. I can do that with state data. And so we did that. And interestingly enough, the risk factors are the same for whether or not a student meets proficiency in Vermont. It's the same set of risk factors if it's a student who's in the Northeast, and it's the same risk factors for a student who is national. So you see what we're doing here, Kathy? So what we're doing is we're running Vermont, and then we're testing and saying, do those same assumptions hold when I look regionally and when I look nationally? And the answer is yes. Then what we did is we said, okay, based on spending data in Vermont, what do we know about the additional spending that's required to bring a student to common outcomes? And we can figure that out using ex-ante data from AOE. And so we figure that out. And then we can create a ratio.
Okay, yep.
And then we can run the same model with regional data and run the same model with national data to check and see, like, so in Vermont, that all that's different in the ratio of cost? And the answer is it's not. So so how we develop the weights, we can use different data sets, right? And our use of the regional and national data sets was really used as a check to make sure that the Vermont data weren't abnormal.
So
we weren't getting something that was what we call that Vermonti effect. The reality is that the addition, right, that the margins for these differentials are pretty much the same, whether you're a kid in poverty in Maine or a kid in poverty in Nebraska, right? So on average, it takes school districts in Vermont the same sort of additional level of resources as it does in Maine and Nebraska. And that should give us a good deal of comfort, right? Because that means that we're not picking up a Vermonti effect, right? And that what we're doing in Vermont is pretty similar with respect to the the additional levels of resources that are necessary to bring kids up to common outcomes.
So, sorry to interrupt again, but there's still somebody's not muted. I can hear a press conference in the background. I'm really pleading with people to please mute.
So if there are any members of the public who are joining the call, we're happy you're here. But please mute your call. We're getting background noise that's very distracting.
I don't have anything on in my house, so.
Well, I'm sure you don't.
My dog.
Suzanne, is there anything going on where you are?
There is not.
Are you able to tell what
Yeah,
it
I can hear it too.
I can't know who it is, but I can hear it as well.
is? Okay.
Yeah, and the phone number is 802-622-1256. That's where it's coming from, whoever that is. So can you selectively mute that one from your end, Suzanne?
I cannot.
Can you identify the caller?
I cannot. I can only see the number.
Well, one option, you drop the caller and have the caller call back in.
Yeah, you should be able to do that, Suzanne, if you're the host of the call.
Would you do that, please, Suzanne?
You've been muted. To unmute yourself, press *6.
Still coming through.
Can we have everybody call back in?
But to
You did. My next question is at the beginning.
I'm going to send a text message to that phone number, so maybe they'll get that muted.
Thank you.
Kathy, did I answer your question?
You did, and it leads to another question. Given how complicated this is, you had said in the beginning that the agency must evaluate the weights every other year. That evaluation, if it's done to this same level, is complicated to begin with. What was that evaluation that the agency was to have been doing, and have they really been doing it?
No.
Tammy?
They're all gone. Everybody's gone now.
And the one thing that I would say is you don't need to be that close to the mic.
Oh, okay. Is it really loud?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Thank
okay,
you.
No worries.
Thank you.
Perhaps we can do that.
Just one number that wasn't muted.
Number 3. You know, our number is 802-262. 802-622-1256. Was that the number that all of our...
I thought he said 621, but...
Okay.
That's what I heard.
No, if you average all the formulas across the nation, Mississippi's got a base level of 3,000. Massachusetts got 12,000. Those categorical weights are going to vary a great deal.
Hello? Suzanne? I think we're... Oh, okay, I'm just going to dial in. Any recommendations?
I don't. Is it Skype?
No, it's, yes, it is Skype.
Don't really. I don't know that program too well.
We have a number.
I have the number here.
Oh, okay.
Call it in.
Never used that guy before.
They're all trying to get on and we're not on, so they can't join, right?
I think so, yeah.
Welcome to the audio conferencing center. Please enter a conference ID. You're now joining your meeting.
As the host.
Again, we found
Oh my
This
gosh.
meeting is being recorded.
density statistics, and less than 36 persons per square mile is 0.23, 36 to 50, less than 55 is 0.17, and 55 to less than 100 is 0.11. And then we have the grade range. Again, we found that on average, actually, for grades 6 through 8, that was a relative cost factor, and that the cost that there were additional costs at the middle grades that was different than the additional cost at the secondary grades, and so the weight for middle grades enrollment is 0.23, and the weight for secondary enrollment is 0.20. So I want to talk about this enrollment and population density weight, and now I'd like to actually move back in the presentation to slide 9, where I talk about the stakeholder perspective. So we interviewed lots of people, including some individuals who are on this call, around the state about the existing waste, their opportunities and challenges, and lots of other things. And so what did we learn from that? We learned 4 big things. There was a general consensus among the stakeholders that the existing cost factors did not reflect current educational circumstances. And what that meant is 2 things. 1, that the existing weights, there was a general sense among the stakeholders that they were insufficient, that they weren't appropriately weighting for differences in cost. And second, it also means that many people felt that those cost factors were insufficient, that there were other factors that are other than the three that are currently in the formula that account for differences in cost across schools. Two, again, the values of the existing weights have weak sides with the still differences in cost of educating students with disparate needs or operating schools in different contexts. Three, and this is really important for what we're going to talk about next with the weights, our recommendation of weights, is that the state small school grant program is problematic in its design and operation. In fact, I would say that there's just uniform frustration around this. And four, that there's a need for targeted and specific grant aid to support schools struggling to meet different and increased levels of student needs, trauma, and mental health concerns. Moving on to, we also then talked to stakeholders quite a bit about the special education block grant. That's been a concern. What we found is that stakeholders were mixed in their perspectives on the need for potential adjustments to the grant calculation for differences in student poverty across districts. And we really heard a continuum. At one end of the continuum, one person said the sky's not going to fall. The other end of the continuum, there was a real sense of the correlation between poverty and disability is strong. And somewhere in the middle, people were really saying it's too soon to tell whether the grant will be a problem. One caveat among the individuals who felt like there might be challenges with how the existing calculation is operating is that stakeholders who were concerned about the census grant will be calculated also recognized that in part their apprehension was tied to concerns about challenges with the existing system for weighting pupils. And what do I mean by that? We know from the report from 2017 and also the field work done for this report that the existing reimbursement mechanism that's used for special education right now is used by well-meaning educational leaders as a financial backstop. What do I mean by that? That means that the existing special education funding formula is one of the only ways that a school district can get additional state aid, right, for struggling students. And we know that school districts that have struggled to have sufficient resources on their general education side, particularly districts that serve higher concentrations of students in need, have used the special education reimbursement mechanism as a way to bring in additional state aid to help them fund their Tier 1, Tier 2 supports in their MTSS system. So in talking to, in fact, several superintendents about that specific issue, what we learned was that the apprehension about the census block grant, which essentially some people feel as if that's going to cap their special education funding, right? What it does is it functionally stops the ability to tap into state aid on an as-needed basis for 60% reimbursement for struggling students, that they would feel less apprehensive about that if they thought that the weights on the general education side, particularly for poverty, were working well, right? So, for example, one superintendent explained, he says, I live in a high poverty district, right? But the poverty weights aren't giving me enough tax capacity to spend what I need to spend on the general education side. So the only way I can get sufficient dollars in my system is to refer those children for special ed, and then I get reimbursed at 60% on the dollar, 60 cents on the dollar. So I think so there's a connection between the concerns about the census block grant program and the existing weights. Moving on to slide 11. It's also important to point out that the stakeholder perspectives on the small school grant. Stakeholders were uniformly opposed to continuing the small school grant program as it is. I mean, we didn't talk to one person who thought it should continue as it's operating now. In the words of one stakeholder, everyone is looking for a better way forward. Nearly all interview participants view the small school grant program as fundamentally at odds with the policy goals articulated in Act 46. There was general agreement, however, that the state still needs to figure out how to support geographically necessary small schools. In the words of one stakeholder, we don't want to create disincentives with respect to Act 46, but we want to address factors that stress schools and impact risks for opportunity. And in general stakeholders felt that incorporating weights for school size and plurality in the equalized pupil calculation would alleviate concerns relating to the small school grant program and also get rid of some politics around this. And also going back to my original comment, right? Remember the small school grant program is a categorical program that's provided, right? And yet the small school grant itself is supposed to be a general aid, right? The small school grant in and of itself is supposed to be providing general aid. And so you can kind of see the mismatch here between the use of a categorical program and general aid and sort of the outcomes of doing so. So if we take that and we go back to slide 15, where the recommended weight for equalized pupil calculation is, in our charge for the study, we were, right, so the weights are the weights. And the weights, you can't, the weights are all contingent on each other, right? So you can't just choose to adopt one weight or another. You can't choose to phase in the weights and sort of ramp them up to a certain value. But you can make policy decisions about where and how to apply some of these weights. And so in our simulations, because we were required in our contract to simulate several policy models, one policy model that we simulate was to only apply the enrollment weights, which are essentially for schools less than 250 students, in population-sparse areas of less than 55 people per square mile. So the enrollment weights would not be applied in case to all schools less than 250 students. They would only be applied in cases where a small school was located in a school district in a population-sparse area. And in the report, in the appendices, we list all the schools that meet that criteria. If you want to see, there's also a list that JFO put together that's available that shows how that list differs from who receives small school grants right now. And you'll see that there's some overlap, but really when the dual criteria are applied, what you really see is on average, small schools in geographically sparse areas really equates quite well to geographically necessary small schools. These are schools, on average, that, due to transportation, due to where they are, really are schools that we would have a really difficult time consolidating any further. Any questions?
I'm grateful for that explanation. I'm sorry, Tammy Gleason, and I had the opportunity to hear you run through that. Hi. Previously as well, and I just felt as though that, especially as a takeaway from the material, is really helpful to understand. So thank you.
Oh, good.
Tammy, this question goes, beyond the scope of the work you were asked to do.
Is this John?
This is John. I'm sorry, yeah.
Okay, if you guys could just introduce yourselves, it's hard.
Yeah, sure.
You know what I'm talking to.
Sorry.
That's okay.
So you've looked at a lot of other states that use a foundation aid formula in a very, very different and I gather more comprehensible way than our system works.
Well, I don't know if I said that. I want to be careful, but what I said was that it's certainly different.
Do you have a sense that states that use a foundation aid formula with weighting for student characteristics produce desirable outcomes in terms of allocating resources where they are most needed, or do they not?
It's all over the map. And, right, and I think we have to remember that the state aid formulas are one arrow in the quiver of state education policy. So you have states with foundation formulas, for example, Illinois, which is one of the most inequitably funded states in the country. It has huge gaps. Bill backed me up here, right? And so, it's not possible to say, oh, well, one funding formula equates to equal educational opportunities. It requires, right, the funding for, the way I like to think about not an end, right? And so, but it's not the only means that gets you to where you want to go. And so some states package their funding formula with other kinds of policy and practices and resources in ways that result in higher outcomes than others. The other thing you have to remember, and this is not part of this, but Bruce Baker's done a lot of work on this, we also have to remember that we just have states with different levels of tax, different levels of spending power overall. And so you have these issues of capacity and effort. Mississippi, for example, could tax itself to death, and it still couldn't spend what Massachusetts did, right? They just can't, because they don't have the same tax base. And so it makes it really difficult to draw sort of big generalizations about, well, you know, if you do this, this solves this solves for X, because the equation is far more complex than that. So I want to be careful about saying, well, you know, if we go to states with foundation formula or states do foundation formula this way have better outcomes. We simply just can't say that.
Tammy, this is Peter Pelt, related to
Hi, Peter.
To that. Hi. So this is not a panacea to what we might say is the inequity that we see in education, particularly the rural world.
But it's part of the puzzle. It's part of the puzzle. Let me tell you.
Can I just say what we're seeing? I live in Woodbury, on the edge of the Northeast Kingdom, and we see young talented teachers being allured with higher pay to districts that can afford more, and there's not much we can do about it, and we're battling excess spending thresholds and whatnot at the same time. So I just don't know how this is actually going to transform the quality of teaching and learning opportunities and leadership.
Right. So there are a bunch of different things there that are important to unpack, and so the first thing to say is that the funding formula in and of itself cannot solve all gaps in educational quality across the state. It can't, nor is it designed to. So that's the first thing to keep in mind, that simply changing the funding formula doesn't necessarily do that. Right? It's an and in both. The second thing to remember is that regardless, you still have a constitutional obligation to maintain a fair and efficient funding formula. Our findings are absolutely conclusive that the existing funding formula is not fair nor efficient. And so there's a constitutional obligation to right? So that's an issue. But to Peter's point, right? So I would suggest you have an and in both here, and I'm sorry Dan's not here, because Dan has talked about this in his testimony, and I don't want to speak for Dan, so I'll refer you back to his testimony, but I'll do my best to sort of paraphrase it, and then you guys validate what I say. Right? So you need a fair and efficient funding formula. That's a cornerstone of any equitable educational system. And our system is not operating that way. The weights are out of whack. I mean, they're grotesquely out of whack. Right? I have said to people, it's a little like going to the dentist's office after you've not been to the dentist's office in 20 years, and you're all upset that you've got 20 cavities. Well, you haven't been in a dentist's office in 20 years. Our weights haven't been updated in 20 years. It is pretty unrealistic to think that they would be operating as they should, right? Many states update their weights every several years. They need to, because the cost of education change. The second thing, to Peter, to your point, though, is, this is particularly important for school districts, I'll say the NEK, but also, we've heard down in Wyndham and places like that, is I think you have to recognize that districts are challenged to spend what they need to spend to provide equal educational opportunities in rural, low-income areas because the weights aren't adjusting appropriately for differences in educational costs. Right. So what would it mean for a district to have the weight reset for poverty and rurality and sparsity and, enrollment, for example. Well, it could mean that the equalized pupil calculation goes up for those districts, which means then their per pupil spending, right, goes down for the purposes of the tax calculation. The goal is not that they take a tax cut, but they continue spending, right, that they continue at the same tax rate, and then they have additional dollars to spend, right? So that's part of it. But Peter, to your point about the excess threshold, I think a lot of districts haven't quite understood this, is that also will bring you down below the excess threshold. Part of the reason that these districts are bumping up against the excess spending threshold is because the weights aren't working, right? So what happens when the weights are calibrated appropriately is it will actually bring the per pupil spending down, right, for the purposes of the threshold, right? And you see small rural districts that are really struggling to spend what might be considered an adequate amount of money, and the weights aren't working, right? Then what you see is you see two things. You see they're bumping up against the excess spending threshold, or they're taxing at a super high rate, or they're not taxing they're taxing at a rate they can afford, and they're spending too little, and you're seeing educational quality gaps, right? It's one of those three, right? But flip it over on the other side. What does this mean for districts? There are districts that benefit from the existing calculation too, right? Because it makes money cheap for them, right? And so not having the weights work also contributes to the big spending gaps we see in the state. And I think, 20 years hence, we can see how this is really played out, right? So if you're in a district, right, where in the weights, because remember that the equalized pupil calculation is relative to everybody, right? And so if the weights aren't working right, and you're in a relatively affluent district where the weights really don't matter as much for you, then the dollars that you're spending are cheaper than they would be relative to other districts in the state who are being disadvantaged by, for example, a poverty weight that is underestimated.
Do you think weights should be mandated to be reviewed more frequently?
I mean, it's in the legislation. It's in statute that they're supposed to be reviewed every other year.
Yeah,
to AOE's credit, though, right? Reviewing the weights is not something, and you read this in the 2017 report that Rebecca Holcomb published for the secondary weights, Dan French can tact, right? To do weights the right way requires the level of effort that we put into the study, right? Now, do they need to be used every other year? Probably not, but certainly every 5 years, yes. And so part of what has happened, again, back to my dentist example, right? If we had been recalibrating weights every 5 years, theoretically, you probably wouldn't see changes as large as what you're seeing right now. The other reason you may be seeing large changes now, and this is important to remember, is we're not even sure that 0.25, for example, for poverty was the right weight in 1997.
To begin with. Yep.
It may not have been. In fact, I'm pretty sure it was too low then, right? And so it puts us at this really challenging moment policy-wise, because this feels like a really big shift. And you look at the simulations, and people talk about winners and losers, and I'm opposed to talking about winners and losers. I'm just going to talk about that there are changes, and they feel like big changes. Well, they're big changes because we've let this go for 20 years. And so now we're at a policy moment where it feels like a big change. But the reality is that the evidence is conclusive. And again, we've used the most commonly accepted state-of-the-art school finance methods in this study to generate these weights. This isn't hocus pocus. These are the weights. And what the study says conclusively is that the weights we have are miscalibrated, and they're grossly miscalibrated. And it also says that we are not, in our existing funding formula, appropriately taking into account the full range of cost factors that account for differences in costs across school districts that are outside of their control.
And if I may, it also goes back to Act 60 when politely thinking was being done and the small school grants thrown into it. And we're really trying to get education equity back into focus.
It's a difficult conversation, and part of our role, and certainly I play an interesting role because I live in Vermont. But, the role of the study and our role is to provide sort of this objective evidence. And so we've been really careful not to talk about, what happened in there. I mean, the reality is we are where we are, right? And where we are is that, the weights that we estimated are what you see on slide 15.
Right.
If these weights were implemented in the next year or so, it would have implications for tax capacity across all school districts in the state. Because remember that because we have a statewide tax system, that any changes impact everybody. It doesn't just impact one school district. It doesn't work that way. So any changes are going to impact all school districts in the state. But to the point is, even if the weights are changed, and I think there's a constitutional argument here that they have to be changed, it does not entirely address concerns about differences in equal educational opportunities across the state. Right? This is not the magic bullet that takes care of all that. It does, however, address some of the underlying fiscal conditions that may be contributing to opportunity gaps in the state. But so it's necessary, but it's insufficient.
Thank you. Thank you.
Tammy, this is John Carroll again. If there were a statewide teacher contract, so that all teachers in the state were compensated on a common scale, would that be another piece of facilitating equity?
I mean, that's outside the scope of the study. I think, the way to answer that question, so I have the benefit of doing a lot of, another work unrelated to this study. So I'm taking off my hat as the person who did this study for a minute, right? So I've done a lot of work around equity issues with the distribution of resources, in particular teachers, right? Qualified quality teachers and quality teaching. And what I can tell you is that, that there are ways to assess differences in teacher quality and qualifications across school districts. And we know that economic incentives play a significant role in in recruiting, retaining, and distributing teachers. So to the extent that you have a statewide contract or other policy mechanisms that address that can impact teacher decision making about where they work and where they stay working, that is certainly a piece of the puzzle. That does not, however, address potential differences in teaching quality. Teaching quality has to be addressed using teacher evaluation, right, and mentoring and professional development. That requires other kinds of policies to do that. And I answered kind of that question. That question I'm answering based on my other expertise and background in research. That was not something that we did in the context of this study.
Understood. Thank you. Board, are there
if the board is interested in that, I have other research. I'd be happy to come in and talk to you about what we know from other states some other time, if that would be helpful.
Yes, it would be. Thank you. Board, are there other questions for Tammy?
What about, do we really discuss this special education block grant?
There's a question here, Tammy. This is John again.
Yeah.
Kathy, why don't you pose your question?
It's around the evaluation of the special education census block grant.
Thanks, Kathy. Thanks, Kathy. Yes, we need to come back.
And right, because if I'm understanding it, the impact of the incorrect weights has a greater impact when our special education is a census block grant than if it were a reimbursement. Because of the dynamics of the money, right?
Yeah, I don't know if it has a greater or less an impact. I would just say
or it has
a connection.
It has a connection, right?
Right, and I think that's I think you've really hit on an important. I'll talk about the recommendations in just a minute. But I think you've hit on a really important point, which is, and something that comes out of the study, I hope, when you read it, which is we have to think about funding policy holistically, right? Oftentimes we think about changes to the small school grant or the special education grant, for example, separately. And one of the things that we really want to sort of how we wanted to reframe the conversation is that all of these things are related to one another. And when you take, it's not, you can't just tinker with one without thinking about the other. And so I really appreciate you bringing up that point. To your point, right, so we did evaluate the assumptions in the special education block grant based on the stakeholder input, and also what we know around what Act 173 implementation to date. Our recommendation at this point was that we could neither recommend nor we have no recommendation at this point. What we mean is we found no evidence in favor or against adjustments to the grant amount, and I'm going to put this in like bold-faced letters, at this time. And the at this time is important because it's really hard to talk about how we might change the block grant calculation when we don't have regulations yet, where the calculation isn't even set. And we also might be making these other changes to the general education block grant. And so our concern was with making a hard and fast recommendation on do this or don't do this at this time, was that minus those important pieces of information, that we might make a recommendation that 3 years from now we all would really want to stand behind. And so I guess our recommendation is that for now, that we needed to wait to make changes to the special education block grant. That doesn't mean that they won't be needed in the future. It means that, in our expert opinion, it's too soon to come up with a potential adjustment that would be fair and something that everybody would want to live with for the next 10 years, right? I mean, I think we're very conscious around the difficulties with opening statutes and making adjustments to statutes. And I think we were concerned that at this time there just isn't enough evidence to suggest that it's necessary, and if it is necessary, what it should be. That said, per our contract, we were asked to model several options that policymakers could consider if they chose to make adjustments to the grant calculation. And I think it's important to understand what those options are and what the options really focus on. Right? If you think about how the great thing about the special education block grant is it's actually simple to calculate. The one thing I think in our funding statute that we can, it's the only thing that's predictable and transparent and easy to figure out. Because what it is it's the number of kids times some base amount and you hit your dollars, right? I mean, it's great. But it means that if you want to adjust it, you either have to make adjustments to the number of kids in the calculation, or you need to make adjustments to the number of dollars. Right? The amount, but whatever the per capita amount is, it will fund by each kid. And really thinking this through, working with stakeholders, doing sort of different kinds of models, our recommendation is that if it is the intent now or in the future to adjust how the grant is calculated, that the change is not made to the per capita grant amount. So scale that says if you're over this percentage of poverty, but the base grant's $100, for example, and if you're over this percentage of poverty, you get 125 per kid. First of all, it takes the predictability and transparency out of the system. It's difficult to calculate. It would be really difficult to maintain. Rather, adjust the number of kids in a school district to which the block grant is applied. And two ways, and the nice thing about that is you can also tie it back to your general education formula. And what we suggested was one of two ways, and we modeled these in our simulations. You can apply, for example, I'm going to use $100 as your special ed block grant amount. You can multiply the $100 times the number of wise people in the district, right, which gives you relative to everybody else, right, it takes into account the full range of cost factors. That said, for some school districts, right, that would be deflated. That might not be a bad thing. It might be a good thing. Or you can take that $100 and you can multiply it by the number of poverty-weighted kids in a school district. Two very clear and transparent ways to do it that would adjust for differences in student need across districts in a straightforward way. It also be a straightforward way of maintaining the formula, and for school boards in particular, for each year to really be able to figure out their block rates. So those were our recommendations. If policymakers wanted to move forward with any kind of adjustment at this time, but our real recommendation is that at this time is that it's just too soon to know what would be an appropriate adjustment. And the risk with doing something right now is that you do it wrong, and then somebody'd have to go back and undo it. And that it might make more sense to wait until the formula has been implemented, or at least we have a clearer sense of implementation, and then make the decision. Did that answer your question, Kathy?
Yes, thank you.
Debbie, this is John. Any other board questions? Hearing none. Tammy, we thank you very, very much. This has been, my head hurts.
Well, I hope we wrote a report that didn't give everybody a headache. We really worked hard to write. This is pretty technical stuff, and our goal was really to try to prepare something that was accessible to a wide audience.
Yeah. Your piece is just fine. It's how it knits into all the rest of the calculations that it makes it so obscure for ordinary people like myself to comprehend how it really plays out. But it's certainly valuable work, and we thank you for your work and for making the time to tell us and so many other people about this important topic. We thank you. Any final comments?
Well, I'm happy to answer any other questions come up for you or the board members. You feel free to email me, and I'm happy to get back to you on that.
Thank you. And I hope we will take you up on your offer about talking about teacher quality and how that might systemically be addressed perhaps better than we do now.
Yeah, it's a really important, right? I always talk about, it's a great segue to this study too, because we have to remember that dollars buy things. It's not the dollars that create educational opportunities, it's the things that we purchase with those dollars.
Yeah,
and we know
that's right.
that the biggest ticket item that dollars purchased are teacher time and talent. And we have to think really carefully about what talent and time look like, right? It's like, what are we buying with those dollars in terms of just, both teacher qualifications, but what teaching quality looks like, and also how school districts allocate the time that teachers spend, right? Those three things, right? That's the three legs of your stool for instructional quality. But you have to remember, to even get there, you have to have sufficient dollars in the system. But once you have sufficient dollars, then you have to really think carefully about how you invest those dollars, particularly in instructional quality. And teachers make up the lion's share of that.
Of course, of course. Well, that's for another day.
That's right. Okay, I'm back to homeschooling.
All right. Tammy, thank you so much.
Thank you.
We wish you well.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, Board, I guess the governor's press conference has ended.
We don't hear it anymore.
We don't hear it anymore. So we're a little bit ahead of schedule, about 5 minutes, 7 minutes ahead of our scheduled break, which I think we will take now, and we will reconvene at 1 o'clock sharp. But you will call in to the deliberative session. I'm sorry, no, it's a public session to begin with, because we have to entertain the possibility that in the Macias case, that Mr. Macias or his representative might wish to present to us, in which case perhaps then also the Secretary's attorney might wish to present to us. They've been given the opportunity. To my knowledge, they have either declined or ignored the notice that they may speak to us. The attorney who is representing the board, or guiding us, if you will, kind of as our hearing officer, George Belcher, will be with us at 1 o'clock, and we will hear from him about where things stand. We've allotted 30 minutes for presentations by the appellant and the agency, 15 each, which is item K. If there are no presentations, then we will just move on to item L and go into deliberative session, and then for that, you would need to make a different phone call. For now, when you come back, you can either stay on the line or you can sign off and dial back in. When you come back in on the same number and the same conference ID that you did to get here this morning. Okay.
John, can I make a suggestion? I know the governor's press conference is over, but we have no assurance that the stray caller is not disappeared completely. So it might be advisable if Suzanne could completely terminate this call.
Yes.
And then we all redial in at 1 o'clock, and hopefully that the stray caller will not return.
Agreed.
Or if they do, have the courtesy to go on mute.
Agreed. Before we leave this,
Good idea.
So that's fine, Suzanne, if you'll please do that, and then all of you, 5 minutes to 1, not later, please dial in to the number you used to get to this call, and use the conference for the general public conversation. Then we'll deal with going to deliberative session subsequently and separately. All right? So Suzanne, take it all down, please, and we'll see you all at 1 o'clock latest. Thank you. Then I think we will proceed. I don't see John O'Keefe. I got some email about he's under some sort of emergency stress in his town of which he's town manager. So we'll have to proceed without him. Also with us is Attorney George Belcher, who has served as the board's legal advisor and hearing officer in this case, and I'm going to turn the matter over to George now.
Great, thank you, Mr. Chair. Once again, my name is George Belcher. I've been acting as assigned legal counsel to the State Board of Education. Because we're taping this and we're now considering the appeal of a contested case, I'm going to put on the record that the date is March 18th, 2020. We're here before the Vermont State Board of Education. The matter being considered is the appeal of In re Mario Macias. The docket number is LI 17-253. The board members who are participating have just identified themselves on the record, and I need to put on the record a few things. First of all, the time is 1:05, and neither of the parties who are involved in this have appeared, nor have their counsel appeared today. This matter is an appeal from a hearing panel decision And I need to advise on the record that notice of the report of the subcommittee was made to the parties on February 10th, 2020. The Appellant's Counsel, Mr. Guzman, received his notice on February 13th, 2020, and the appellee, that is the secretary of the agency, through his counsel, received that notice on February 18th, 2020. Concerning today's hearing before the board on March 9th, 2020, a notice was sent to parties that we would be meeting today. The agenda was sent to the parties, and the time frame, that is this particular time, which was given to the parties to file memorandum and address the board directly, was noted on the agenda. And we have not only are they not here today, but we have not heard, I have not heard from either the appellant or the appellee that they were planning to be here. I noticed them that sometimes there's difficulty getting into the building, and I asked that they notify me if they were going to be here, and I have heard nothing from either of them. So I think that's all that I wanted to put on the record before we consider the matter. I would...
Just out of the abundance of caution, is there somebody available in the room who could just go down to the front entrance and double check that there's nobody waiting to enter?
Kathy, would you mind doing that? Thank you, Oliver. While Kathy is doing that, I'll just outline very briefly the next procedural steps. We're going to go into deliberative session. For some of you, that may be a new term. It is a term of art in this case. Statute provides that an agency, and we are considered under the statute an agency, that is functioning in a quasi-judicial capacity, which is what we are doing in the case of the appeal of Mr. Macias. Statute provides that an agency performing in a quasi-judicial capacity is exempt from the open meeting law to the extent that it wishes to deliberate. Deliberate is defined by statute also. And we are about to begin deliberating in the matter of Mr. Macias and his appeal. And therefore, we will do so in what's called a deliberative session. And deliberative sessions are exempt from the open meeting law. That is to say, they may be conducted in private. They're not to be confused with executive sessions, which is somewhat similar, but quite different in many important respects. They are similar in the respect that we can deliberate, but we can, in deliberative session, take no action other than to move to cease the deliberations and move to a public meeting. So once Kathy gets back here to assure that there aren't folks outside trying to get in, we will entertain a motion on your motion list. I think it's called L1, to move to deliberative session. Once that motion is passed, I will then give you instructions as to the next steps. Hang on for a moment while we wait for Kathy Lavoie to return. By the way, while we're at it, are there any members of the general public on the line? All right, thank you. Stand by, if you will, until we get Kathy back here.
John, would you like me to exit the room when you guys go into deliberative?
We will, yes. Thank you. Nobody looking to get in?
Nobody looking to get in.
All right. So we have word that nobody's looking to get into the building to talk with us. And so, am I right now so I'd entertain a motion to enter deliberative session. Is there such a motion?
So moved.
Maybe you could use the motion sheet. That's why it's there.
Bill 1. I move the State Board of Education enter deliberative session to consider the report of the board's review subcommittee regarding the appeal of Mario Macias, docket number LI-17-253.
Thank you. It's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Oliver Olson. Oliver, seconded by Oliver Olson, moved by Bill McFarland. And then, are you ready for that question? I'm going to go down through the list to take your ayes and nays. Kyle.
Aye.
Kim.
Aye.
Kathy.
Aye.
Bill Mathis.
Aye.
John O'Keefe. Not here. Oliver Olson.
Aye.
Peter Peltz.
Yeah, yes.
Jenna O'Farrell.
Yes. Aye.
And John Carroll. Yeah, yay. The ayes have it, then we will enter deliberative session. The proceeding on this is you will all separate from this call, hang up from this call, and then use the Skype meeting information you have been furnished for logging into a separate call for the deliberative session. The only people who have access to that number are board members who are eligible to be in this discussion. And all of you are, except, of course, for the secretary, Dan French, who is not present.
And recused himself.
He has recused himself.
Yes.
And so Maureen will not be on this call, and Colin from RETN will leave the room, and we'll be left with Mr. Belcher, our attorney, and those of you who are present. And Sabina, of course, you are welcome to participate in this in all ways.
I did have a query for our legal counsel on that. If he had an opinion as to whether Sabina is a non-voting member, clearly in a normal proceeding, but this is a fairly unique circumstance. I want to be very cautious about making sure we're doing everything appropriately, inadvertently creating any problems.
George Belcher speaking. My judgment would be that even though she's a non-voting member, she could participate by listening and contributing thoughts. It would be her contribution would not be a vote, though, and the vote is taken in open session at the end of the deliberation. So I do not see a problem with her participating in the deliberative session.
Okay, thank you.
That satisfies your question, Oliver? All right, then. So are there any questions before we all separate from this call? All right, hearing none, then please hang up from this call and redial in on the designated number and conference ID. Thank you.
So for the record, the State Board of Education has just returned from deliberative session.
And you want to put it on the record that about the time of the checking on their availability?
Yes, the time is 1:35, and Mr. Mathis went downstairs and checked to see whether either of the parties or their counsel had appeared, and you found what?
No one was there.
No one was there.
Did we note on the record that Kathy Lavoie did the same thing at about 1 o'clock?
For the deliberative.
Yes.
Good, thank you. So then, are we ready to receive the motion?
Yes.
Would somebody make a motion?
I move that the board affirm the decision of the hearing panel in the matter of
in Ari Mario Macias, docket number L1-17-253, the decision of the hearing panel being dated February 14th, 2019, and that the report of the review of the subcommittee dated 2/8/20 be adopted, including the facts, discussions, and conclusions of law therein, and that the appeal of the Mario Macias in docket number L1-17-253 be dismissed, and that the process of the review subcommittee, including the delegation of this matter, is ratified.
The motion has been moved by Kathy Lavoie. Is there a second?
I'll second that. This is Oliver Olson.
Seconded by Oliver Olson. I will now read the roll and ask your vote. Carl Courtois.
Aye.
Kim Gleason.
Aye, sorry.
Kathy Lavoie.
Aye.
William Mathis.
Aye.
Oliver Olson.
Aye.
Peter Peltz.
Aye.
Jenna O'Farrell.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion carries. Thank you for your work on that. Mr. Belcher, thank you, sir.
Thank you. I want to express my appreciation to the board, particularly the members of the subcommittee who wrote the report. They did a very good job, and it's nice to be with you, those who are here, and be with you telephonically, those that are on the phone. Thank you, and I'm excusing myself now.
Very good, thank you. I'm signing this for you.
You can. You need to delete one of the, if Mr. O'Keefe is listed as having been present. And actually, John, I've got a, that's written on both sides.
Yeah.
Question, should
Yeah.
we destroy the materials we've got?
Those materials are public, actually.
Okay.
So you're okay with that? Is that correct?
Yes, but the, all the material that was transmitted electronically should, as what was directed before, be indicated not to forward. You should delete it from your computers and that sort of thing.
You want me to date here as well as there?
Sure. And then the clerk of the board will enter it. It needs to be filed with your records.
Could we have a member?
Anyone can enter it. It's the formal date that it became of record. And then I need to get a copy of it so that I can send it to the parties.
All right. Well, can we take care of that offline?
Yes.
Here, I'll give you that. Then you can do that. Yeah, good. Okay. Sorry, everybody, we just had to get the paperwork signed. Thank you all for that. Nicely done. School calendar waivers. So we had a discussion this morning with Secretary, of course, to make a change to the motion. But before we get to that, have you reviewed the material, and is there discussion with regard to the school calendar waiver? We're on item M. Mrs. DeMarco.
I only, I support the measure. Like, I think it was Oliver questioning of the 10 days, wonder whether or not we should be so specific on the number of days versus an amount, giving that authority to the secretary to determine. But I also wonder as well, this is also very specific to the Secretary of Education upon consultation of the Commissioner of Health. And I don't even want to think about what other statewide emergency might come that would be not weather related and not related to without consultation coming through the Commissioner of Health. But I'm wondering if, I mean, the health of the children would always be the reason for the potential closure of the schools, but that directive may not come via the the Commissioner of Health. Do you see my point?
Can I ask a question?
Of course.
Noticing that this is bound by this school year, 2019-2020.
Right, there's the other issue. I didn't.
Do you still have the same concern? Because it's a very time-specific action.
That was my third concern. Whether or not it was, okay, all three, you know, it's very specific, and should we be finding ourselves in this situation again?
Well, not in this school year.
Not in this school year, but the law that it is, the waiver is removing itself from it is very specific to weather, which is why this has to be done, right?
That's correct. Well, no, more particularly, the waiver is from the board's authority to make these waivers. That is to say, statute provides that only the board may grant waivers for changes in the school year. And what we're doing here is we're granting the secretary the authority to exercise the board's authority in this matter.
I have a question as to whether it's really necessary, the motion, I mean, because the governor has the authority to take emergency actions. And if it goes beyond 10 days, it would be the governor's action that would make it so. And at the end, whenever this is over, we would end up having to ratify in any case, which is what the law says. The closure happens then afterwards, after they exceed the number of days, then you appeal to the state board. And so I'm just not sure it's necessary.
And I guess now I'm not sure what it's doing, because I assumed it was...
You can see it's provided under 16 VSA section 1071 and in the State Board Rule 2300 both. That it's the board that shall grant these waivers. I might say parenthetically, this is something that we are in our S-166 bill proposing to be transferred to the agency since we provide virtually no value added to this conversation. What this does is simply says that the board authorizes the secretary to act on its behalf.
In this instance only.
In this instance.
Okay.
And we would change the language so that it says to grant waivers as the secretary sees fit for any unanticipated closures in this school year under 16 VSA 1071C, which is the provision that grants us that authority. We're essentially inviting the secretary to stand in for us during this period.
So I think that works fine because it's a very specific situation, and I'm appreciative that we're passing this authority, hopefully, back to the agency regardless. I'm just going to share a little perspective in like a local board hat. While the state had not taken action to close all schools, I read it a week ago differently in that I had some concern that if local districts needed to take action, were they not going to be granted the waiver if the state hadn't taken action? It was feeling at the time, a week ago, that the state was slow to react. And would it be that districts may have to take positions in the interest of the safety of their community, because some of this seemed at the time to be very specific to localities. And I was concerned that if they had not jumped through the requisite hoops that were laid out last week, that could the secretary then, in hindsight, say you didn't get the proper approvals, you acted in haste, you won't get the waiver. And so I lay that out as if this had broader implications right this moment, or had broader implications a week ago, that's where I was as a local board member in my, I don't want to call it cynical, but concern with offering this authority without some assurance that there was going to be some deference to the needs of local communities. So the way it's written now, I'm fine with it, and certainly with the actions the state has taken more recently, I think this is appropriate. I didn't want anything to slow the process of giving districts the assurance that they were going to have waivers for this very uncertain time.
I also want to add, is there some timeline on when districts are going to know what that looks like in terms of the school calendar waiver? Because I think that's on people's mind too. Like, what does this mean on the other end?
Right.
I presume that the secretary will notify people that the board has granted him this authority to waive, and then he will presumably make an announcement that will address the question of presumably he will grant the waiver in anticipation.
That's not what this, I'm sorry, but that's not what M says unless I'm completely the suggested motion.
Go right ahead.
It says, I move that the state board authorize the secretary to on behalf, oh, you are right. I read it completely wrong. My apologies.
Okay. So are there other questions?
I would just think that, and I'm not sure if this is answering a question or asking a question, but right now the return to school time frame is, I think it is those 10 days. Am I correcting? Am I counting that right? Like if we began this the 18th and they're going back to the 6th, in theory. So I just wanted to make sure that we are going to get rid of the number of days, correct?
That is correct.
I thought I heard us saying. And then, you know, again, my suspicion is whatever is going to happen on the back end may reflect whatever comes next in terms of directives for closure, but the instruction would still need to happen, I think, and so it's probably minimally offering enough time for districts to get to a place to be able to deliver instruction remotely to whatever extent and for however long probably the governor will indicate is necessary. I think that
Go ahead.
leaves flexibility by removing the number of days and provides some clarity to districts.
Yes.
This is Peter, if I may. We're headed into uncharted territory. I don't know what kind of clarity we're going to try to attain at this point regarding, you know, what we lay ahead, and waivers or anything else. This is just unprecedented, and I don't know how we can qualify what we're going to be doing in the future at this point, but that's my 2 cents.
Are there other comments or questions?
I'll just put on the labor question that Dan, I think, was referring to. Is I could imagine, since there are a requisite number of days in a teacher contract, that if we're at a place where instruction is being provided remotely, those would be counted as days. So I'm just thinking all the way through this, if it may differ statewide on when school calendar is extended to or otherwise, but I think those are just all things that are out there, and I think it will be helpful to have these decisions be made at this date level so that we're not individually negotiating with our unions about whether or not things count as days or how many days we're getting waived for, and is it individual, and have we asked for them by local districts. So just lots of things to put out there that, as to Peter's comment, is really uncharted, and hopefully people will be working together. But I appreciate that the agency is going to try and coordinate this.
Could we have a motion, please? This would be motion M.
This is Jenna. I can make the motion.
Please do.
I move that the state board authorize the secretary to, on its behalf, grant waivers of up to 10 full days for any unanticipated closures.
Jenna, I'm sorry,
What?
it should say grant waivers as the secretary sees fit for
As
any,
the, okay, back up to grant waivers as the secretary sees fit
that's correct.
for any unanticipated closures under 16 VSA 1071C that are a result of the consultation. No, that's the stuff. That doesn't make sense, does it? As a result of the consultation with the Secretary of Education and the Commissioner of Health.
Keep going.
Or an order of the Department of Health in the 2019-2020 school year.
Right. Thank you. Is there a second? Is there a second?
I will second it. This is Oliver.
Thank you, Oliver. I understand your hesitation there, Jenna. Basically, it's saying he may grant waivers that are the result of consultation between the Secretary and the Commissioner of Health, or an order of the Department of Health. Those are the two conditions under which the Secretary may act.
I think it's two.
So, is there discussion of the motion?
Yes.
Yes, Bill.
I believe I'm going to vote against this motion. As a person who has had to make snow calls in the morning, there's no way you're going to be right on those kinds of predicting the future kinds of things. I don't know where this is going in the future, but we're going to have a lot of cleanup activity after this is over. And at that point, we'll have a greater view of what will be necessary. So I just don't know that this gives us any advantage, the motion I mean, but it could have a disadvantage.
And the disadvantage would be what?
That we would perhaps tie ourselves into some kind of particular action when we don't need to.
Other discussion?
I think I am in support of offering the authority to the Secretary. I was unclear from our earlier conversation with Dan, and I know he was rushed because he needed to get to the press conference, but I'm not positive that I heard him ask us to change the number of days. And so I'm a little tiny bit cautious there, making this wide open when I wasn't positive that I heard that was necessary, and I'm wondering if, I guess there's no way for us to clarify that at this point.
Oliver,
and I will.
Oliver was the one who raised that question. What did you hear, Oliver?
Yeah, my recollection from that conversation, and yes, he was a bit rushed, but was that he indicated that the 10-day window came at a very, when things were at a very different point in time. And my takeaway from that was that he was appreciative of the flexibility because things have evolved quite significantly since that was originally put forward.
In fact, it's 13 days that they'll have. If it's from today, the 18th, until the 6th.
Yeah.
Okay, that
Can I
makes sense.
question-
And oops, go ahead, Peter.
Can I question flexibility? What can you be more particular what you mean by that?
Well, we don't know how long, this closure is going to go for. So, the idea was rather than having to come back to us, after the fact to deal with this, we could just give him the authority. I mean, things are moving pretty quickly here. So I think, the less, I think just as a general rule, the more red tape we can get out of the way and allow Dan and his colleagues to execute as quickly and as flexibly as possible, I think is generally speaking a good thing in this environment.
But didn't we hear before the governor has the authority to do this anyway? So why do we have to?
He does to close the buildings, but then under statute, then the time would have to be made up once the danger passes, and then that creates all sorts of uncertainty. So I think just in general, to allow for quicker decision making without people having to worry about these sorts of issues in their decision making is just a good thing.
The governor doesn't have the authority to also address a time to be made up at some point?
No.
These waivers.
His authority is to close buildings.
Okay.
Local school boards actually close the schools, and then they appeal to us if they go over the limit.
This gives them a prospective waiver that says you're not going to have to worry about that. And that seems, obviously, the Secretary believes that's a useful thing to do. Is there further discussion?
And so it just, yeah, I do want to clarify. So, again, and I just because I think probably most districts are in negotiations right now, it's a little bit fresh on my mind. When we have snow days, for instance, the contract indicates the number of student days, and then we often waive them locally if we are still within the 170, I think it's 170 required student days that are at the state level. And so if that now means the required number of days is 157, for instance, I'm just thinking in a local school board hat, do we run into challenges in having staff work remotely? Again, I don't want to hold anything up with red tape, but there are occasionally unintended consequences with liberating the requirements when a master agreement is guiding the workforce in a situation where hopefully it's going to be very collaborative. It's a really challenging time for everybody, but from that standpoint, I don't think that would be the intent necessarily of the waiver to necessarily dispense with the requirement for the educational delivery. So I put that out there, and I imagine that would weigh into the decision making that the Secretary will consider in granting waivers beyond these 13 days.
Yeah, I think that's an excellent point, and again, I think everybody knows, but just to be absolutely clear, we're not, through this action, we're not granting a waiver. We're just delegating the authority to handle the waivers to the Secretary, and would expect that all these sorts of issues would be part of any consideration for how to handle that.
I would think so, and I would also think that they will determine whether they can count remote learning in their day counts, and I'm sure there are guidelines around that as well. So I think we'll look forward to more information, and I think we do want to let this be something the Secretary can act quickly enough on so that districts have some reassurances in some way about their transition planning as they try and work through the remainder of the school year, whatever comes with that.
Is there further discussion?
Yes.
Yes, Bill.
On the red tape issue, you see, this only goes up to 10 days. Waiver.
Taking that out. It says grant waivers as the Secretary sees fit.
Or we don't even have to say that, actually.
Yeah, the 10 days is a bit of a trap.
It's eliminated.
Okay. That takes care.
Good.
Further discussion?
Would I understand that if there were waivers for other purposes, those still would come before us?
This pertains only to 1071C, which is waivers with regard to the school year.
No,
I mean, it sounds that are the results of consultation with the Secretary of Ed and Commissioner of Health, the Department of Health. I mean, this seems very specific to COVID-19. I can't think of what other reason a district would need a waiver, but if it's outside of something that involves consultation with the Commissioner of Health, does that remain in our domain?
It remains under present law. That's correct. This is a waiver only in connection with those kind of closures.
Health closures. Okay, thank you.
At least that's how I read the language. I don't have that. No one has told me that, but that certainly seems that it places a restriction on what kind of closures qualify for this waiver.
That's how I read it as well.
Further discussion? Are you ready for the question? If so, I will call the roll. Please indicate by saying yea or nay. Kyle Courtois.
Yay.
Kim Gleason.
Yay.
Kathy Lavoie.
Yay.
William Mathis.
Nay.
John O'Keefe. Oliver Olson.
Yes.
Was Bill Mathis' vote a nay or a yay?
Nay.
Nay.
Thank you.
Peter Peltz.
We should do yes or no so it's really clear with folks on the phone.
Peter Peltz.
No. No.
Jenna O'Farrell.
Yes.
Chair votes yes. Listen to the results of your vote. Yeas, 6. Nays, i.e. noes, 2. The motion carries. Thank you. Suzanne.
Who else voted no?
Yes.
Who else voted no?
Peter and Bill. Suzanne, is Jay Ramsey available to speak to us now?
Yes, he is on the line at the moment.
I'm here.
Mr. Ramsey, thank you for joining us. This is John Carroll, the chair of the board. We have 2 board members here in Barry with me, Bill Mathis and Kathy Lavoie. And on the telephone, we have the 2 student members, Sabina Brochu and Kyle Courtois, Kim Gleason, Oliver Olson, Peter Peltz, and Jenna O'Farrell. And of course, Suzanne. Do we have any members of the public present? It's not. Okay. Mr. Ramsey, we are at your disposal, sir. Thank you.
Okay, well, I believe you have the green sheet.
We do.
And there is an executive summary or key extracts, I think is what the document is called.
Yep.
And you had other documents that were linked in the green sheet. And so I will proceed.
We have your slideshow.
Okay. Well, I'll walk through that.
Why don't you? That's always pretty helpful for us visual learners.
Great. All right. Well, thank you for having me and fitting me into the agenda. This is certainly a unique circumstance to be presenting to you in this way.
Indeed.
But we will persevere. So in the agenda, just in this presentation, I'm at a high level going to walk you through some of the major components of this state plan, with an overview, what we did to develop the state plan, what we see as alignment across programs from ESSA through Perkins and into WIOA, the Workforce Innovation and Opportunities Act. Talk a little bit about our priorities, what it means at the local level, what are some local requirements that the centers will have to do, what's the accountability system related to this, and then how much money are we talking about? And maybe I should have started with that, but I'm ending with it. So if you skip to the fourth slide, what is Perkins? So this, we're calling it Perkins. Every state in the nation is calling it Perkins. The act is actually the Strengthening Career and Technical Education for the 21st Century Act that was passed by Congress and signed by the President in July of 2018. And states were given the opportunity to have a one-year transition plan, which we did, and then to spend the rest of that time working on a four-year state plan. So we've been working on this for about a year and a half. But Perkins, this is the fifth iteration of Perkins. It's federal investments to strengthen and improve the state and local secondary and post-secondary CTE systems. It is requiring alignment of education programs to the labor market. It's supporting collaboration, coordination, and partnerships. We'll talk a little bit about that in the comprehensive local needs assessment. And one of the items that's frequently missed in Perkins is that it prioritizes supports for what the law calls special populations, but we could understand them as vulnerable populations. And we are using these funds to help us achieve the vision and goals that the State Board of Education endorsed last year in May. And so just as a reminder, our strategic vision on the next slide is identified there. I won't read it to you. And the next slide is at a high level summarizing what the goals are. We're supporting high-quality programs that are aligned with the labor market. We're working to improve the public perception of CTE. We're treating industry as a partner, asking them to come and help, and asking them to do things to support our students in their facilities. We're going to achieve the vision by supporting implementation of career advising systems across the state, which is a key component of the state plan, and then supporting collaboration among and coordination between, which is critically important in an environment where we have regional technical centers that cause students to leave their high school during the day and come to the technical center, either all day or part of the day, and so this coordination and collaboration is really critical. So these are the concepts and the frame for all of the activities, or the majority of activities in the state plan. So before I get into the details, though, let me talk to you about how we developed this. In my mind, we started developing this when we started working on the strategic vision and goals. And that's because some part of me suspected that the federal government was going to pass a renewed version of Perkins, and we would need some guiding lights to help us figure out what the priorities were. And so here we are. So in all of, in this timeline for developing this state plan, it started in the spring of last year with internal meetings of our CTE team at the agency to draft out some big ideas. And that we used those big ideas, and also based on our experience with the technical centers, we worked closely with them. We started work over the summer with working groups. We had a post-secondary working group that involved PCV, Vermont Tech, UVM was there, VSAC was there, the Department of Labor was there. We had 5 or 6 meetings over the summer. We had a secondary working group to work out some concerns with the technical centers and how they could use the funds and what they should use them on. We had a comprehensive local needs assessment working group, and we had an accountability working group. And in all of these meetings, and in every meeting that I've ever conducted to develop this state plan, I give this, this is called a rapid framework. And RAPID is just an acronym that stands for recommend, agree, perform, input, or decide. And it helps people understand their role in the process. So if I'm conducting a meeting and I identify that I am the recommender, I'm working on this, seeking your input, seeking some agreement from you, that my position is to recommend decisions to the Secretary of Education and the Deputy Secretary of Education. And so it was not my role to decide what goes in this plan. It's certainly Dan's decision and Heather's decision about what would go in the plan. And so to help organize people's thoughts and to help you understand this, the next slide is the essential question. How should the state invest $20 million in federal funds over the next 4 years? And the math there is, as a state, we receive $5 million roughly every year. And this is a 4-year plan. And so it's a big question that we had somewhere close to 400 people help us answer that question. And so there were a lot of people involved in different ways. The next slide is, how do we decide what goes in the plan and what doesn't? That any decision about what goes in the plan has to be grounded in the vision and goals that I oriented you to, that you approved last year, and asked ourselves, is this activity going to help us achieve the vision and goals? And the next lens is it protecting vulnerable populations or helping to grow the economy or helping to make Vermont more affordable? Those are important questions that the governor asked. And then finally, does the activity that we're wanting to do address a barrier or create more? And does it address equity or contribute to further inequity? And the next slide is roughly the timeline. So over the summer, we developed the plan with partners that almost 400 people were involved in. In January, we held public hearings for comments on this plan. That was at the end of January. We had also a comment period of 30 days. All of these were required in the law. And then starting March 6th to April 6th, the governor has to, according to the law, have an opportunity to review the plan and sign off or not. And we have to give our partner agencies like the Department of Labor and the Vermont State Colleges an opportunity to comment on the final version of the plan and file any objections. We have to submit their objections with the plan to the Department of Education by April 15th. That due date may change given what's happening now. We do have a conference call with the Department of Education tomorrow to go through some of these questions. So the next slide would be alignment opportunity. And this version of Perkins shares definitions with the Every Student Succeeds Act, and it shares definitions with the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act, which is money that goes to the Department of Labor and that funds our adult education and literacy programs. But we have alignment opportunities with ESSA in the accountability system. And through the process of the comprehensive local needs assessment, which I'll talk about in a second. But in the law, there are a number of required performance indicators, and this slide shows where the alignment is with ESSA. So we're reporting not on every student that's in the system, but what the law calls concentrators. And so it's students who've basically gotten halfway through their CTE program and are enrolled in the next part of their program.
Excuse me, Jay, there's a question. Which slide are you looking at?
This is slide 13.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So the alignment here is with, in academic realm, graduation. We're on the cohort graduation rate and the extended graduation rate for CTE students who are concentrators. We have to report on academic proficiency in English language arts and mathematics, and a new requirement for CTE in this version is science. And we, in Vermont's ESSA state plan, we have college and career ready indicators, and also in Perkins. So industry recognized credential attainment, work-based learning participation, and dual and concurrent enrollment credit earning are the college and career ready measures. So you'll see on the academic portion there, English language arts and mathematics have asterisks. And what we had to consider very carefully is in the ESSA accountability system, the last time that we are testing students using SBAC in English language arts and mathematics is 9th grade. The majority of students that the CTE system serves are in 11th and 12th grade. And so we do not believe that holding the technical centers accountable to 2-year-old performance information made sense. And so we have proposed in this plan, and we have to follow our procurement process for this, but we're proposing to use work keys. And we're going to go back into it in this way. In the ESSA college and career ready measures, we have a list that includes SAT, ACT, and a number of other assessments, including industry recognized credentials. And so the work keys, there are 3 work keys assessments that make up the National Career Ready Certificate. And one of them is workplace documents, one of them is applied mathematics, and the third is graphic literacy. So we're proposing to use the 3 work keys assessments to measure students' attainment of, or students' academic proficiency. And we've had a couple of centers who have tested and used work keys, and what they report is students take these assessments more seriously because it's applying what they're learning in their programs. It's more directly related to the career content of their programs. And there's added value here because the student would end up with an industry recognized credential, which also plays an important role for what employers are telling us. You know, we're sort of in a crisis situation where we don't have enough people to fill the jobs that are available, but employers want to know that someone has the skills, the soft skills to be successful in a job. They can handle training new employees with technical skills. And so this helps to answer that question or propose a solution for employers. So, you know, I'm happy to answer more questions about that at the end. We can pause now if you want to ask questions about that.
But just one question. This is John, Jay. The work keys, are those did you say they're a national standard that's recognized nationally?
Yeah, so ACT is the company that owns the Work Keys assessment, and Work Keys, the National Career Ready Certificate, is widely used in some of the southern states where there are a lot of manufacturing companies. As far as I know, we would be the first state that would be proposing to use it in this way. And so I can provide a little bit more detail about why, if you want that. Otherwise, I'll pause here.
Well, what are some of our peer states using as a set of assessment tool?
Well, their assessment systems under ESSA would still have students being tested in 11th or 12th grade. So we could continue to do that if our ESSA accountability system had was assessing students using the SBAC in 11th grade. That model is what we used under the previous version of Perkins.
Right.
But there was a lot of frustration, I guess, on the part of the technical center administrators because we would be testing students either, let's say, in the end of their junior year, and then the centers are held accountable for that result of that, even though they didn't have to impact student learning. So they might have had 4 or 6 months.
And beyond that, I'm sorry, Jay, this is Kathy. Beyond that, you get an added advantage because you're actually adding to the college and career readiness aspect of the program through a national career readiness certificate that is the work case assessment, right?
Yes, and to that point, these CTE students are then showing up in the accountability system for the high school.
Right.
Okay. And so it pulls double duty.
Yep.
Thank you, Jay.
Can you remind me, though, Jay, I should know this, but are the National Career Ready certificates and the work keys, workplace documents, applied mathematics, graphic literacy, is that specific to an industry?
No, but...
Okay, you can, I didn't think so, but you said something about the IRC, so I thought maybe it was tied to a specific industry-recognized standard.
Well, this has the potential for all of our industries to recognize that there's some work, and this is what I've been telling the technical center administrators. It can be an industry-recognized credential, but we have work to do to get industry to recognize it.
I got it.
And there's some alignment here with work that the Department of Labor would like to do, and we think that this offers a solution that we haven't been able to have as a statewide strategy across education and labor.
Yep. Thank you.
Okay.
A question.
One, Jay, there's another question.
Go ahead.
What's the predictive validity of these measures, the SBAC, the SAT, ACT, and so forth, in terms of career and college ready?
If I heard the question right, what is the validity of SBAC as a college and career ready measure?
Yeah, in other words, we're giving tests on skills that don't seem to have any relationship to each other.
I don't know that I could speak to the validity of SBAC as a measure. That I'd have to pull someone in from another division to speak to that. So I'll get into a little bit of the details of what the law requires here, which will help to explain why this approach. So the law requires that whatever assessments are approved in the state ESSA plan to measure English language arts, mathematics, and science would be what we have to use. But because of the complicating factor that CTE students in Vermont are primarily 11th and 12th graders, and the SBAC test, which is used to measure English language arts and mathematics, is last offered in 9th grade, that gap poses a problem for us. And one of the categories of assessments that we can use that would apply to 11th and 12th graders is the industry-recognized credential. And so we're attempting to make an argument to the U.S. Department of Education that because of the structure of the accountability system in Vermont's ESSA plan, we need to have some sort of valid and reliable assessment that would be specific to a technical center program in order to adequately and accurately measure a student's proficiency in these subject areas. And that could have been proposed. We didn't receive any counter proposals from any of the administrators. And so this is what the option is this, or use 2-year-old performance data from SBAC.
It's a dilemma. And one thing is, if you want your car fixed, you want your car fixed. It doesn't matter how you scored on the SBAC.
Okay, let's let Jay move on, mindful of the time.
We never get into the policy issues here, but
That's
Jay's...
policy. Go ahead, Jay.
Okay. So that was alignment discussion with ESSA and Perkins, and the next requirement in the law was to demonstrate alignment between the CTE system and the workforce development system. And so slide 14 kind of summarizes that. The State Workforce Development Board has undergone a process of revising the WIOA state plan in the last few months, and they also have a strategic vision and goals for their plan. And when I did a crosswalk, we were able to reach alignment in these 6 broad areas. Both the CTE system and Perkins and the workforce development system and WIOA have a shared concern across these 6 areas of protecting vulnerable populations, using labor market information to drive the types of programs that are offered, the role that industry plays in helping to make decisions about programming, that counseling and advising are really critical to any person who is accessing these programs. And in order to access them, they have to understand them, that there is a need across the programs for collaboration and coordination and non-duplication, which is really critical when you think about a person trying to move along a career pathway quickly so that they don't have to repeat the same type of instruction. But from a financial standpoint, you don't want duplication because that's wasteful. And the 6th area is visibility, that people need to see the system and understand a little bit about how to access it and understand what it will do for them. So those are alignments across the federal programs, not necessarily in the accountability system, though we do have some shared accountability with the workforce development system. So moving to slide 16 for the state plan priorities, this is the 4 main priorities. In your green sheet, you will see on page 4 and beyond some of the strategies that are underneath these big priorities. And so offering the high-quality career paths and programs of study that are aligned with high-skill or high-wage or in-demand occupations, and we have some specific definitions about what those are that the Department of Labor helped us develop. That in order for those things to work, we need to make sure that the CTE teacher and leader workforce is prepared for student-centered education and supporting continuous improvement, that we're building on career and academic advising across the continuum of secondary to post-secondary. This is not an area that the agency has supported, but in the next 6 months, I'll be transitioning fully into the role of assistant division director, and my responsibilities, part of my responsibilities there will be leading the efforts on career and academic advising. And then in the interest of students, easing and simplifying transition points. We're working on statewide articulation agreements with Vermont Tech and CCB and some of our other post-secondary partners. So you could read through the individual strategies in the green sheet. I didn't want to take up a bunch of slides or have tiny words on them, so I just refer you to the green sheet for that. Slide 17 kind of gives you some specific examples of what we're talking about. An existing program for CTE students is called Fast Forward. It is a concurrent enrollment program where the CTE teachers are teaching Community College of Vermont or Vermont Tech curriculum, so students, once they finish, would get college credit for that work. That's in addition to their Act 77 vouchers. We want to continue that program. We want to make sure that economically disadvantaged students and other vulnerable populations are able to access it and be successful in it. And we want to make sure that the colleges have some money to be able to add new courses and add novel delivery mechanisms to these courses to students in smaller centers or in rural areas. The career education piece I talked a little bit about, but the way the rules are written, the Tech Center is really the hub. The state board rules are written. The Tech Center should be the hub as a resource for career education in the region. And with policy changes coming from the legislature, we're talking about how do we reach down to 7th and 8th grade, which is a new area. How do we contribute to we being the technical centers? How do we contribute to the development of a student's personalized learning plan? So these are all components of what's in our state plan. We want the technical centers to be able to use their federal money to support programs in their partner high schools. If you move to the next slide, 18, focusing on updating our program standards. The last time that I can tell the CTE program standards, or what we call competency and task lists, the last time they were updated was maybe the early 2000s. So we will be focusing over the next 4 years on updating the program standards, breaking the programs down into courses or modules, and then that will help better align middle school and high school and post-secondary programs. It will also help us articulate to families and students what they will be learning in the programs and how they're organized. The next slide, 19, around strategies for the workforce. Up until this point, the state colleges have not participated in any professional development that we have put on for CTE teachers. They have expressed an interest to participate in those. So we're going to have more coordinated professional development. We will be conducting a needs assessment across the state for CTE teachers and administrators. We want to help them understand how to support special populations. We want to help them focus on proficiency and standards-based grading. And this is a broad statement here. As a state, we struggle with having enough people to fill the available jobs. This is a unique problem for CTE because we rely on professionals from industry to come into the classroom and teach. But the tech centers don't pay as much as an industry, as a company would. And so some issue here gets in the way with licensing, that people feel like the licensing standards are too high. And so we want to try to tackle that problem as part of that.
Licensing of whom? Teachers?
The teachers.
Yeah. So think about, when was the last time you tried to call a plumber to come and fix something, or an electrician? And we need those people to also be able to teach. But if they can make more money as a business owner and have less frustration than, and this is what I hear from professionals, from trying to go through the licensing process, it's not an incentive for them to make the transition to teach. And so I'm not saying that revising the licensing standards is the only solution. I think there are many other solutions that we could identify, but we're just signaling we want to work on this. Sorry.
If I
Jay,
can.
can I ask, this is Peter on that question. Have you seen what Massachusetts or other states have done on that front?
I hear about it at our national meetings. I haven't begun to investigate it. Once this plan is underway, we're going to be looking at our neighbors.
Jay, and the board, just, this is Kathy speaking, and Jay, I think you've met my son a few times, but my son was a project engineer for Wright and Morrissey and decided to become the building trades teacher at Northwest Tech Center, where he graduated from in VTC with his bachelor's. And I'll tell you what, the process is lesson friendly. On top of the money that, the cut and pay, which he did actually willingly because he wanted to do this career pathway, the rest of the process hasn't been easy at all. And if we're building this incredible technical education system, and everything I've heard so far, Jay looks great. I've been removed since I've been in my new job the last year, but this looks wonderful. But we can build any system we'd like to shore up technical education in this state and get workforce and the students what they need. But if we don't have the teachers in there to teach it with the knowledge base that is needed to teach their industry-specific information, credentials, then it doesn't matter. So thank you for addressing this. It's long been an issue, came to, smacked us right in the face at our own household, and it's about time that it is addressed.
Thank you, Kathy. Jay, I'm just mindful of the time. We want to leave 5 minutes for questions and a discussion so that we can vote on the motion. And our target is 2:45. So we've been holding you up with questions, but let's just all be mindful of the time. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So I will get through this in the time allotted.
Good.
So on slide 21, so we're moving into what are the local requirements. So the ESSA state plan requires us to think about continuous improvement, and there is, while it doesn't say it in the law for Perkins, we are envisioning this comprehensive local needs assessment as part of a continuous improvement process. So right now, we have a template out that was developed with partners. That's the comprehensive local needs assessment. And that information is being conducted by regional centers or by groups of regional centers to be able to get the work done on the timeline that we need. That information informs their 4-year grant application, which is due this in May. Every 2 years, they will revise their comprehensive local needs assessment. And on the next slide, it kind of says there's three, this is slide 22, there's 3 components to the needs assessment. One is the needs analysis. What is the local labor market information saying? What are local economic needs? What are local education programming needs? What are the superintendents and supervisory unions doing with their ESSA plans, and how can the technical centers link up with those? And then there's the gap analysis. This is what the needs analysis says. This is what we're doing. How do we fill that gap and then use that information to inform the local plan? So that's kind of how that process is. If something is not uncovered in the comprehensive local needs assessment and it's not indicated in that, it cannot be part of a local plan. So this is a new process that is requiring a broad array of stakeholders to be involved in advising the center's administrator about what they should be doing and how they should be spending their federal money. So the next slide is the local application criteria. I won't talk about that. In the accountability slide 25, focusing on students, there are 3 new categories of students that we have to be concerned with. There are 9 in total. In Vermont state plan, we, like in the ESSA state plan, have an umbrella category called historically marginalized populations, which would be where students of color can sit so that we can see that there is a group, a subpopulation of students that might fall into a number of different categories, but it helps us analyze data and it will help us target funds to support those populations. I mentioned earlier in the presentation the alignment across these federal programs. So if you look at slide 27, these are the alignments with the Every Student Succeeds Act. If you look at slide 28, these are Perkins-specific measures. The non-traditional student is, for example, a male in a nursing program or a female in a manufacturing program. It's just a program that leads to an occupation that's not traditionally filled by a particular gender. And then we have an outcome measure. And there's alignment with WIOA in the attainment of post-secondary credentials. The State Workforce Development Board is really taking up some action on trying to manage the universe of credentials in the state to help sort out the things that matter and the things that don't matter. As a state, on slide 30, we're proposing some informational indicators. The pre-tech participation rate by partner high school, so 9th and 10th graders. Then we're looking at the continuance of those students into a full program in 11th or 12th grade. And then we're looking at the participation rate by partner high school. And then above that, we report the industry-recognized credential attainment to the federal government. We are also choosing as a state to report on work-based learning participation and attainment of college credits in high school. On slide 31 is the post-secondary accountability, very similar to the secondary with the 6-month placement, non-traditional students, and credential attainment, but we are adding a state indicator which was supported by the state colleges. We could call it an academic momentum indicator, looking at students who graduated high school in the last 2 years who enroll in CCV or Vermont Tech with at least 6 post-secondary credits on their transcript. So that is attempting to measure the success of our dual enrollment program at having students matriculate to CCV or Vermont Tech. Those 2 entities specifically because they receive the Perkins money and no other post-secondary entity does. On the budget, so slide 34, a school has to be an eligible recipient. For Vermont, we define them as the area technical centers, unless the area technical center or the regional technical center cannot receive the funds. And so St. Johnsbury Academy and Linden Institute cannot, as private schools, receive these federal funds. So we're working with Kingdom East Supervisory District, Caledonia Central Supervisory Union, and St. Johnsbury School District to work in that region. They'll receive the funds and build out some programs that link up to the state-approved programs at the Academy and Linden Institute. And the final slide being the budget. So we received $5 million roughly. The law says we have 3 accounts that these go into. 85% of it has to be distributed to the local recipients. 10% the state can hold for leadership activities, and 5% for administration of the grant. That 85%, we take $400,000 and put it in a reserve. That's what pays for fast forward and access for special populations to those courses. The remaining funds are split 75%, 25%. 75% of it goes to secondary and 25% of it goes to post-secondary. And then it's distributed further by a formula that's based on, at the post-secondary level, the number of Pell recipients, Pell Grant recipients, secondary level, the formula is based on the census of the population age 5 to 17 that live in the region, and then the population that live below the federal poverty line. Just this is how it's calculated in ESSA as well. So
Why don't you
that's,
show that, Jay, why don't you show that? I know it's only 15%, but I think some of that makes a substantial difference.
Yes.
Just a suggestion.
So show
the remaining amount from the 85% and its allocation.
Okay. Yeah, I don't have that on readily available. So I'm working from home, so
no problem. That's all right.
Trying to figure out where everything is. 4281 7664. So it's 3.8 million that gets distributed at the local level. 2911 355 970 yeah, 3.8 million.
Okay.
Jay, this is terrific.
Can I just add or say something? This is Peter. I applaud your efforts. I wish this was broader. We still haven't dealt with the funding formula, which I think has a significant impact on attendance and to the tech centers. Regular aid access to the program, adult access to the program, the certification program. There's a whole thing, a lot of things out there that you know I'd like to see attended to, but
I could speak to that if you want.
I would appreciate that.
Please.
Okay, I know that, so this would be outside of the Perkins plan, and I'm happy to come back and speak to you about this. It did come up when you were taking the vote on the strategic vision. So the legislature 2 years ago enacted Act 189, which gave the agency the authority to create 4 pilot projects to study funding and governance proposals. And so we did that. We're still in the process of it. A report is due to the legislature summarizing what we've done and what we need to still do. The 3 independent technical center, well, let me stop there for a second. Springfield River Valley Technical Center is an independent tech center school district. They submitted a proposal. And we extended the deadline and got another proposal from the Southwest Regional Career Development Center in Bennington, another independent tech center school district. And so we decided, because their plans were very similar, that we would combine the work with those 2 and add Middlebury, the 3rd and final independent tech center school district. So they have been working, we gave them a grant, they've been working for almost a year with Bill Talbot and another consultant from the tax department to analyze this proposal, which would be that it's really based on independent tech center school districts, because the voters of the region vote on their budget, not the voters of the host high school districts. So the idea is we get rid of the FTE and all of these complicated aspects of our funding formula. The tech centers develop a budget, the voters of the region vote it, and it adds a regional tax rate. But the money that the high schools would normally be paying for tuition comes out of their budget, and so the tax rate for the high school goes down. So this is the model that we're really exploring and trying to identify. Could it be implemented as a state and not just be dependent on the independent tech centers? So we've been making a lot of headway in this. It's developing the state plan and trying to support the pilots has has been a little challenging, but it's a good challenge to have.
And on the other fronts, regular ed access, and adult access, and possibly accreditation programs in the tech centers. Any thoughts on that?
Well, so there's sort of two pieces to my answer there. That if the tech center is allowed to develop its budget and not have not be reliant on the FTEs from the students from the high schools, they could also include money in the budget for adult CTE and let adults come into the programs or evening programs, building that out. The second part of that is the Department of Labor has really been taking the lead on figuring out ways to support adult CTE.
Yeah.
And the governor in the last 2 years in his budget has, and the legislature has authorized money for adult CTE to purchase equipment. And so that's bonded money. The governor has proposed to do it again this year. And the Department of Labor has hired a contractor to work with state partners, including the Agency of Education and the adult CTE providers, to kind of reimagine what the post-secondary CTE arena could look like in Vermont. You know, why do we do it the way that we do? No one can answer.
Right. And we've seen in Hartford and in Essex and other, especially when high schools and the CTEs are part of on the campus, that the regular ed kids can access the tech ed programs, and but that's not common throughout throughout the state. If you know what I'm talking about.
I do. We, I think, have a demographic challenge here too, where the last time I looked, about a third of 11th and 12th graders are participating in CTE, and so the administrators will say, well, there aren't the same number of students in my building as there used to be. Well, that is true, because there aren't the same number of students in your building that that could be. There's a higher percentage of students in your building, but it's just a sheer number problem.
Board, I think we should, Jay, thank you. I think we should
thank you.
Consider the a motion. This would be item N on your motion sheet. Would somebody make the motion, and then we can continue discussion if necessary? Bill?
So moved.
Would you read the motion, please?
That the State Board of Education endorse the state plan for the Strengthening Career and Technical Education for the 21st Century Act.
I second that.
And it's motion's been made by Bill Mathis, seconded by Kathy Lavoie. Is there further discussion? I think this is a topic that we all would like to spend more time on.
Yes.
Yeah.
And
Yes.
yeah, all around. But given the time, is there further discussion before we take action on the motion?
I would like to come back to this at some other day to talk about the long-range future of tech ed.
Yeah, yeah.
Jay, can you actually tell me, I'm looking through this, so you held the initial meetings in the creation of the plan, and that's, I just actually text my tech center, Northwest Tech, and to see about their input. And but what was the process in the final presentation of the plan to the local tech center administration?
Okay. So the law required us to hold public hearings and to have a public comment period. So we'll start with the public comment. The plan was posted on our website along with supporting documents to help community members understand. It's a long document. It's a little complicated. So we tried to distill it into, some basic points. That information went out through the agency's social media channels. It was in the weekly field memo. I sent personal messages to what feels like 100 people, but a lot of people who are directly involved and indirectly involved with CTE and invited them to comment.
Okay.
The agency held public hearings in 4 areas of the state. And just for context, the last Perkins plan, we only had 2 public hearings. And our neighboring state in Maine, they only held 1 public hearing in the state capital. So we held a public hearing in Newport from 6:30 to 8:30 and had food and beverages so that families could participate. We had a hearing in St. Albans, same time frame. We had a hearing in Springfield, and we had a hearing here in Barrie. And we didn't get much feedback from those public hearings.
That was before the plan development, Jay. Can you tell me, was there?
Okay, hold on.
Okay. Oh, thank you, sorry.
I'd like to get the vote in before a couple people have to leave at 3. So if you're ready for the question, that the State Board of Education endorse the state plan for strengthening career and technical education for the 21st Century Act. I'll read the roll, and please indicate by saying yes or no. Kyle Courtois.
Yes.
Thank you. Kim Gleason.
Yes.
Kathy Lavoie.
Yes.
William Mathis.
Yes.
John O'Keefe. Oliver Olson.
Yes.
Peter Peltz.
Yes.
Jenna O'Farrell. I think Jenna had to go. And the chair votes yes, it's unanimous. You have approved the motion to endorse the state plan. I think we're a bit over time, Jay. I think you can see there's an appetite here to learn a lot more. And I'm going to count on my board colleagues to push me to make sure we get you back for more time with us if you're willing to make time for us.
I'm willing and happy to come and talk about CTE all day.
Well, I have to commend you. I think your presentation was just excellent. The pace was good. For some of us, the topics you touch on are very, very new. For others, they're very familiar and important. So we're very glad you were here to speak with us today. Thank you, Jay. Board members.
Mr. Chair, thank you to the board.
You're most welcome. Board members, we're over schedule. Just one thing, Bill Mathis had written a first draft of a proposed communication to the legislature regarding the weighting study. That's been sent to you by email yesterday. I guess I would, at this point, since we don't have a lot of time to talk about it, I would urge you all to send your comments to Bill and to me. And I think there's 2 kinds of comments. One is the comments on the content itself. And the other kind of comment is on the appropriateness of communicating to the legislature on this topic in this way. So we'd like to hear both of those, and we'll try to make some integrated sense of what we hear from you.
I want kids to be active. You can't look like a brat. You can't be.
Can't hear that comment.
I think he's talking to somebody else.
Okay. Bill, do you have anything further to say about that?
Just that this may change a lot since the legislature now wants us to go on the road on the weighted study.
Right. Right. Yeah, I think we do need to remember that. Hello. We do need to remember that we have to keep an open mind, or at least make the reasonable facsimile thereof, if we are to be the honest brokers that we intend to be. Is there anything else that should come before the board before we adjourn?
John, you're going to assign a duty or some tax. Have you done that sufficiently, or
Well,
to help you out?
Yeah, thank you, Peter. What I plan to do is to write up, there are 4 sort of project areas that I outlined. I'm leaving out anything to do with the school construction business. I'm going to try to pursue the direction that I think I heard Kim Gleason urge, which is to see if we can dodge that bullet a little bit, given, number one, the strain on our abilities, and number two, it's a task to which we bring comparatively little expertise, that is capital budget standards for schools. But there do remain certainly 4 distinct tasks. 3 of them relate to rulemaking, and 1 relates to the weighting study. And I'm going to be looking for a point person to take leadership on each, and for each also to have a second person as their colleague on the project. I will send you a summary of the tasks and the timelines, and then I want you to think about that and either write to me or I'll call you and we'll talk about which one you want to do. I think there's enough there for 4 to 6 of you to become actively involved. It won't overwhelm your time, but I think as chair I need to be able to count upon some of you people to be strong lieutenants in driving these projects forward. So I'll get back to you. By the end of the weekend, you'll have a communication from me about that. Anything else?
Move to adjourn.
It's been moved to adjourn, and it has been seconded. All those in favor say aye.
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 Over and out.
Over and out, and thank you all for making this work. I think it went pretty darn
I
well,
do too.
considering everything.
as presented in 464 and 808. And it is coming to the point where I think we need to try to decide as a committee what direction we want to go on these issues. And so we've teamed these bills up together to intentionally allow us to have a conversation not only about policy and whether we think there's a reason why we need to make a change in, for instance, use of force policy, but also issues around training, training in cultural awareness, training in de-escalation, and of course issues around data collection so that we have the information at hand in order to understand what the experience of Vermonters in their interactions with law enforcement is about.
What's the bill?
464 or 808? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah. I'm sorry.
Thanks. Are you being our legislative counsel now?
He's trying, but I don't think it's so good.
Doesn't have the details.
How do you do that? Hey, I'll work on it. I'll work on it.
Yeah, can you do a split screen, bring them both up side by side? Do side by side?
It's been a while.
Right.
Do you really, are you just being a wise guy?
I think he's being a wise guy. I don't think we need to look at the bill language right now. I think we need to have a discussion about what we've heard, what we think makes sense, and what we want to begin to move forward with in terms of getting language on the page. So this is just an opportunity to have some open discussion. Jim?
So, we've had obviously a lot of testimony and a lot of different viewpoints, but the first part on the data collection, was it my understanding that we have this information, but it just doesn't go to this group? The E. That's already collected but not necessarily shared. Is that? Maybe I can call a friend in the room.
Lifeline. You got a friend in the room?
Like a lifeline?
How? They think I know so much, I'm not sure.
Who would you like to call?
I would like to
Nobody in this room.
my friend from the state police.
Sure. Tell me your question again.
Okay, so I thought my understanding was that the E, the underlined part, was already noted somewhere on different reports, but not necessarily given to this group that's looking at all the data.
Okay. So that is not one of the mandatory bits of information that's captured at traffic stops in the traffic stop data currently, right? There are, I think, 5 or 6 required: age, gender, reason for stop. So all those things, whether a search was conducted, but use of force at a traffic stop is collected by our department in a separate way. It's not part of the data collection effort tracking racial demographics of traffic stops. We are collecting uses of force at all levels, whether it's a traffic stop or somewhere else. I cannot speak for other departments about their collection of uses of force.
Wouldn't that be pretty, I don't know, common sense, standard, that you, anytime you have a use of force, local police, sheriff, state police, that you would note that somehow?
Yes.
Okay. So I guess my question would be, how big a deal, and is there any harm to sharing this as part of this report, this collection?
You know, just off the cuff, I would say that it should be being collected. I don't know that this is the best place for where it should be collected, but it should definitely be collected. In my personal opinion, every department should be collecting use of force data. whether it's on the ticket or else. I mean, the traffic stop is not, it's just one instance where force could be used.
I hope you have any thoughts on data, since we're on data right now.
Yes, I did meet with Representative Donahue, and we came up with some additional language in E that we were just looking at. We were concerned about the means by which the stop was achieved and whether a chase might have been involved for achieving the stop, and some other language around use of force, whether it resulted in bodily injury or deadly force. So there's some additional language we thought might be added to that section.
And this pertains to just roadside stop data, but I think we're understanding in the broader context of putting both of these bills on the table that some of the issues are not around a roadside stop, but around other interactions with law enforcement that we may want to collect data on. I think we would want to broaden the data collection to be other interactions and the use of force on that. Bob?
Can I shoot a lifeline question also?
Sure, yeah.
If you're on foot or in your car or anywhere, if you do an attempt to evade, it comes out as a separate charge, right?
If you're on foot or in a car and you attempt to elude or you don't respond to lawful orders, is that a charge?
Yeah, sort of. Is that it's kind of a backdoor way of asking if that data is already kind of available in a lot of situations?
I mean, I would think the majority of the time if you attempt to elude, but there is some discretion there. It's not, we can't say for sure that every time there isn't a decision made to go another route. Like if you're attempting to elude and you're caught and you're DWI, maybe you're only charged with DWI. There is some discretion.
Other conversation about data collection.
We also spoke to including language around collecting data for a person acting in a manner that created reason to believe a mental health crisis was occurring. And that's specific language from other statutes around mental health, from the Mental Health Council. But that kind of data needs to be specifically named. And finally, the thought was that this data report shall be reported annually to the legislature, in addition to the council.
I guess I have some concerns about trying to capture more data when the data that we have, that we're getting currently, we don't have any consistency in how we capture or report it. Aren't we just going to go through an exercise that really isn't going to do what we want it to do? I don't know who I'm asking this question to, just sort of throwing it out there. Because even a local Because this isn't, we're talking local and everybody. And we don't really have a good, robust process in place even now for the data we're supposed to be capturing.
I think we heard that it's an evolving process, that the first year they tried to collect, they had something certain handwritten on the back of an envelope sort of thing.
Right.
So this is definitely an evolving process. And shining some light on it, and also putting into statute exactly what we want to be collecting is the opportunity that we have before us right here. Other discussion on data? Okay, well, I'm hearing a proposal that we work in some way to incorporate some of the issues around people who are in apparent mental health crisis. And so I think probably what we should do is actually get with Ledge Council and see if we can get some bill language on in front of the committee. Take a look at this.
I would have to see the language, but I'm inclined not to support that. I think that's way too broad, personally.
Let's see what it looks like. Anything else on data? All right, so we have training in de-escalation and cross-cultural awareness as two concepts that were put forward in the bill. Any committee discussion on that? Any thoughts that you have based on what we've heard for testimony thus far?
Just to clarify, what do we have for policy in this area today? Anything?
Well, I wish I had that off the top of my head.
Well, there's a lot. For use of force, obviously.
I think we had some testimony that there is some training, and I forget how many hours of training off the top of my head.
I think they said 4 hours.
Small number.
They were looking to double it. One of them was looking to double it to 8. Instead of 4.
But I'm more specifically on policy before we get into the.
So that's a separate issue.
Right.
Directing the creation of a policy around use of force is a different question than training in those.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I think it's a two-step process. You have a policy, and then you train to the policy. But I'm trying to understand, what do we have for policy in this area today? I'm going to assume we have policy surrounding use of force and some type of de-escalation. But I maybe the major can help me again.
And is it do different agencies have different policies as opposed to this legislature directing a unified policy on when it's okay?
That's a good point. Yeah.
Use force. Looking forward to breakdown in the training that's provided of the So for Vermont State Police recruits in the pre-basic phase, this is just BSP, 16 hours of less than lethal or non-lethal use of force training, 26 hours of firearms training, 2 hours of fair and impartial policing training. Basic training for all law enforcement in Vermont, 36 hours of firearms training, 46 hours of less than lethal use of force, 8 hours of communication and de-escalation, 4 hours of use of deadly force, 4 hours of capsicum spray, less than good use of force, 8 hours of working with people in mental health crisis, 4 hours of fair and impartial policing, 4 hours of community policing, 4 hours of responding to hate-motivated crimes. In the post-basic for all law enforcement, there's 16 hours of TASER certification, 2 hours of Team 2 mental health crisis and de-escalation training, 20 hours of firearms training, 28 hours of, this part is just for state police, 28 hours of less lethal use of force training, 20 hours of firearms, and 2 hours of Team 2 mental health crisis. And then for VSP, 8 hours of fair and impartial policing. And then in service for VSP only, 4 hours non-lethal use of force training, 12 hours firearms training, and then ongoing, the average trooper per year attends, average 30 troopers per year attend an 8-hour updated class for 2. And I can print this for you, and then you'll just have it in front of you. That's actually not a bad idea. Okay. Yeah, that's, so let's get that on the page.
That's a lot of non-use of force training. What sort of form does it take?
I'm sorry, say again.
The non-use of force training, it's a lot of time. What sort of form does it take? Is it out the backyard playing karate, or is it classroom instruction on?
So I can't recite it exactly. I think it's a combination of practicals, so control procedures, how to make high-risk car stops, how to use de-escalation tactics, how to go hands-on if you need to with using other than your firearm. So it's a combination of classroom and in the field.
Madam Chair, if I may just add something to that. That's part of what the move on now is to increase, increase the basic training another 4 weeks. And that's part of that additional 4 weeks is to provide much more training in this and the use of force and de-escalation. And use of force, de-escalation are actual hands-on practical exercises where the police officer is actually thrown into a scenario where the major can correct me if I'm wrong in this, but thrown into a scenario and the officer is, or trooper in the case of state police, is required to evaluate the situation, take the appropriate actions, and they're graded on that at the academy. And just for the record, the municipalities, most municipalities, unless you're very large, and I can only assume that happens to be very large, like maybe BPD or something, don't receive as much training as the state police do in this, because they have a pre-basic, and I believe your post-basic is a little more intense, and they receive a little additional, they receive more training. So this additional, I'm getting off a little subject here, but we're getting this additional 4 weeks would assist the municipal departments greatly in requiring more time. I just wanted to have some of that.
So while we're talking about training, is there anything that you feel inclined to specify something with respect to training?
Well, just to pick up on what JP just shared, I remember there was some reference to train the trainer approaches, and it didn't seem like there were many of them. So how might you increase that in a way to allow some of the smaller agencies to have more exposure to training? Is that thought?
I mean, I think the challenge that I've seen just in all of the discussion that we've had around all of these issues is that, you know, there's probably a wide difference in the way that Vermont State Police handle some of these interactions versus some of the small municipal agencies. And yet we're being asked to consider law enforcement as a whole because we recognize that our community members who have interactions with our local law enforcement may be experiencing different things than what they experience when they are pulled over by a trooper on the highway.
Well, I mean, with respect to the training, I mean, I understand the policy part, and I'm fine with what's in the bill, but then the training component is supposed to be based on a policy that we don't know what it is now because they're going to have to draft it based on this bill. And I guess my question is there might be a cost to that, which would be unknown.
To all of our municipalities.
Right. I mean, should it be more that, you know, the training council should come back to the General Assembly with a recommendation on training? I'm just, because, I mean, it's a difficult situation as they come up with this policy, a model policy, and then they're supposed to take training on that. But we don't know what the model policy is at this point. And I mean,
chicken and egg.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with the policy issue. I mean,
I agree with that sentiment. I mean, 4 hours to put in the bill is 4 hours. I don't know what 4 hours gives you. Maybe it should be 2 hours. Maybe it should be 8 hours. And I think until we get a recommendation from, you know, having a policy and then the recommendation of the folks that do the training of what's required to implement that policy, I think might be premature. Plus, there is budgetary concerns, and there's been a lot of discussion whether we go to 16 weeks to 20 weeks, and does this tip it to the 20 weeks, which has a huge budget. It may be good, and we may have to spend that money, but I would think we ought to know that.
And then it's a model policy, and do all agencies follow that policy is the question that I have.
well, you get a report back about that.
Right.
So we would have some idea of who's following it and who's not. I mean, I just worry about, okay, you know, there is all this training already. I mean, it probably, and I don't know the answer to this because this is not an area of expertise for me, that it could be tweaked to be consistent with whatever policy is come up with. And it may or may not require an additional 4 hours. I mean, I'd rather see a recommendation about training than just saying, okay, we need 4 more hours.
And if I might, I agree 100% with what Representative Gannon has said. If the Federal Just Training Council, who has the ultimate responsibility for setting training requirements, officers in this bid are on. If they come up with a policy, a specific policy, give us some actual hard data expectations of what the cost might be, the type of training you're going to receive and everything. And I have to say that, you know, having been a retired police officer, but all the years I spent, and most of them are on the road, 4 hours is not enough for what we're looking at here. So it's going to require additional training to do the job that our citizens are asking us to do. But if the council can give that recommendation, that would be wonderful, and certainly assist us in what we need to do here as a legislature. This